Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had a leveling system and had mini harem? Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Gamer Hero 010 by SherryBro. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. With Izuku and Ochako. Izuku and Ochako were waiting outside the building looking at the layout. Izuku was studying the plans, looking over everything to the tiniest detail. Izuku. The building has two main entrances. One on the ground level and one on the roof. The other entrances are the windows around the building. The bomb might be positioned on one of the building's middle floors. Knowing Katsuki as I do, he will come directly for me and only me, leaving Iida to protect the bomb on his own. This could work to our advantage, he thought. Izuku. Uraraka-san, I have a plan. Ochako. What is it, Midoriya-kun? She asked. Izuku. Once the match begins, we go inside the building through the window. Katsuki will come for me, and he will instantly fight me. While I deal with Katsuki, you find the bomb and inform me when you do. Iida will be guarding it, but do not attack him just yet. Instead, keep hidden and signal which floor the bomb is on, and I will come to you, and we will take him down together, he explains. Uraraka was surprised at how well he had formed a plan. Ochako. You got it, Midoriya-kun, she said to Izuku, then she frowned when something clicked in her mind. He is the one who makes fun of you, right? She said as she remembered what Izuku told her about him giving the name Deku to Izuku as an insult. And Izuku hated this name despite her changing the meaning. Izuku. Yeah, he can be annoying and a jerk, but his goal, his confidence, his physical strength, and his quirk were amazing. He clenched his fists. But that's all in the past. Now, I have my power and my own goal. So, now, I refuse to lose against someone like him, he said as his eyes started to glow blue and a blue aura surrounded him. Uraraka stood in awe of Izuku's aura. It made her feel secure and calmed her heart. She smiled and replied. Ochako. So it's a fated battle between rivals, huh? Izuku smiled softly. Izuku. You can say that. Ochako beamed at him and raised her fist high and cheered. Ochako. All right then, let's do our best, we are a team, right? So let's work together and win. Just then, All Might began to speak through the intercom speaker at ground beta. All Might. Now, let's start the indoor 2-on-2 combat training with Team A and Team D. In control room. All Might. Okay, everyone, you all should think as well. He informed the class as they gathered in the monitor room. There were monitor screens all over the area, showing different angles of the building. This allowed All Might and the students to see exactly what was going on and judge their performance accordingly. All Might is unable to stop the piercing sensation of remorse that he feels when he hears Izuku's words during the quirk apprehension test. All Might. How could I possibly make apologies for what I did to him? He is cold to everyone because of me. He was driven to the edge of suicide, and I simply turned away without a second thought. I need to make things up to him, but how? At the same time with Izuku and Ochako. At that moment, Izuku and Ochako entered the building through an open window. Ochako. We've infiltrated successfully, she said as they landed on the floor. Izuku. There are a lot of blind spots, so be careful to not get caught off guard, he stated as the two began to walk through the hallways as his sense skill picked a signature. Okay, so Iida is on the top floor. He's stationary and not moving at all. That must mean he's guarding the nuclear weapon, he thought while picking another signature near the area. A smirk appeared on his face, just as according to plan. Izuku quickly grabbed Uraraka and moved out of the way the second before Bakugo came around the corner and blasted an explosion aimed directly at Izuku, but since he moved out of the way, it just hit the wall. Izuku. Uraraka-san, are you all right? He asked with genuine concern in his voice. Ochako. Yeah, thanks for the save, Midoriya-kun, she responded as she got up from the ground and dusted herself off. The smoke cleared as Bakugo swiped his arm through it. Katsuki. Come on Deku, don't dodge and fight me like a man. Izuku smirked as he stood up straight. Izuku. I figured you would come for me first, Katsuki. In control room. Mineta. A surprise attack from the start? Ejiru. Bakugo, that's cheating. A surprise attack isn't manly at all. he said angrily as he punched his fist toward his palm. All Might. A surprise attack is a strategy, too. They're in the middle of a real battle right now, he said as he had his grading book in his hands. Mina. Midoriya avoided it. Denki. There goes Bakugo, he warned as through the monitors they could see Katsuki charging straight towards Izuku. Back to fight. Katsuki. I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I'm gonna get close, he yelled as he aimed a right hook at Izuku. But before Bakugo could connect, Izuku countered by grabbing his right arm. Izuku lifted him above his head and brought him down crashing to the ground with so much force the ground beneath cracked. Katsuki. What the hell, did he read my moves? But how? He's not supposed to be that good, he thought as he was sent to the ground. He immediately felt the force of the throw as his back was screaming in pain and drops of saliva escaped through his mouth due to the recoil of the counterattack. Uraraka wasn't surprised, instead she was happy Izuku was giving a beating he deserved. In the monitor room, everybody had their eyebrows raised as they weren't expecting Izuku to move like that and so swiftly. Izuku. Katsuki. He began to speak as Bakugo began to get back up. You usually start with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you? I wrote an analysis of all of the heroes I thought were amazing in my hero journals. In the notebook, you blew up and threw away. Katsuki. What? He shouted in bewilderment as he too remembered when he threw out Izuku's notebook through the window. The same day where he almost killed him. Katsuki now stood completely on his feet. Katsuki. Deku. Despite being afraid that day, you still didn't back down, and now here you are. Despite the pain that I put you through, you never gave up and continued to go after your goals. You've changed into a new person. You have no fear at all. You aren't crying like you used to. You will battle regardless of the odds. And you will win. You will win no matter what. His hands ignited with small explosions as his whole body was burning in absolute rage. That's what I hate about you. Tenya. Hey, Bakugo. Give me your status, what happened? He said through Katsuki's earpiece. Katsuki. Just shut up and defend. I'm really angry right now, he replied as turn off the earpiece. Tenya. I'm not asking about how you feel. Hey, he couldn't say anything further, the connection was cut off, he hung up. Going off on his own like that. What is wrong with him? Geez. In control room. Ejiru. What were Bakugo and Midoriya saying? Can't tell with just the cameras in a fixed position and no sound, he said. All Might. Young Bakugo was to his partner over the small wireless radio. You can bring that plus the building's floor plan, and this capture tape. Once you wrap this around your opponent, it shows that you've captured them, he replied. Mina. The time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? She asked. All Might. Yes. Mina. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here, she said that it was true since the heroes are under a time limit. All Might. Heroes should be able to turn the tables in their situations. Besides that, didn't Mr. Aizawa also tell you, here we go. All. Plus Ultra. The students cheered their school's motto. Yuga. Monsieur, Bakugo is, he said. All Might. Huh? He replied as he looked towards the monitors. Back to the battle. Katsuki put his left hand behind his back as he began to ignite an explosion. Izuku saw what he was doing and yelled at Ochako. Izuku. Uraraka-san. Go. Follow the plan. Ochako. Right, she replied as she made her way toward the upper floors. Katsuki. Deku. He roared, his voice filled full of rage. He launched himself at Izuku, his left hand crackling with explosive energy. Izuku reacted immediately. He sidestepped the attack smoothly, his body passing almost effortlessly. As Bakugo shot by him, Izuku spun on his heel, swinging his right leg in a wide arc. The Beowulf gauntlets and greaves materialized over his hands and feet, emitting a faint, ghostly light. His foot landed hard on Bakugo's side, sending shockwaves through the air and knocking Bakugo against the wall with a thundering thud. Bakugo roared in pain and pushed himself over the wall. His eyes blazed with rage and pain, but he showed no signs of giving up. He clenched his fists, and the sweat on his palms burst into little explosions. Katsuki. Damn it, Deku, stand still and fight me. Bakugo charged again, fists extended and ready to launch another rush of explosions. Izuku watched him intently, his thoughts calculating every move as he started to dodge his attacks. Izuku's eyes then flashed with a hint of amusement as he looked at Bakugo. "Izuku. Pitiful loser," he said, his voice carrying a sharp edge. Bakugo's face turned a deep shade of red, a mix of rage and humiliation. "Katsuki. What did you just call me?" he shouted with fury. Izuku's smirk widened. "Izuku. It's barely 2 words in and you already look like you want me dead," he mocked. "You get that praise over nothing. You have changed, Katsuki. You are getting weak." Bakugo's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly. "Katsuki. I'll kill you, Deku. You think you're better than me? I'll show you who's weak." As Bakugo closed the distance, Izuku activated his doppelganger skill. A blue clone of himself materialized beside him, mimicking his every move with perfect accuracy. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise, but he did not hesitate. He swung his right arm in a wide arc, aiming to explode Izuku and his clone with a powerful explosion. But Izuku was already in motion. He jumped over the attack with a burst of speed, his real self landing gracefully behind Bakugo while his clone vanished into shadows, only to reappear to Bakugo's left. The clone struck first, landing quick punches to Bakugo's ribs. Each strike was intended to damage Bakugo's defenses. Bakugo screamed in pain, swinging his left arm in revenge, but the clone vanished again and reappeared behind him. Before Bakugo could respond, Izuku charged in, his Beowulf-enhanced speed allowing him to close the gap in an instant. Izuku's right fist, wrapped in the glowing gauntlet, delivered a powerful uppercut against Bakugo's jaw. The force of the punch knocked Bakugo off his feet, and he collapsed on the ground, stunned. However, Bakugo was nothing if not stubborn. He rolled to the side to escape Izuku's follow-up kick before pushing himself to his feet, his breathing heavy and ragged. In monitor room. As the combat between Izuku and Bakugo begins, students in the monitoring room remain glued to the screen. They began to recall details Izuku had shared with them. They remembered him saying that he had only gotten his quirk about a year ago, which made his current display of power and ability all the more amazing. Kirishima was the first to voice his thoughts. "Ejiru. Didn't Midoriya say he only got his quirk about a year ago? How can he be this strong already?" Yaoyorozu added, "Momo. It's true, the level of control and power he's showing is far beyond what someone should have with just a year of experience. It's almost like he's been training his whole life." Sero, shaking his head in disbelief, "Sero. If Midoriya's only had his quirk for a year, and he can do all this, what's he going to be like in another year? Or even by the end of this semester?" The students continued to watch in awe as Izuku used his doppelganger skill, creating a shadowy clone of himself that moved with the same speed and precision. The clone and the original Izuku worked in perfect unison, overwhelming Bakugo with a barrage of coordinated attacks. Shoji, his multiple arms twitching with excitement, commented, "Shoji. This is unreal. It's like he's fighting with a twin. Bakugo can't keep up with both of them." Hagakure, invisible but excited, added, "Toru. I can't believe we're seeing this on the second day. Midoriya's like a one-man army." Shoto. Midoriya, he thought, his mind racing as he analyzed the fight. Just a year ago, he was quirkless. To develop this level of skill and power in such a short time. It's almost unbelievable. He recalled his struggles with his dual quirk, the constant tension between his ice and fire sides, and his reluctance to use his firepower due to his father's obsession. "I've been training my whole life, yet Midoriya, who only recently gained his quirk, displays skills and abilities that rival my own." All Might stood on the other hand, watching the fight between Izuku and Bakugo unfold. His mind raced with a mix of emotions, from shock and disbelief to pride and guilt. All Might. He's grown so much and developed abilities far beyond what I could have imagined. And yet, I remember the look on his face when I told him he couldn't be a hero. It crushed him, but he didn't give up. He found a way. A way to surpass even my expectations. With Uraraka. Ochako. Found it, she said in her head as she peeked around and saw Iida guarding the weapon. Now I just have to tell Midoriya-kun and hide until he gets here. Right before she was about to communicate to Izuku, she heard Iida begin to say something. Tenya. Bakugo is a natural at being bad, but that fits this training perfectly. Then, I must also devote myself to being a villain. That's right. This is another trial to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Iida family. Become a villain. Be dyed with evil to become a hero. I am extremely evil. Ochako had to bite her lip to hold back a giggle. Iida's over-the-top commitment to his performance was both lovable and entertaining. Her amusement was short-lived, though, as she remembered Izuku's earlier resolve. Earlier, before the test, Izuku and Ochako had huddled together, discussing their plan. Izuku's expression had been stern, his cold blue eyes focused on the task at hand. Izuku. Remember, Uraraka-san, our primary objective is the weapon. Bakugo will be a challenge, but we can't let that distract us. Ochako nodded, determination shining in her eyes. Ochako. Got it, Midoriya-kun. I'll do my best to support you. Izuku placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Izuku. I know you will. Trust your ability, and remember that we must be accurate as well as effective. We cannot afford to make mistakes. Present. Ochako took a long breath, preparing herself. Izuku's words rang through her mind, reminding her of the importance of their mission. She couldn't let herself be distracted, even by Iida's antics. She carefully pulled out her communicator and was going to whisper, when she heard a boom. A few moments earlier, Izuku. You're too slow, Katsuki, he said, his voice echoing through the hallway. Is this all you've got? Bakugo responded with a scream of fury. He charged again, his hands exploding into a series of smaller, faster explosions. Izuku dodged and flowed, his motions smooth and accurate. Each explosion missed him by a few inches, but he showed no indications of slowing. His doppelganger continued to attack Bakugo from all angles, throwing him off guard and preventing him from focusing his attacks. Izuku. You've always thought you were better than everyone else, he continued, his tone icy. But the truth is, you are a scared child behind a brave persona. Katsuki. Shut up, he bellowed, his eyes wild with fury. You don't know anything, Deku. I'll crush you and prove that I'm the best. Izuku's cold stare never moved. Izuku. Is that how you tell yourself to sleep at night? That you are the best? He shook his head, and a humorless smirk spread across his lips. Pathetic. Katsuki widened his eyes as he heard the words that just sprouted from Izuku's mouth. Kaisutsuki. Pathetic? I'll show you who is pathetic. He thought angrily, but then he calmed down a bit as he raised his right arm. With all of your stalking, you already know that my quirk, explosion, allows me to produce nitroglycerin-like sweat from the sweat glands on the palm of my hand, causing it to explode. If the gauntlets are created as requested, they will store nitroglycerin inside and... He began to pull the firing pin on his grenade-like gauntlet. All might. Don't tell me that's... Young Bakugo, stop, are you trying to kill him? He yelled through the earpiece. Bakugo's eyes blazed with determination as he shouted back. Katsuki. If I don't hit him, he won't die. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. He pulled the pin, and the world seemed to hold its breath for a split second. Izuku stood his ground, his expression cold and unyielding. Izuku. Once again. Pathetic, he muttered, his voice barely audible over the deafening roar of the explosion. Boom. The force of the blast was immense, shaking the very foundations of the building. Smoke and debris filled the air, making it nearly impossible to see. The students in the monitoring room felt the shockwave, their expressions of horror. In monitor room. Ejiru. This is supposed to be a class. Where the hell did his brain go? Is he completely nuts? He yelled as the rest of Class 1A were in complete shock at Katsuki's violent and brutal attack that could kill someone. All might. Young man, young Midoriya, he yelled as he was worried for his students' safety. As the smoke cleared, the silhouette of Izuku appeared. He stood among the destruction, his clothes and his face covered in minor burns and scratches. His gauntlets had absorbed most of the impact, shielding him from the worst of the explosion. Denki. Holy moly, he breathed out, his eyes glued to the screen. Did he survive that? How is he even standing? Shoto. He didn't just survive, he added, his voice filled with respect. He took that hit head on and barely looked fazed. Momo. I knew Midoriya-san was strong, but this... She murmured, her hand covering her mouth. This is on a completely different level. Sero. That explosion would have killed anyone else out, he said, his eyes wide with shock, but Midoriya's still going strong. Back to the fight. Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief. Katsuki. How? How are you still standing? Izuku stepped forward, his gaze locked onto Bakugo. Izuku. Is that the best you can do, Katsuki? He asked, his tone dripping with disdain. Bakugo's fists clenched at his sides, his anger boiling over, and about to use another gauntlet when All Might spoke from the earpiece. All Might. Young Bakugo, the next time you use a move like that, I'll stop the fight, and your team will lose. Katsuki. Huh? He dumbly replied. All Might. To attack on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That is a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. You will lose a lot of points for it. Izuku's lips curled into a mocking smile as he taunted Bakugo. Izuku. Listen to him, Katsuki. You're barely a blip on my radar. Katsuki. Shut up, Deku. I'll show you who's the best. With a furious roar, Bakugo launched himself at Izuku, his palms crackling with explosive energy. He aimed a punch at Izuku's head, but Izuku sidestepped effortlessly, his movements precise and controlled. Izuku countered with a swift punch to Bakugo's gut, knocking the wind out of him. Izuku. You're predictable, Katsuki. All brawn, no brain. Bakugo staggered back, clutching his stomach. Katsuki. I'll kill you, Deku. I swear I'll kill you. Izuku's eyes narrowed, his expression growing colder. Izuku. You talk big, but you lack the skill to back it up. He moved with blinding speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. He landed a series of rapid punches, each one precisely targeted to exploit Bakugo's weaknesses. Bakugo tried to fight back, but Izuku was relentless, his attacks a blur of motion. He struck Bakugo's ribs, his jaw, and his knees, never giving him a moment to recover. Izuku. You're weak, Katsuki, he said, his voice icy. You rely too much on your quirk. You never bothered to hone your skills. Bakugo's vision blurred with pain and rage. Katsuki. Shut up, I don't need your advice. Izuku's fist connected with Bakugo's cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground. Izuku. This isn't advice. It's the truth. Bakugo struggled to his feet, his body trembling with exhaustion. Katsuki. I'll beat you, Deku. I'll prove that I'm better. Izuku shook his head, his expression unreadable. Izuku. You can't even scratch me without that big explosion. You're not better than me, Katsuki. You're nothing. Bakugo's eyes burned with fury. Katsuki. I'll make you eat those words, he said as he prepared for one last desperate attack. His body ached, his movements were sluggish, and his mind was clouded with anger and frustration. He lunged at Izuku with everything he had left, hoping to land a decisive blow. Izuku remained calm and composed, his eyes never leaving Bakugo. As Bakugo closed in, Izuku sidestepped his wild swing with ease. He shifted his weight, positioning himself perfectly for a counterattack. With a swift, powerful motion, he delivered a devastating uppercut that connected squarely with Bakugo's jaw. The impact was bone-crushing. Bakugo's head snapped back, and he was lifted off his feet by the force of the blow. He crashed to the ground, his jaw visibly broken, his body unmoving. Izuku stood over Bakugo, his expression cold and unyielding. Izuku. It's over, Katsuki. You're done. He then turned away from Bakugo, dismissing him completely. Reaching up to his earpiece, he called Uraraka. Uraraka-san, I'm done here. Let's finish this. Uraraka's voice crackled through the earpiece, filled with relief. Ochako. Thank goodness you're okay, Midoriya-kun. The bomb is on the middle floor. He soon located Uraraka, who was hidden near the weapon Iida was guarding. Ochako. Are you all right, Midoriya-kun? She asked, her eyes scanning him for any signs of injury. Izuku. I'm fine, he replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. Good job, though, he whispered, his eyes scanning the area. Iida won't be easy to get past, but we have the element of surprise. Ochako nodded, her eyes wide with anticipation. Ochako. What's the plan, Midoriya-kun? Izuku glanced at her, a small smile playing on his lips. Izuku. We'll use a combination of our quirks. I'll create a distraction, and while Iida is focused on me, you can float to the weapon. Ochako's eyes lit up with excitement. Ochako. Got it, let's do this. Izuku took a deep breath and stepped out from their hiding spot. Izuku. Hey, Iida. He called out, his voice echoing through the room. Iida turned towards him, his eyes narrowing. Tenya. Midoriya, so, you've come to face me, he declared, striking a dramatic pose. You will not succeed, because I am extremely evil. Izuku couldn't help but smirk at Iida's theatrics. Izuku. We'll see about that, Iida, he replied, his tone cold and confident. He moved swiftly, his Beowulf-enhanced speed allowing him to close the distance between them in an instant. He threw a punch aimed at Iida's midsection, but Iida was quick to react, blocking the attack with his forearm. Iida retaliated with a powerful kick, his engines roaring to life as he propelled himself forward. Izuku dodged to the side, his movements fluid and precise. Izuku. You'll have to do better than that, Iida, he taunted, his eyes glinting with determination. Meanwhile, Ochako watched the battle unfold, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew she had to time her move perfectly. As Izuku and Iida exchanged blows, she activated her quirk, making herself weightless and floating silently toward the weapon. Iida was fully focused on Izuku, his attention diverted. Izuku used this to his advantage, creating an opening for Ochako. Izuku. Now, Uraraka-san. He shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Ochako took that opportunity to use her quirk on herself and leap over Iida toward the nuclear weapon. As soon as she was close enough, she yelled. Ochako. Release. The law of gravity immediately took effect on her as she fell and hugged the top of the nuclear weapon. Ochako. Retrieved. She yelled in delight. We did it, Midoriya-kun. She exclaimed, a wide smile spreading across her as she let go of the bomb. Izuku nodded, his expression softening for a moment. Izuku. Yes, we did. Good job, Uraraka-san. All Might. Hero Team. Wins. Iida slumped in defeat, his shoulders sagging. Tenya. Well done, both of you, he said, his voice tinged with disappointment but also respect. You outsmarted me. Izuku extended a hand to Iida, helping him up. Izuku. You fought well, Iida. Don't discourage that easily. Iida nodded, accepting the lesson. Tenya. Thank you, Midoriya. Following the battle trial, Bakugo was taken to Recovery Girl for his treatment by medic bots. The trio met in the monitoring room for a report. The atmosphere was filled with amazement and respect for what they had seen. All Might stood in the front. All Might. Even as the heroes win, the MVP for this battle was young Iida. He claims surprising the students and making Iida gasp. Suyu. It's not either of the winners, Uraraka or Midoriya. She asks confused. All Might. Well. Why is that? Does anyone know? He asks. Yaoyorozu then raises her arm. Momo. Yes, Mr. All Might. That is because Iida adapted the most of the context of the training. From watching the match, it appears Bakugo acted on his own because of a personal grudge. And as Mr. All Might said earlier, it is foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors, she explains. Ajiro. But what about Midoriya and Uraraka? He asked, scratching his head. They took on Bakugo, Iida and won. Doesn't that count for something? Momo. Midoriya-san's performance was impressive, she agreed, but he could have ended the fight much earlier. Prolonging the battle posed unnecessary risks. As for Uraraka. Before the conversation could continue, Izuku stepped forward, his expression calm but resolute. Izuku. I disagree, he said, his voice carrying a quiet strength that drew everyone's attention. The real MVP should be Uraraka-san. Uraraka's eyes widened in shock, and the rest of the class turned to look at her in surprise. Ochako. Midoriya-kun. She stammered, clearly taken aback. Izuku. No offense Iida, but you were reckless, you. He said as he pointed at Iida. Move a nuclear weapon all over the place as if it were made of papier match, which it is. What if it was real? No normal person on the earth would move not just a nuclear bomb, but any bomb, in such a reckless manner. What if he accidentally hit the floor, walls, pillars, or ceiling? The bomb would go off. So when he decided to transfer that explosive all across the room like that, he just failed his mission and signed his death wish. The students again look at Izuku in silence, and Yaoyorozu is taken aback because Izuku has raised a reasonable point that she did not consider during training. Izuku. As for Uraraka-san, she showed outstanding bravery and smart thinking, he said, his tone steady. She discovered the weapon and remained hidden, ready to call for help when necessary. Her actions were key to our victory, and she remained composed and focused under pressure. All Might nodded thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling with approval. All Might. Young Midoriya makes an impressive logic, he stated. Indeed, Uraraka's assistance was vital to the mission's success. Uraraka blushed, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Ochako. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, she said softly. I couldn't have done it without you. Momo nodded in agreement. Momo. I see your point, Midoriya-san. Uraraka's contribution was indeed significant. Well done, Uraraka. Also I owe both of you an apology, she began. I was too focused on the strategic elements and failed to fully recognize the importance of your contributions to the success of the mission. Izuku shook his head, offering her a reassuring smile. Izuku. There's no need to apologize, Yaoyorozu. You made a fair assessment based on what you observed. We all have different perspectives, and that's what makes these exercises valuable for learning. Momo nodded, clearly appreciating his understanding. Momo. Thank you, Midoriya-san. But still, I want to acknowledge that you were right about Uraraka. Her actions were crucial, and I didn't give her the credit she deserved. Uraraka blushed slightly, waving her hands dismissively. Ochako. Oh, it's okay, Yaoyorozu. I didn't do anything special. Momo. No, you did, she insisted gently. And I'm grateful for the lesson and for your understanding. All Might. All right everyone, let's change locations and start the second match. He ordered. All. Yes, sir, the students responded in unison. As the announcement for the next match concluded, Bakugo entered the room. His presence was difficult to miss, not just because of the bandages covering his head, torso, and much of his body, but also because of the sheer intensity of his resolve. His jaw was noticeably swollen and bandaged, making it difficult to speak, and his ribs were tightly covered. Despite Recovery Girl's advice that he remain in the infirmary, his stubbornness had led him back to the training grounds. All Might. Young Bakugo, he acknowledged him with a nod, though concern was evident in his eyes. You should be resting. Bakugo's eyes burned with fury and determination, but he could barely speak. His words came out as a strained, almost unintelligible growl. Katsuki. And not. Q quite. Done. Yet. The rest of the class exchanged worried glances, but All Might know better than to try to dissuade Bakugo from his course. He simply nodded. All Might. Very well, but do not push yourself beyond your limits. The second match. Shoji and Todoroki vs. Ojiro and Hagakure. In Battle Building B, Team B, Shoji and Todoroki, prepared to face off against Team I, Ojiro and Hagakure. The atmosphere was tense as both teams readied themselves for the upcoming battle. All Might. Match 2. Team B are the heroes and Team I are the villains. He stated. Toru. Ojiro, I'm going to get serious. I'll take off my gloves and boots, too, she declared, her determination evident as she began to strip off her costume. Ojiro. Oh okay, he replied nervously, his face turning slightly red. Hagakure. That's the correct decision as an invisible person, but that's not great for a girl, morally speaking, he thought, his mind racing. Toru. You can't look, okay? She asked him, embarrassed. Ojiro. I can't see you even if I tried, he replied, sweat dropping. All Might. Now, let's start the second indoor 2-on-2 combat training match. He declared, and the training began. With Team B, Shoji opened his arms and created ears from the tips of his limbs, listening intently. Shoji. One in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. The other is somewhere on the same floor, they're barefoot. The invisible one is coming to ambush and capture us, huh? He explained before Todoroki walked past him. Shoto. Go outside, it's dangerous. I'm sure our opponents intended to fight a defensive battle, he told Shoji before freezing the wall and floor with his left side. But it won't work on me, he finished, then froze the entire building in an instant while Shoji headed outside, looking a little stunned. Toru. OWWW, my feet. She yelled out as her feet became stuck in the ice. Ojiro. This quirk is, he said, stunned as he too was stuck by the ice. Todoroki appeared from the door and entered the room, Ojiro moving into a fighting stance. Shoto. You can move if you want. But the skin on your feet will come off, so you won't be able to fight your best, he stated coldly as he walked past Ojiro. In the monitoring room, All Might and the students except Izuku shivered because of Todoroki's ice. All Might. He did not cause any damage to his teammate or the nuclear weapon. On top of that, he weakened the enemy, he said, shivering. Ajiro. He's so strong. He claimed, shivering. Izuku. So this is the power of Shoto Todoroki, the son of No. 2 hero. Endeavor. He thought, mused, barely fazed by cold. This year is going to be interesting. Meanwhile, Bakugo looked at the screen with shock. Back at the training grounds, Todoroki walked to the bomb and touched it. All Might. Hero team wins, he declared while Ojiro looked downhearted. Todoroki then used his right hand and released steam that melted the entire building. Ojiro. Heat, he asked, confused. Toru. It's hot, she yelled, moving around in a puddle of hot water. Shoto. Sorry, the difference in our abilities was too great, he apologized to Ojiro, then walked out of the building and met Shoji outside. Sato. Wow, he said, stunned. Suyu. As expected of someone who got in through recommendations. When All Might declared Todoroki the MVP, Izuku countered again. Izuku. It should be Shoji or Ojiro, he said. The class looked at him, puzzled. Momo. Why? She asked, genuinely curious. Izuku. Todoroki's quirk is powerful, no doubt, he explained. But Shoji's scouting was crucial in quickly finding the opponents, and Ojiro's will to fight even when overpowered displays great bravery. As for Hagakure, she was frozen before she could do anything, so Todoroki's ice was amazing, but it was Shoji and Ojiro's efforts that determined the outcome. The rest of the class whispered in agreement. All Might. Very well, he concluded, young Shoji and young Ojiro, you both performed admirably and should be proud of your efforts. Shoji and Ojiro exchanged glances, both feeling satisfaction at being recognized by fellow students and the teacher. Momo and Izuku sat back to watch each match. They discussed what each side should have done to win. It was really fun for both of them to have someone who could relate to their abilities. Soon, it was Momo's turn, and Izuku knew her team would win. Even though she was stuck with the pervert, Izuku made sure to manifest his ivory and show it off to Mineta, who was scared, before leaving. Time skip at the end of class. All Might. Good work everyone. We didn't have any major injuries other than young Bakugos, either. You guys took this seriously. You all did a good job for your first training, he claims with a thumbs up. Suyu. Having such a proper class following Mr. Aizawa's class is kind of anticlimactic, she claims with most of the students nodding in agreement. All Might. We're free to have proper classes, as well. Well then, I have another class to teach. Change and return to the classroom, he ordered, then he dashed his way through the exit. As the All Might gone, everyone gathered in small groups, discussing how tough today's training had been. Ejiro. Man, Todoroki's quirk is on another level, he said, still shivering slightly from the memory of the ice. Denki. Yeah, it was insane. And Bakugo. That explosion was something else, he added, his voice tinged with awe. Mina. I thought Midoriya was going to be roasted alive, she chimed in, shaking her head, but he just brushed it off like it was nothing. Uraraka, who had been quietly listening, couldn't help but smile. Ochako. Midoriya-kun is amazing. Just then, Izuku, who had been standing off to the side, summoned his Sword of Omen. With a swift motion, he made a plus in the air, opening a portal to the changing room. Without a word, he stepped through, leaving his classmates in stunned silence. Sero. What the hell is his quirk? He finally voiced what everyone was thinking. Kyoka. He's got some seriously cool powers, she agreed, her eyes wide with curiosity. I mean, We've seen him summon that portal before, but what is with that sword? Tsuyu. Those gauntlets he used were insane too. Kiro. She added. He was moving so fast, it was hard to keep track of him. Ojiro. Yeah, and he used those crazy martial arts moves and some kind of shadow clone technique, he said, thinking back to Izuku's fight with Bakugo. That guy is full of surprises. Mineta. Does anyone know the names of those skills? He wondered aloud. Momo. Well, we know he has a variety of skills, but he hasn't exactly given us a rundown, she said thoughtfully. Shoto. He's definitely powerful, he thought, and it's clear he's been training intensely. Bakugo, who had been watching from the back of the room, clenched his fists. Despite his injuries and the bandages covering his jaw, his eyes burned with rage. Katsuki. Damn Deku. Always showing off, he thought. After changing into their regular uniforms, a few students formally introduced themselves to Izuku. He was sitting on his chair in the classroom, seemingly lost in thought when Kirishima stepped forward with his usual wide grin. Ejiru. Hey, Midoriya. I'm Eijiro Kirishima, he said, extending his hand. You were amazing out there. The way you handled Bakugo and those skills you used were so manly. Izuku looked up, a bit surprised by the introduction and compliment. He shook Kirishima's hand. Izuku. Thanks, Kirishima. I appreciate it. Next came Mina, bouncing on her feet with excitement. Mina. Hi, I'm Mina Ishido. Seriously, Midoriya. You were like a real pro. The way you stayed so calm and strategic was awesome. Denki. Yeah, you really know how to keep your cool, he added, giving Izuku a thumbs up. I'm Denki Kaminari, by the way. I've never seen anyone walk off from an explosion like nothing. Izuku nodded, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention. Izuku. Thanks, guys. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It was intense, but I'm glad it all worked out. Kyoka. I'm Kyoka Jiru. I've gotta admit, Midoriya, you surprised us all. Those moves of yours are something else. It's like you've got a whole arsenal at your disposal. Tsuyu hopped over and tilted her head, her large eyes blinking thoughtfully. Tsuyu. I'm Tsuyu Asui, but you can call me Tsu. Kiro. Midoriya, your quirk is versatile. It's impressive how you can adapt to different situations so easily. Ojiro, who had been quietly listening, stepped forward. Ojiro. I'm Mashirao Ojiro. You were impressive out there. Izuku felt a warmth spread through him at the introductions and compliments. He wasn't used to this kind of positive attention, which was a nice change from his past experiences. Izuku. Thank you, everyone, he said sincerely. I'm just trying to do my best, like all of you. We're all here to become heroes, after all. Kirishima clapped him on the back. Ejiru. That's the spirit, man. We're all in this together. Next day. Izuku had many expectations for his time at UA, but being surrounded by the media was not one of them. He finally snapped when the barrage of questions about All Might became too much for him. Izuku. Don't any of you have anything better to do than prey on high school students? The reporters flinched at his icy tone. A determined brown-haired woman stepped forward, trying to hold her ground despite the pressure. Our job is to report the truth and the facts. The faculty won't let us in, so we're doing the next best thing. If you could just give us some information about All Might, we'll be out of your hair quickly. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his expression cold. Izuku. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? His voice was calm but carried an edge that made the reporters uneasy. I know your type. No means yes, and yes means do whatever you want. If I give you an inch, you'll take a mile. Answer one question about All Might, and you'll already have two more lined up. Neither the teachers, students, nor I have time for your pointless questions. Most of the reporters began to move away, understanding the seriousness of his remarks, but the brown-haired woman held firm, despite her shaky legs. Izuku continued, his gaze piercing. Izuku. Do you think UA and All Might should drop everything to answer every trivial question you have? The faculty are busy running a school, training future heroes, teaching future business leaders, and supporting engineers. Yet you want them to stop their important work just for you. Are you naive or just incredibly arrogant to think that? He took a step closer, his presence imposing. Let me make this clear. Your questions are a nuisance. We're here to become heroes, not to entertain your endless curiosity. So, back off. Izuku walks through the gates, not pausing to look back at the terrified reporters standing just a little farther away. Some of them even leave after hearing what Izuku stated, while the more stubborn and determined ones are terrified straight. Following Izuku's conversation with them, they do not press for answers from the students, but instead happily accept any response they receive, even if it is not important or informative. To the class, Aizawa. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the video and results, he said. Then he looked at Bakugo. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a kid, he reminded him. Katsuki. I know, he said looking away. Aizawa, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. All Might stated that you both provided good analyses of fellow students. Continue to improve such skills, they are important when working as a hero. The two called out nodded as he continued. Todoroki, this was a team exercise. Sure, your approach to the problem would have worked in an abandoned building with just villains inside, but what if there was a hostage situation? Remember that you might have to work together with others to complete a task. He sighs, as Todoroki nods as well. Now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today, I'll have you, he said flatly. I'll take another special test. They thought worried. Aizawa, decide on a class representative, he finished the sentence. It's a normal school activity. They thought relief. Ajiro, I want to be a class rep. Pick me, he yelled, raising his hand in the air. Denki, me too, he added, raising his hand. Kyoka, I want to do it, too, she said, raising her hand as well. Yuga, it's a job made for M, he started, but Mina cut him off. Mina, I'll be the leader, she said, swinging her hands. Katsuki, let me do it. Me, he yelled, raising his hand. Tenya, silence, please, he yelled, making them stop shouting and look at him. It is a position that involves a serious duty of leading others. It is not a job for anybody who wishes to take on it. It is a calling that depends on the confidence of those around you. If we want to use democracy to select a true leader, we need to hold an election to do it. He said as raised his hand. Your hand is raised the highest. They yelled together. Denki, why did you suggest that? He asked, confused. Suyu, we haven't known each other for that long, so how can we trust anyone? She added, touching her chin. Ajiro, if that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves, he said. Tenya, don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? He claimed. Izuku, Iida has a point. Even though we don't know each other well yet, voting can help us understand who the majority thinks can represent us best. It's a way to build trust. The students nodded in agreement and asked Aizawa for permission. Aizawa, I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over, he said before he fell and went to sleep. Tenya, let's get the election started, he yelled. Time skip. On the board, Izuku and Momo's names had 5 and 2 votes, respectively. Izuku, would you look at that, he commented, seeing his votes. Katsuki, why Deku, WHO voted for him, he yelled, standing up. Sero, well, it's better than voting for you, he commented. Katsuki, what did you say? He yelled while Uraraka whistled. Ochako, it'll be scary if Bakugo finds out, she thought, still whistling. Tenya, I give up, I give up. 0 votes, I knew that would happen. That is only to be expected of a person's calling, he said, frustrated. Momo, you voted for someone else, huh? She asked. Sato, but you wanted to do it, too. What are you trying to do, Iida? He asked, confused. Aizawa, okay, so your president is Midoriya and your vice president is Yaoyorozu. They are standing in front of the class. Izuku felt bad for Iida since he had his head down. Izuku, it will be fun working with you, Yaoyorozu, he said as extended out his hand. Momo, same to you, Midoriya. She smiles and shakes his hand. At lunchtime, Izuku was joined by Ochako, Iida, Momo, and Jiro at the lunch table. The rest of Class 1A was spread out among the other students in the cafeteria. Ochako. So many people, she remarked, her eyes wide as she scanned the bustling cafeteria. Tenya. Besides the hero course, there are also students from the support and business courses. We all come here for lunch, he informed while neatly eating his meal. Ochako. This rice is so good, she said, munching happily on her food, while Izuku was already running through the different responsibilities of his new position in his mind. Izuku. I don't know if I will have time, he mumbled softly, a hint of worry in his voice as he ate his lunch. Ochako. You can do it, Midoriya-kun, she smiled encouragingly across from him. Tenya. Plus, you do have Yaoyorozu you can rely on, he pointed out, gesturing to Momo, who nodded in agreement. Momo. I will help in any way, she assured, picking at her food thoughtfully. Izuku. Thank you for trusting me. I just never got voted for much in high school or anything, really, he sighed, feeling the weight of his new responsibilities. Ochako. Didn't you want to be president too, Iida? She turned to him, a bit of rice stuck on her lip before she quickly cleaned it off. Tenya. Again, ambition and suitability are different matters, he stated firmly while turning his face to the other side. Izuku chuckled softly. Izuku. Iida, you probably have more experience with the position of president than I do. So the issue is not one of suitability. Iida adjusted his glasses, considering Izuku's words. Tenya. I guess I see your point of view, however, your resolve, intelligence, and analytical abilities will benefit our class in many ways. That goes without saying that you and Yaoyorozu will be an impressive pair in your job. Ochako. Yeah, I mean, you did get first overall in the written exams, she blurted out, her tone admiring. Izuku just glared at her, not wanting that to be widely known. Kyoka. Wait, really? First overall, her eyebrows shot up in surprise. Izuku sighed. Izuku. Yeah, but it's not something I like to brag about. Tenya. That's amazing, Midoriya, he said, genuinely impressed. It just shows that you're more than capable of handling the responsibilities as class representative. Momo. And you're always so focused and determined during training. That's leadership material if I've ever seen it. Izuku. Thanks, Iida, Yaoyorozu, he replied, a small smile on his face. I appreciate the support, I'll do my. Izuku was taken aback by a chill running down his spine. Izuku. Yaoyorozu, can I trust you to take care of people here? I need to go check on something. He got up quickly, taking his plates without waiting for a response. Ochako. What does he mean by that? She asked, confused, before jumping as an alarm deafened everyone inside. Speaker. Security level 3 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. The speakers rang out, causing panic to ripple through the cafeteria. Tenya. What's security level 3? He asked a third-year student running by their table. It means someone's infiltrated the building. Hasn't happened in my 3 years. He said as kept running. Anyway, hurry up and get out of here. Momo. People are panicking, she stated, keeping a hold on the table while watching people bottleneck the exits. Did Midoriya know this was going to happen? She quickly made a microphone as Iida checked the outside. Iida ran to the window, peering outside. His eyes widened in shock. Tenya. It's the media. They've breached the school's security and are flooding the campus. Momo grabbed the microphone and addressed the crowd. Momo. Everyone, please remain calm. The breach is due to the media. There's no immediate danger, but we need to evacuate in an orderly manner. Izuku, meanwhile, was running towards the source of the decaying aura he felt near the teacher's lounge. He threw the door open, finding a figure rifling through a desk. Izuku. Who are you? He demanded, manifesting ivory at the back, ready to shoot. Oh, an NPC has found me, the figure said, tucking some papers into his hoodie jacket. Or are you more than an NPC? Izuku. Get away from the desk and drop whatever you took, he ordered, stepping forward cautiously, his eyes never leaving the intruder. See you soon, the man said, a sinister smile spread across his face as he was enveloped in a purple cloud before vanishing. Izuku felt the aura disappear along with the man, and he put his pistol away, a deep frown etched on his face. Izuku. That's not good. He quickly turned and headed back towards the cafeteria, his mind racing. Who was that, and what was he after? He knew he had to report this to the teachers immediately, but first, he had to ensure his classmates were safe. Back at the cafeteria, Momo and Iida were managing to control the crowd, guiding the students towards the exits. Ochako was using her quirk to help move the heavier obstacles out of the way, clearing a path. Tenya. Midoriya, he called out, spotting Izuku as he returned. What happened? Izuku paused for a moment, considering how much to reveal. Izuku. I didn't see much, he said, opting for a half-truth. I thought I saw something suspicious, but it was nothing. The teachers are handling it now. Iida nodded, though his brow furrowed in concern. Tenya. All right, let's focus on getting everyone to safety. Izuku joined in, helping to direct the flow of students until the evacuation was complete. Once everyone was outside and accounted for, the teachers began to take over, ensuring the safety and order of the students. Aizawa approached Izuku as the crowd began to calm down. Aizawa. Midoriya, you said you saw something suspicious. Izuku. Yes, sensei, he replied, keeping his voice low so as not to alarm the nearby students. I saw a man going through the teachers' desks. He took some papers and then vanished. I think he used some kind of teleportation quirk. Aizawa's expression darkened. Aizawa. We'll investigate this further. Good work, Midoriya. Go back to your class and make sure everyone is accounted for. Izuku nodded, heading back to his classroom, but a thought was struck in his mind. Izuku. Is someone trying to declare war on us? The next day. Aizawa. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and one more person, he said, surprising the students. Izuku. 3 teachers. Did they find out what that villain was searching for? He thought. Sero. Excuse me, what we'll be doing? He asks, raising his hand. Aizawa holds a card with the word, rescue, written on it. Aizawa. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training, he explains. Denki. Rescue looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too. He groaned. Mina. Right, she agreed. Ajiro. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. He corrected them. My arms are ready to rumble. He claims, clenching his fists. Suyu. No one can beat me in water, hero. Aizawa. Hey, I'm not done. He said, and the students became silent. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time, because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities, too. He explained, then pressed a button and the costume rack appeared from the wall. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready, he added, then he walked out. Outside, Iida asked Izuku for permission to manage their classmates' boarding of the bus in an orderly manner, but the open seating setup ruined his plan, much to the delight of most of the class. Izuku patted the taller man on the back, calming him while the other students chuckled. Inside the bus, as Aizawa slept at the front of the bus, the students began to pass the time with a short talk. As they went along the road, Izuku couldn't help but be concerned. His gut was screaming at him to prepare for a fight. Suyu. I say whatever comes to mind, Midoriya-chan, she said as faced Izuku. Izuku. Yes, Su. He replies. Suyu. What is your quirk? That simple question made everyone inside the bus fall silent as they wanted to know the answer, mainly Katsuki and surprisingly Aizawa. Izuku paused, feeling the weight of everyone's expectations. He took a deep breath before answering. Izuku. It's called Ready Player One. My quirk allows me to access a game-like interface where I can level up, gain skills, and equip different items. Think of it as a real-life RPG. Ochako. Wow, that's amazing, Midoriya-kun. So you can gain different abilities and skills like a video game character. Izuku. Yes, I can also summon weapons and items that I've earned or purchased through the interface. It's like having an entire arsenal at my disposal, depending on how I've progressed in my game. Suyu. That sounds really useful, Midoriya-chan. Do you have any limitations? Izuku. Not really. I can keep leveling up and gaining new abilities with only stamina loss. The shock on everyone's faces was palpable. A quirk with only stamina loss was almost unheard of. Iida. Fascinating. So your quirk is essentially a continuous learning and adaptation process. Izuku only nodded, while Aizawa, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. Aizawa. It's a powerful quirk, Midoriya, but remember that with great power comes great responsibility. Use it wisely and continue to grow, both as a person and a hero. Katsuki could barely contain his fury as he glared at Izuku. He wanted to scream, to punch something, to do anything to vent his frustration. The rest of the class watched, caught between awe and tension. Mina. So, you've only had this quirk for a year, Midoriya. Izuku. Yes, I've spent every day training and learning how to use it effectively. Denki. Dude, that's insane. How did you get so strong so fast? Izuku. I pushed myself to the limit every single day. It wasn't easy, but I had to catch up to everyone else. Momo. It's remarkable, Midoriya. To achieve so much in such a short time, you truly have an exceptional quirk. Ochako, sitting next to Momo, couldn't help but smile at him. Ochako. You know, Midoriya-kun, I think you're going to make an incredible hero. Izuku. Thanks, Uraraka-san. That means a lot. Finally, Katsuki snapped. Katsuki. Why do you always have to praise this damn nerd? He is just a loser with cheat quirk. The sudden outburst caused Uraraka to flinch while the bus fell silent. Izuku's eyes turned icy blue, and he felt a cold fury rising within him. He had had enough of Katsuki's bullying and disrespect, especially toward his friend. Without a word, Izuku activated his bloodlust skill. The air around Katsuki grew heavy and oppressive, a palpable sense of danger emanating from him. Katsuki's eyes widened, his bravado faltering for the third time. Izuku then pointed his hand at Katsuki, summoning his mirage blades. Several ethereal swords materialized around Katsuki's throat, hovering menacingly close to his skin. Izuku. That's enough, Katsuki. If you can't keep a civil tongue, then I'll have to shut you up myself. He stated coldly. Katsuki's breath hitched, his fiery temper subdued by the sight of the blades and the deadly monster behind Izuku's back. Katsuki. Why you wouldn't dare. Izuku's gaze hardened. Izuku. Try me. The tension was thick in the air, and everyone on the bus was frozen in shock. Even Aizawa opened his eyes fully, taking in the scene with a critical eye. Aizawa. Midoriya, that's enough. Bakugo, keep your comments to yourself. This is a class, not a battleground. Izuku nodded, his gaze still locked onto Katsuki's, before dismissing the mirage blades. The atmosphere lightened slightly, but the message was clear. Izuku was not someone to be trifled with. The class exchanged nervous glances, the display of power a clear reminder of how powerful Izuku had become. Ochako. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. She said softly. Izuku. Anytime, Uraraka-san. Aizawa. We're here, he said as he was already at the front of the vehicle, stepping out and instructing the students to exit. They all got off the bus to find an enormous circular building, followed by someone dressed in a large space suit. Hello there, everyone. I've been waiting for you. Ochako. The space hero. 13. The brave pro who has saved thousands of people all in 1 year. She said in full fangirl mode. She is my favorite hero. 13. Thank you for the pleasant beginning, students. Welcome to Japan's most advanced rescue training facility. She returned her attention to the building. This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, short for USJ. Let's go inside, and I'll show you what you'll be working with. The hero turned around and stepped inside, followed by Class 1A. The 20 students stopped as 13 turned around near the top of the steps to address them. 13. Welcome to the USJ. We have 6 different divisions here to help you train to rescue people in a variety of circumstances. The hero directed his finger to the kids' right. From left to right, we have the Storm Zone, the Flood Zone, the Fire Zone, the Mountain Zone, the Landslide Zone, and the Ruins Zone. Once you have approval, you can go down these steps behind me to one of these zones. Once you have approval, you can go down these steps behind me to one of these zones. All. This is like Universal Studio of Japan. Aizawa. 13, where's All Might? He's supposed to be here, the homeroom teacher asked. 13. Ah, about that. She held up 3 fingers before continuing in a lower voice. It seems that he overdid it on hero work on the way here and he already reached his limit. He's currently resting at the lounge back at UA. Aizawa let out a tired sigh. Aizawa. That idiot. He should know better. There is nothing we can do now. We've to start training without him. 13. Before we go, I have 2 points to make. She held 2 fingers before raising 2 more. Or 3, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7. All of the class sweat dropped. All. That's too many fingers. 13. I'm sure you're all aware of my quirk, black hole. I can suck up anything and turn it into dust. She explained her quirk. Ochako. You've used that quirk to save people from an assortment of disasters. 13. Yes, but it is a powerful ability that can easily kill. Some of you have quirks like that, don't you? She responded. None of the students responded, although many subconsciously toward Izuku, who was glaring toward his fist. Personal quirks have been certified and strictly regulated in a superhuman society, so that doesn't appear to be a problem at first appearance. Please keep in mind that several quirks can quickly kill with one wrong step. I believe you have seen the dangers of using those powers against others thanks to All Might's battle training. This lesson is a new beginning. You will learn how to use your quirks to help others. You lack the skills that are necessary to cause harm to others. I hope you leave here with an understanding that you can help others. That's all there is to it. Thank you for taking the time to listen. She finished her speech with a bow. The students clapped when she finished her speech. Ochako. This is why 13 is my favorite hero. She clapped enthusiastically. Tenya. Bravo, miss, bravo. He was possibly overly excited. Ajiro. So manly, he said as shed manly tears. Aizawa. We'll divide you into groups for the day. Instead of dividing you into 7, 7, and 6 categories, we'll divide you into 10 and 10. You're with 13 if you sit in the 2 rows closest to the entryway, other. He was cut off by lights flickering in the dome. Izuku glances forward to see the same purple mist that had appeared the day before, this time opening in the center of the dome beside a fountain. Izuku sees one hand emerge, then another cover up a villain's face. Izuku. The same decaying aura. Izuku begins to approach the edge, focusing solely on the villains as they emerge from the warp. He lost count as other villains appeared, but his gaze remained fixed on the main 3, who emitted an immense aura. Ajiro. No way, they have fake villains. Aizawa. Stay together. 13. Protect the students. Those are real villains. This student's eyes widened in shock. Tamura Shigaraki, the only heroes I see are Eraserhead and 13 according to the schedule we retrieved, All Might should be here. A villain made of purple mist pointed out as he and the other villains were wondering where the symbol of peace might be as they expected him to be here. Shigaraki. Where is he? I went to the bother of bringing this entire group. All Might. The symbol of peace. I wasn't expecting that he's not here. I am wondering if he'll come if we kill a few kids. The man with the hands all over his body said with malice in his tone, angry that All Might wasn't present. And it wouldn't surprise him if he killed innocent students to lure the symbol of peace, given his lack of regard for human life. When Izuku heard this, he tightened his fists and his knuckles turned white. Izuku. What did he say? He'd slaughter my friends only to get All Might to come here. How dare he? The idea of his fellow students dying at the hands of these scumbags angered him to the core. He wasn't about to sit back and let them do whatever they wanted. At the same time he got emergency quest. An emergency quest has activated. There are players who have killing intent towards you in the area. Slay them, push them back, or defeat them to ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, there will be a penalty. Number of players to kill, push back, defeat, 72. Number of players killed, retreated, defeated, 0. Izuku. At the very least, it allows me to push back or defeat them rather than simply killing them. But it does not mean I will spare them. He thought angrily, before advancing forward. Shoto. Midoriya, step back. I'll deal with the villains while you stay with the others. You are the class representative here. So help 13 to evacuate your classmates. Momo. Sensei. What about the intruder detecting sensors? 13. Of course, we have them, but... Shoto. Did they only appear here or elsewhere in the school? In any case, if the sensors aren't reacting, it indicates they have someone with a quirk who can do that. During a time when a class is scheduled to be here, a special section is separated from the main campus. They may be fools, but they are not stupid. This surprise attack was carefully planned with a specific plan in mind. Aizawa. 13. Start the evacuation. Contact the school. Make sure they are safe. These villains even had a method to disable the sensors. Someone with radio wave abilities could be interfering. As he turned to face Denki, he said, Kaminari, you, too, try contacting the school with your quirk. Denki. Yes sir. Izuku. Wait a minute Mr. Aizawa, what about you? Are you going to try to battle them all by yourself? With that many, even if you can erase their quirks. Eraserhead's fighting style is captured after erasing the enemy's quirk. A head-on assault would put you at a disadvantage. Aizawa. You can't be a pro by being a one-trick pony, Midoriya. Izuku. But it isn't the point. I know you can take on most of these goons on your own based on how they look, but the three at the end, especially the bird brain, may cause you trouble. Please, for the love of God, avoid any contact with him. He said it mentally while gritting his teeth since he knew Aizawa would have trouble if the beast attacked him. Aizawa. 13, I'll leave it to you. 13 nodded her head and started to evacuate the students. Aizawa then jumped down the stairs and lunged toward the mob of villains. Let's go, shooting squad. As they saw Aizawa descend towards them, the villain with holes in his fingertips said. Didn't the information we provided indicate it would be 13 in All Might? Who is that? A female villain, with long gray hair floating upward, said, underestimating Eraserhead and the other thugs. I'm not sure, but if he believes he can take us out from a distance on his own, he's a complete moron. Another villain stated as they were getting ready to kill the teacher. Eraserhead responded by activating his quirk, turning his eyes blood red and staring at all of the villains in his line of sight. One of the villains attempted to shoot from his fingertips but became confused as to why his quirk was not working. My quirk. The bullets aren't coming out. The other two villains had the same problem since their quirks were not responding. Aizawa took advantage of the situation by grabbing all three of them with his scarf and throwing them into each other, effectively knocking them out cold. He's Eraserhead, you idiot. He can get rid of quirks simply by looking at them. Erase. Will he take away the quirks of heteromorphic type villains like us? A gigantic villain with numerous arms wrapped around his body made of some kind of stone stated and charged toward Eraserhead. Aizawa. I'm afraid I can't. He said this as he dodged his strike and hit him in the face with his fist. But the skill sets of men like you. He wrapped his scarf around the villain's leg as he dodged another villain's attack and countered it with a kick, are much more likely to show themselves during close combat. He tossed the villain he had wrapped around his scarf onto a swarm of goons and caused him to fall on them, slaying all of them immediately, so I've taken defensive measures. As he easily pushed the cannon fire minions, he stated confidently. Tamura. He's also skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and because he's wearing goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's deleting. He's also skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and because he's wearing goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's deleting. When he battles against a group, it makes it more difficult for them to work together. He said this as he saw Eraserhead beat his goons. He realized that a pro at his level was far superior to the low-level villains he had brought with him. I see. That's why I hate pro heroes. Because the masses have no chance against them. Back to the students. As they reached the exit, a purple mist expanded in size in front of them. I'm not going to let you go away, he said as he appeared in their way. Aizawa. Oh no, I only blinked once, and the one who appeared to be the greatest trouble escaped. Crap, he was thinking as he was surrounded by a swarm of villains who were blocking him from going anywhere else. It's an honor to meet you. We are the League of Villains and my name is Kurogiri. We may seem rude, but we have welcomed ourselves into the House of Heroes, UA High School, to witness the death of All Might, the symbol of peace. The atmosphere was silent after the words of the villain formed by a dark and purple mist, with glowing yellow eyes that made him look intimidating. Kurogiri. Our sources told us he would be here. Was there a schedule change? He said with an elegant and even formal voice that did not sit well with the students and the hero. 13. Everyone, back off, I'll handle this. She said, pointing her hand at the villain, but 2 students ignored the order and attacked the villain. Katsuki. Die, he said, launching an explosion at the mist while Kirishima threw a punch, hoping to damage the villain. Ha, you're just a third-rate extra, he said with an arrogant smile. Kirishima. You didn't expect us to attack, did you? He said with a small smile as well. Some felt relieved, thinking the villain had been captured, but neither Todoroki nor Midoriya, much less 13, let their guard down. Kurogiri. Well, that was dangerous, he said, revealing himself and showing he had not been harmed. 13. Quickly, you two, fall back, she said alarmed, but the students didn't listen to her. Kurogiri. All of you are golden eggs, so you should not be underestimated. The mist moved toward both students, and although they tried to resist, they were absorbed by it and disappeared from the place. Mina. Kirishima, she shouted, worried about her friend. Kurogiri. My mission is to separate and torture you all to death. Once more, the mist spread and absorbed several students. Izuku had easily dodged the mist coming towards him but saw how Uraraka was about to be absorbed, so he pushed her out of the mist but was captured in return. Uraraka. Midoriya-kun, she shouted, worried, but the boy only gave her a small smile. Izuku. Take care, Uraraka-san, he said before being completely absorbed by the mist. In the blink of an eye, Izuku appeared in the air, falling rapidly due to gravity. Upon seeing water below him, so in the air, he took a diving position to lessen the impact of the water on his body. When he hit the water, he saw a villain with a shark-like appearance swimming quickly towards him. It's nothing personal, kid. Now die. But his mouth and several of his teeth were shattered by a kick from Izuku. When Izuku was about to swim to the surface, a tongue wrapped around his waist, but recognizing the quirk, he let himself be pulled to the surface, where he saw Tsuyu and Mineta on a boat. The girl used her tongue to lift the boy onto the boat with ease. Izuku. Thanks for that, Tsuyu. The girl nodded. Tsuyu. No problem, Midoriya-chan, but I think we should focus on how to escape from here, hero. Izuku nodded and took a quick look around, confirming that, as he suspected, they were in the shipwreck zone. Mineta. What do we do now? We're surrounded by villains, he stammered, visibly terrified. Izuku. We need a plan. Mineta. Wait, wouldn't it be better to wait for All Might to come and rescue us? He said, fearful of the villains. Izuku. I don't think that's a reliable option. He pointed to the water surrounding the boat, and they could see many villains emerging from it, looking eager to kill them. Tsuyu. It doesn't seem like they will leave us alone, hero. She said, apparently calm but a bit nervous. Izuku. I think we should prepare to leave. He shared his opinion while thinking of a plan. Although it seems they don't have much information about us. This confused Asui and Mineta. Tsuyu. Why do you say that, Midoriya-chan, hero? Izuku. Because if they knew, for example, your quirks, they would have sent you to the fire zone, Tsuyu. The girl thought about it, and it made sense since her quirk gave her an advantage in the water, but something caught Asui's attention. Tsuyu. He knows our quirks. She thought, somewhat surprised, as she had never told him, and from the way he spoke, it seemed he knew. Mineta. Why are you talking so calmly? We can't fight those villains, it's better to wait for All Might to save us. Izuku. Mineta, that villain before said their goal was to kill All Might. Do you think they came without having a plan or some weapon to kill him? The idea that the villains could kill All Might scared Mineta even more, and he started crying. Mineta. We're going to die. He screamed in panic but was silenced when the girl slapped him. Tsuyu. You're a coward. Do you want to be a hero? She said without hesitation and with calmness. Mineta. Shut up, how are you two so calm in this situation? He still scared. Izuku. Don't you remember? A hero must remain calm at all times, especially in times of crisis. That's what Aizawa-sensei told us. Also, a hero's job is to face danger head-on, not run away from it. Now, do you want to be a hero, or do you want to be a burden? His stern words made Mineta stop crying and think. As for escape, I have some tricks up on my sleeves. Meanwhile, with the villains in the water a few moments earlier. Hey, when are we going to kill those brats? He asked the guy next to him. Patience, we shouldn't underestimate them. They're UA students for a reason, he replied. I'm going to crush them. He said and was about to use his quirk but saw a white-haired boy approaching the edge of the boat and jumped. Izuku activated his water-walking skill, stepping onto the water's surface with ease. The villains, seeing this, grew cocky. Look at this idiot. Does he think he can walk on water and fight us? Let's show him how wrong he is. As the villains began to move towards him, Izuku raised his hand, channeling his mana into his left hand. Izuku, you shouldn't underestimate me. Chidori. A burst of electricity surged from his hand, spreading through the water and electrocuting all the villains within range. The screams of the villains echoed across the shipwreck zone. Villains. AAAAARRRRGHHH. The collective cry of all the villains in the water filled the air before they fell unconscious. Tsuyu and Mineta watched in awe as Izuku walked back near the boat, the water rippling beneath his feet. Tsuyu. That was amazing, Midoriya-chan, Kiro. Mineta. Why yeah, you saved us. He said, still shaken but now with a newfound respect for Izuku. Izuku. Let's move quickly. We need to regroup with the others and make sure everyone's safe. Stay close and be ready for anything. She used her tongue to wrap around Mineta and jumped with all her strength, allowing them to cover a large part of the lake without many problems. When they landed in the water, she released Mineta and the three started swimming, or running in Izuku's case, to the shore, although Mineta struggled to keep up with their pace. When they arrived, they noticed how Eraserhead was still fighting the villains. Although he was winning, Izuku could see that he was getting tired and that the time he used his quirk was decreasing. Izuku. He won't last much longer against so many, but... He looked in the direction where three villains were standing, the one with the mist, the blue-haired one with hands all over his body, and the one with a bird beak. Those three are the most dangerous, but I think Sensei can still hold on a bit. Izuku came out of his thoughts when he saw a yellow light similar to the lightning of one of his classmates in the distance. Izuku. That lightning looks like Kaminari's, so they must be in the mountain zone. He thought about what action to take. On one hand, he could try to help his sensei along with Tsuyu and Mineta, but Kaminari was also his friend and couldn't leave him to his fate. After reflecting for a few seconds, he spoke. Izuku. Tsuyu, Mineta, stay here and help Aizawa-sensei if he needs it. He said as he stood up. Tsuyu. What are you doing? She questioned, ignoring Mineta, who was complaining beside her. Izuku. I'm going to look for some of our classmates, and if I find any, I'll come back with them. Without waiting for a response, he used sprint skill on water and ran as fast as he could. In the mountain zone, minutes earlier, the situation was far from ideal. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari were surrounded by multiple villains. Although they were holding their ground for now, Momo knew they wouldn't last long. She focused on creating something to avoid getting hurt by Kaminari's quirk. Momo. Jiro, we need to keep them at bay. Kaminari, try to hold back a bit. Your full power might hurt us too, she said, handing Kyoka a pair of sound amplifiers she had just created. Kyoka. Got it, let's do this, Kaminari. She plugged her earphone jacks into the amplifiers, ready to unleash a powerful sound wave. Denki. I'll try, but there are too many of them. He said, charging his electricity. Here we go, he shouted as he unleashed a massive discharge of electricity, causing the villains to scream in pain as they were electrocuted. However, the exertion was too much for him. His eyes glazed over, and he entered his dumb mode, a side effect of overusing his quirk. If the situation was not serious, Kyoka would laugh at his actions. Seeing an opportunity, a villain with a quirk that allowed him to tunnel underground decided to take advantage of Denki's vulnerable state. He tunneled beneath the ground quickly and silently, emerging directly below Denki with a sinister grin on his face, ready to strike. "You're mine, brat," he snarled, raising a fist to attack. Suddenly, a series of kunai embedded themselves in the ground around Denki, forming a circle. In an instant, Izuku appeared, having used his warp daggers to teleport. His expression was cold, eyes burning with fury. "Izuku, you picked the wrong target," he said in a low, menacing voice. Izuku's first move was swift and precise. He grabbed the villain's wrist mid-strike, twisting it with such force that a sickening crack was heard, causing the villain to scream in pain. Arg! Izuku didn't give him a chance to recover. With his other hand, he delivered a powerful punch to the villain's gut, knocking the wind out of him. The villain doubled over, gasping for air. "Izuku, stay down," he growled, delivering a knee strike to the villain's face. The force of the blow sent the villain reeling backward, blood spraying from his nose. As the villain tried to regain his footing, Izuku's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. He drew another warp dagger and threw it at the ground just behind the stumbling villain. Teleporting instantly, Izuku appeared behind him and delivered a devastating elbow strike to the back of the villain's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. The villain tried to crawl away, but Izuku was relentless. He teleported again, landing directly in front of the villain, and grabbed him by the collar, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. "Izuku, I told you to stay down," he hissed, before slamming the villain into the ground with incredible force, creating a small crater upon impact. The villain lay there, barely conscious, groaning in pain. "And if you ever touch my friends again, you won't get off this easy," he added, his voice icy. "Kyoka. Midoriya," she called out in relief, but her voice was cut off by the approach of more villains. Izuku stood, turning his cold gaze toward the new threats. There were at least a dozen villains, each looking more menacing than the last. But Izuku didn't falter, his resolve only hardened. "Izuku, stay behind me. I'll handle this." He launched another warp dagger, teleporting instantly to the midst of the villains. His movements were a blur, each action precise and lethal. He struck the first villain with a spinning kick to the head, sending him crashing into his comrades. "What the hell? Get him!" They charged at him, but Izuku was relentless. He ducked under a wild punch, countering with an uppercut that snapped the villain's head back. With a quick pivot, he swept another villain's legs out from under him and delivered a punishing stomp to his chest. Two more villains came at him from either side. Izuku hurled a warp dagger between them, teleporting to the dagger's location and catching both off guard. He grabbed the heads of both villains and slammed them together with a resounding crack, leaving them unconscious. A villain with a quirk that produced fire hurled a torrent of flames at Izuku. In response, Izuku threw a warp dagger into a cliff above, teleporting out of harm's way. He landed on the cliff upside down, then immediately leapt off, dropping down on the fire user with a powerful axe kick that knocked him out cold. "He's too fast." Izuku didn't slow down. He moved from one villain to the next with relentless efficiency. He caught a punch, twisted the villain's arm behind his back, and used him as a shield against another villain's attack. With a swift throw, he sent the human shield crashing into his comrade, knocking both down. The last three villains, seeing their comrades fall so easily, tried to retreat, but Izuku was faster. He teleported in front of them, blocking their escape. "Izuku, leaving so soon?" He lashed out with a series of rapid punches and kicks, each one finding its mark with brutal precision. He dodged a knife swipe, disarming the villain and using the kunai to cut through the bindings on the next one's weapon. The last villain attempted to use his quirk to create a barrier, but Izuku's warp daggers allowed him to bypass it effortlessly. Within moments, all the villains were incapacitated, either unconscious or writhing on the ground in pain. Izuku stood amidst the fallen enemies. "Momo. That was incredible," she said, awe in her voice. "Izuku. We need to move. We can't stay here." He quickly lifted Kaminari, who was still out of it, and slung his arm over his shoulder. "Follow me." He started running at a moderate speed so as not to leave the girls behind, and they followed him without hesitation. "Momo. Where are we going, Midoriya-san?" "Izuku. To the central area, I left Tsuyu and Mineta there." He explained without losing his pace. "Kyoka. You left them alone?" she asked, confused. Izuku. Yes, when I saw Kaminari's lightning from a distance, I decided to come alone since I'm the fastest, and that way, they stayed to watch or, if necessary, help Aizawa-sensei. He explained to the girls, who nodded in understanding. They kept moving until they reached the central area of the building and then they saw it. Their sensei, Eraserhead, was being held by the exposed brain villain with both his arms broken, while the blue-haired villain had discovered Tsuyu and Mineta and was lunging at them with a sadistic smile that even the hand on his face couldn't hide. Izuku could see the terrified expressions of Tsuyu and Mineta as the villain approached to touch them with his hand, so he assumed it had something to do with his quirk. He stopped thinking and threw the dagger with all his might. For Tsuyu, everything happened very quickly. Minutes after Midoriya had left, everything had slowly gone down the drain. At first, their teacher seemed more exhausted than before, so the villain with hands all over his body wanted to take advantage and attack him. Initially, it looked like Aizawa had been able to defend himself, but that changed when she saw the skin on his elbow and part of his arm rot or disintegrate as if it was nothing when the villain's hand touched him. After that, Aizawa-sensei was forced to fight with one of his arms broken, and although it seemed like he could hold on, once again everything went down the drain when the bird-beaked villain moved faster than anyone could see and immobilized Aizawa effortlessly while breaking his other arm as if it were nothing. She had heard the villains talking after that. One of her classmates had managed to leave to get reinforcements, which had angered the villain with a hand on his face. Her classmate Mineta had felt hopeful when the villain said they should retreat, but she suspected they wouldn't leave just like that. Unfortunately, her suspicions were confirmed when the villain looked in her direction and moved faster than any of them could react, with his hand inches from her. She knew what would happen when the villain's hand touched her, so knowing she couldn't dodge, she closed her eyes, hoping it wouldn't hurt. She felt sad and full of regrets, regretting not being able to see her mother and father or her dear younger siblings again. A tear slid down her face. But time passed, and she didn't feel pain. Instead, she heard several sounds, and something liquid seemed to splash on her face, so with fear, she slowly opened her eyes, and then she saw it. In front of her stood Izuku, with his right arm holding a kunai that was covered in what she assumed was blood. In front of Midoriya was the dark-skinned villain, who had a bleeding cut across his entire chest but seemed to be regenerating, and behind him was the blue-haired villain, though she could see the surprised look in the villain's eyes behind the hand covering his face. When Tsuyu closed her eyes, Izuku threw a kunai and teleported. When he appeared in front of the blue-haired villain, putting himself between him and Tsuyu, he attacked with his kunai to cut off the villain's right hand. But the dark-skinned villain had released Aizawa and had positioned himself as a human shield, protecting the blue-haired villain and taking the cut across his chest. Despite this, his eyes showed no emotion, not even pain. Part of his blood had splashed on the green-haired girl and Izuku, but the latter didn't seem affected. Instead, noticing the villain's regeneration, Izuku jumped and kicked his face but was surprised when, despite his kick hitting, it didn't seem to affect him at all, not even moving his head an inch. Quickly recovering from his surprise, he took Tsuyu and Mineta, his kunai disappeared and ran towards Aizawa's body. Izuku. Tsuyu, grab him. The girl recovered from her shock and, understanding what the boy meant, used her tongue to grab Aizawa and move away. While she jumped, holding Aizawa with her tongue, and Izuku ran, carrying Mineta, they approached where Momo and Kyoka were. Momo. Tsuyu-san, are you okay? She asked, worried when she saw the blood on the girl's face. Tsuyu. Don't worry, this blood isn't mine. Momo created a handkerchief to clean the girl's stained face, and when she was about to do the same for Izuku, Aizawa spoke. Aizawa. Don't waste time. Run and leave me, I'll hold them off. He spoke with effort, exhausted, with his eyes at their limit from the constant use of his quirk and his two arms broken. Izuku. Escape, I doubt it, that villain is very fast from what I saw, besides. He scowled as he turned towards the villains. What kind of hero would I be if I abandoned my teacher to his death? The girls felt inspired by the Izuku's words. Mineta. You can't fight that thing, it's too strong. He said, with fear and tears in his eyes. Izuku. It's indeed strong, and that's why I doubt I can defeat it, unless I stop holding back. He looked at Aizawa before speaking. Aizawa-sensei, According to UA's laws, paragraph 302 of Article 5, I request authorization to use lethal force. Aizawa and the students familiar with that paragraph widened their eyes in surprise. That paragraph stated that if students were in a life or death situation, the supervising hero could authorize them to use lethal force, meaning they could attack with the intent to kill. Multiple thoughts raced through Aizawa's mind as he considered the possibilities and potential consequences. He knew they didn't have much time and had no plan to protect the students, so he silently prayed he wouldn't regret this decision in the future. Aizawa. Listen, I'm Shota Aizawa, codename Eraser Head. As a UA's teacher, I permit you to use lethal force if necessary. He said with effort. Izuku. All of you, head to the entrance and support our classmates and stay away. Momo. You plan to fight alone. She said, worried. Kyoka. No way, we won't leave you to your fate. She said, echoing her friend, but the next words from Izuku, though they might sound insensitive, were realistic. Izuku. If you don't leave, you'll only get in my way. The girls were surprised and hurt by those words, but after seeing his fight, they knew he was right. Momo. All right, but please take care of yourself. The boy nodded, still focused on the villains. Kyoka. You better not lose. She said worriedly. Suyu. Since we can't stop you, you should know that the villain with blue hair, from what I overheard, is named Shigaraki Tamura, and his quirk seems to allow him to disintegrate whatever he touches with his hands. Izuku nodded, committing the new information to memory. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be back. He turned to smile at his classmates and sensei one last time before running towards the villains with Sword of Omen in katana mode in the left hand. As Izuku left, the hero students took Aizawa and the still dumb Kaminari with them. Izuku stopped a few meters away from the villains and noticed Shigaraki glaring at him with anger, scratching his neck with force using only 4 fingers, a detail Izuku noticed. Shigaraki. You almost cut off my hand. He shouted furiously, but Izuku remained calm. Izuku. And you almost killed my friend with your quirk. I'd say we're even, he said coldly without lowering his guard. Shigaraki. You're that NPC from the teacher's lounge. But I don't like you, you're annoying. Nomu. Kill him, he ordered the villain now known as Nomu. The speed at which the creature moved was astonishing, but Izuku easily dodged. Izuku moved his body, dodging Nomu's punch. He manifested his mirage edge, cutting Nomu's body. But like before, it showed no sign of pain, so Izuku kicked it, pushing himself away from it. Once again, he noticed the villain hadn't moved an inch from his kick. Izuku. Earlier, I saw it had regeneration, but it also seems to have some quirks to absorb, or rather, it nullifies normal impact punches. He thought while dodging Nomu's attacks. Shigaraki. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Nomu is made to kill All Might. Compared to him, you're just a little prey. Those words put a psychotic smile on Izuku's face. Izuku. Made to kill All Might, you say? Don't make me laugh. Shigaraki lost his smile upon hearing his amused voice. Someone as pathetic as you could never kill anyone as long as I am here. Besides, if this is your idea of a monster, then you haven't seen a true nightmare yet. At this last line, Shigaraki felt a chill on his spine as he shouted. Shigaraki. Nomu, what are you waiting for? Kill this brat already. As the Nomu lunged at him with a ferocious roar, Izuku moved with lightning speed. He sidestepped the beast's massive fist, using the momentum to slip under its guard. In a fluid motion, he brought the Sword of Omen up in a precise, controlled arc, deflecting the Nomu's attack with the flat of the blade. The parry not only redirected the force of the Nomu's strike but also left it momentarily off balance, creating the perfect opening. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku used an upward slash and launched Nomu and himself into the air. With the Sword of Omen in katana mode, he began a series of rapid, upward slashes. Each movement was a blur, the blade slicing through the Nomu's flesh with deadly precision. The force of his strikes lifted the Nomu off its feet, carrying it skyward as Izuku continued his relentless assault. The Nomu's body convulsed under the barrage, unable to react to the flurry of attacks. Each of the 7 upward slashes cut deeply into the Nomu's torso and arms, blood spraying with every strike. Reaching the apex of his ascent, Izuku sheathed the Sword of Omen momentarily. His eyes narrowed, and with a single, fluid motion, he drew the blade in a perfect horizontal slash and used the move Judgment Cut. The air around him seemed to ripple as the energy of the strike created a spatial rift. This invisible blade cut through the Nomu's body with surgical precision, leaving a deep, gaping wound that the creature's regeneration struggled to heal. Without pausing, Izuku executed a swift maneuver, teleporting himself directly beneath the Nomu using warp daggers. The Nomu, disoriented and heavily wounded, began to plummet back toward the ground. As the Nomu fell, Izuku prepared for his next strike. Channeling his energy into the Sword of Omen in sword form, he performed a powerful horizontal slash. The blade glowed with a brilliant light, and as it connected with the Nomu, a wave of energy exploded outward, creating a devastating dimensional slash. This attack tore through the Nomu's body, further compounding the damage and leaving it vulnerable. Summoning his doppelganger, a blue shadowy figure identical to himself, Izuku initiated a coordinated assault. Both he and his doppelganger executed rapid slashes, their movements perfectly synchronized. The Nomu was caught in a whirlwind of blades, each strike landing with binding speed and precision. The doppelganger's 12 slashes and Izuku's own 12 slashes hit the Nomu's chest, shoulders, and legs. The combined onslaught overwhelmed the creature, its regenerative abilities unable to keep up with the sustained damage. Izuku extended his hand, summoning the mirage blades. These ethereal swords appeared around him, shimmering with a ghostly light. With a command, he sent them raining down on the Nomu in a relentless barrage. The blades pierced the Nomu's flesh from all directions, each strike delivering a devastating blow. 20 mirage blades struck the Nomu, 10 in the back and 10 in the front. The creature writhed in agony, unable to defend against the onslaught. As the doppelganger vanished, Izuku executed a final, powerful slash, leaving a deep, glowing wound in the Nomu's torso. He sheathed the Sword of Omen once more, his body radiating with power. In one swift motion, he drew the blade again in a judgment cut, creating multiple spatial rifts that converged on the Nomu. The invisible blades tore through the creature, leaving it disoriented and heavily damaged. Izuku summoned additional mirage blades, directing them to converge on the Nomu. Simultaneously, he executed an air trick, teleporting himself into the air above the creature. The mirage blades struck from all directions, pinning the Nomu in place. 8 mirage blades hit the Nomu's limbs and torso. In mid-air, Izuku prepared for his next move. While airborne, Izuku brought the Sword of Omen down in a powerful, cleaving strike. The blade cut through the Nomu's flesh, driving it back toward the ground. The force of the attack was immense, creating a shockwave that further destabilized the creature. As the Nomu crashed to the ground, Izuku switched to Beowulf. With Beowulf enhancing his strength, Izuku launched himself at the Nomu. He delivered a devastating uppercut, his fist glowing with energy. The force of the blow lifted the Nomu off its feet, sending it skyward once more. The creature's body convulsed under the impact, unable to defend against the sheer power of the attack. As the Nomu began to descend, Izuku executed a side roll to get the other side of the beast. He then launched into a spinning kick, known as the lunar phase, his leg arcing gracefully through the air before connecting with the Nomu's side. Each of the 2 spinning kicks struck the Nomu's ribs, creating deep indentations. The impact sent shockwaves through the creature's body, breaking ribs and causing internal damage. Continuing his assault, Izuku performed a series of rapid kicks, each strike landing with bone-crushing force. 13 kicks landed on the Nomu's torso and legs, each blow pulverizing muscle and bone. The Nomu's body buckled under the relentless barrage, its shock absorption abilities failing to keep up. Izuku then did Starfall move. He launched himself into the air with a powerful leap, his eyes locked onto the Nomu below. As he reached the peak of his jump, he brought his body into a tight, controlled position, his legs poised for the strike. His muscles tensed, coiling with immense power. In an instant, Izuku descended with incredible speed, his legs cutting through the air like a meteor. The force of his descent created a gust of wind, causing dust and debris to swirl around him. As he neared the ground, he extended his leg in a devastating axe kick, aiming directly for the Nomu's head. The moment of impact was explosive. Izuku's heels connected with the Nomu's skull with a bone-shattering force, driving the creature into the ground with tremendous power. The impact created a shockwave that radiated outward, causing the ground to crack and splinter beneath the Nomu as he bounced back into the air. The sheer force of the blow sent ripples through the surrounding area, leaving a crater where the Nomu had crashed. Izuku switched to the Mirage Edge. The blade glowed brilliantly as he prepared for his next attack. Channeling his mana into the Mirage Edge, Izuku performed two powerful, forward slashes in an X shape, striking the Nomu with devastating force. The energy slashes hit the Nomu's ribs, creating a massive, gaping wound. The creature howled in pain as the energy wave tore through its body, leaving a deep, gaping wound. At the same time extending his hand, Izuku summoned the Mirage Blades once more. The ethereal swords appeared around him, shimmering with a ghostly light. He sent them raining down on the Nomu with a command in a relentless barrage. The blades pierced the Nomu's flesh from all directions, each strike delivering a devastating blow. The creature writhed in agony, unable to defend against the onslaught as they sent him airborne. "Izuku, let's end this," he said as dashed forward, executing a powerful thrust with the Mirage Edge to get under the still airborne beast, and started to spin the Mirage Blade in his finger, causing Nomu to hover above him. As the abomination was still in midair and time seemed to slow, Izuku adopted his stance. His left hand rests lightly on the sheath of his katana, while his right hand hovers near the hilt, fingers twitching ever so slightly. His breathing is steady, his mind a fortress of focus, attuned to every detail of the battlefield. He sheathed the sword of Omen and focused his energy. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with an almost tangible energy. His blue and green eyes narrowed in focus, every muscle in his body coiled and ready. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered, unable to withstand the immense power they were gathering. With a sharp, controlled breath, Izuku drew his sword in a swift, decisive motion. "Izuku, you shall die," he said as moved so fast that time seemed to stand still. A storm of cutting energy erupted from his blade, creating a maelstrom of slashes that obliterated everything in its path. The air around him vibrates with the sheer force and speed of his strikes, creating a symphony of steel. With a final, decisive flick of his wrist, Izuku sheaths his blade in a vertical position. The sound of the blade clicking into place is sharp and clear, cutting through the silence. Then, reality seems to shatter with a loud energy wave. "I am the storm that is approaching." The world around Izuku breaks like glass, fragments of space and time cascading in all directions. The Nomu, frozen in midair, suddenly begins to fall apart. Its body is torn into countless pieces, each segment sheared cleanly by Izuku's invisible slashes. Provoking black clouds in isolation. "I am reclaimer of my name." The creature disintegrates before it can even register what has happened, its monstrous form reduced to nothing more than a pile of dismembered parts. "Born in flames, I have been blessed. My family crest is a demon of death." The environment around them bears the marks of Izuku's attack. Trees are sliced cleanly through, rocks are split as if by a giant's hand, and the very air seems to hum with the residual energy of his strikes. The shimmering afterimages of his slashes linger for a moment longer before fading away, leaving behind only the aftermath of his devastating power. Izuku was panting slightly as he looked behind his shoulder and saw a terrified expression on the villain's face, as he spoke coldly. "Izuku, I've faced monsters scarier than this," his voice rang out, each word sharp as a blade. "And trust me, they didn't stand a chance either." Shigaraki eyes wide with shock and fear. "Shigaraki. What is he?" He stammers, his voice trembling with terror. His fingers twitch nervously, scratching at his neck in a compulsive, anxious gesture. This kid didn't just beat Nomu, he completely overpowered him. Something that Master created to beat All Might. Nomu had all the quirks needed to kill him, and yet this brat took him down like it was nothing. He thought while trembling, "What kind of monster is he?" Kurogiri stands motionless, his eyes wide while swallowing dryly. "Kurogiri. This is impossible. No one should be able to move that fast," he murmurs, his voice a low, rumbling whisper. Meanwhile, the girls and Mineta react with awe, fear, and admiration. "Momo. Did he just?" She trails off, unable to find the words to describe what she has just seen. "Kyoka. That was insane. I didn't even see his last move." Tsuyu. Midoriya-chan, is amazing, hero. Mineta, on the verge of tears, shakes uncontrollably. Mineta. We're saved. We're actually saved. Midoriya's a monster, in a good way. Todoroki, standing a bit apart from the others, remains stoic. His eyes, however, betray a hint of fear and respect. Shoto. He's on a different level. Bakugo, who watched the whole battle, was a storm of emotions. His eyes blaze with rage and frustration, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turn white. Katsuki. Deku, damn it. He grits his teeth, seething with anger. How the hell did you get so strong? Aizawa, who was injured and struggling to stay conscious, watches the scene with one good eye. A hint of pride and relief flickers across his face despite the pain. Aizawa. Midoriya, you've come so far. Before Izuku could turn his attention to Shigaraki and Kurogiri, a group of random thugs, driven by a mixture of fear and desperation, blocked his path. Shigaraki's voice echoed through the ruins of the USJ. Shigaraki. Kill him, or I'll turn you into dust. He threatened, his red eyes gleaming with malevolence and fear. The thugs, terrified of their leader, reluctantly prepared to attack Izuku. Despite their fear, the thugs charged at Izuku, their weapons drawn. Izuku, now fully in control of the battlefield, knew he had to dispatch them quickly to reach Shigaraki and Kurogiri. With a calm, focused demeanor, he reached into his inventory and pulled out his warp dagger's teleportation kunai. As the thugs closed in, Izuku's movements were a blur. He threw the first warp dagger with pinpoint accuracy. It embedded itself into the ground behind one of the thugs, and in an instant, Izuku vanished from his initial position, reappearing behind the thug. With a swift, calculated motion, he delivered a powerful punch to the back of the thug's head, knocking him unconscious. Without pausing, Izuku threw another warp dagger toward a group of 3 thugs. The dagger landed near their feet, and Izuku teleported again. He appeared in the group, his movements fluid and precise. A series of rapid punches and kicks followed, each one landing with devastating force. The thugs crumpled to the ground, unable to react to his speed and strength. As Izuku dispatched the thugs with ease, Shigaraki's confidence began to waver. His hands trembled, and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. The sheer power and efficiency with which Izuku fought were unlike anything he had ever seen. Shigaraki. How is he so strong? He muttered to himself, his voice shaking with fear. Kurogiri, we need to do something. Quickly. Kurogiri, sensing his leader's panic, whispered back. Kurogiri. Shigaraki, perhaps we can use one of his friends to bring him to his knees. I'll teleport any of them. That should get his attention. Shigaraki nodded, his fear momentarily replaced by a twisted sense of satisfaction. Shigaraki. Do it. In a flash of dark energy, Kurogiri opened a portal behind Ochako, who was standing among her classmates. Before she could react, she was pulled through the portal, vanished from sight, and reappeared near Shigaraki. Izuku. Uraraka-san, he shouted, his voice filled with panic as he saw her near villains. He turned towards Shigaraki, his eyes blazing with fury as he subconsciously activated Sharingan. Shigaraki smirked, raising his hand towards Izuku. Shigaraki. If you want to see your friend again, you'll do exactly as I say. Otherwise, I'll make sure she suffers. Ochako was held by Shigaraki, who had his 4 fingers dangerously close to her neck. Despite the immediate threat to her life, Ochako's thoughts were focused on Izuku's safety. Her eyes, filled with fear and determination, locked onto Izuku. Ochako. Midoriya-kun, please, she pleaded, her voice trembling as a lone tear escaped from her eye. Don't come any closer. I don't want you to get in trouble because of me. Seeing that drop, Izuku's rage reached its peak, the air around him seemed to crackle with energy. His 3-tomo Sharingan, which had always given him an edge in battle, began to transform. The tomos spun rapidly, merging into a new, more intricate pattern. Izuku's eyes now blazed with the distinct, powerful design of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His vision sharpened even further, every detail of the battlefield becoming crystal clear. The new power surged through him, enhancing his abilities and giving him an even greater sense of control. Izuku. You made her cry. He shouted with fury and leapt at Shigaraki with a fast, moving action. He drew the Sword of Omen in sword form, as it sparkled. With a perfect strike, he cut through Shigaraki's raised hand, cutting it easily while grabbing Ochako and pulling her away from danger in a protective manner. Blood spattered the ground, and Shigaraki screamed in pain, clutching the stump where his hand had been. "Izuku, you touch her again," he said, his voice cold and menacing, "and I'll do more than just take your hand." Izuku's classmates watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and fear. The sight of Izuku's swift, brutal action and his red eyes left them reeling. Ajiro. That was terrifying. He is not holding back. Mina. I've never seen him so mad, it's scary. Momo. His precision, it's incredible but also frightening. Kyoka. He's usually so calm, this is a whole new side of him. Mineta. I'm glad he's on our side. Bakugo trembled as he recalled a past encounter with Izuku. The memory of Izuku pointing mirage blades at his throat sent a shiver down his spine. He could kill him without remorse. Izuku stood over the defeated Shigaraki, his breath steady and his gaze cold. He sheathed the Sword of Omen, the blade still glowing faintly from the intensity of the battle. The threat to his friends had unleashed a side of him that few had ever seen, a side driven by a fierce determination to protect those he cared about. Kurogiri, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly opened a portal and retrieved Shigaraki, who was still writhing in pain from his severed hand. Shigaraki. This isn't over, brat, he said, his voice filled with hatred. We'll be back. With Shigaraki and Kurogiri gone, Izuku turned his attention to Ochako, who was trembling with fear. He hugged her, his expression softening as he gently touched her head. Izuku. Uraraka-san, are you okay? He asked, his voice filled with concern. Ochako nodded weakly, her eyes still wide with fear. Ochako. Midoriya-kun, I was so scared. I thought he was going to kill me. Izuku's gaze hardened for a moment, but he quickly pushed the anger aside, focusing on comforting his friend. Izuku. It's okay now. He's gone. I won't let anyone hurt you, I promise. Ochako managed a small, shaky smile, grateful for Izuku's presence. Ochako. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. I don't know what I would have done without you. Izuku offered her a reassuring smile. Izuku. You're safe now, Uraraka-san. I'm going to take care of the rest. Just stay with the others, okay? Ochako nodded, her fear slowly subsiding. Ochako. Okay, Midoriya-kun. Be careful. Izuku gently broke the hug, and his resolve steeled. Izuku. I will. I have a quest to complete, after all. Izuku turned and walked back towards the battlefield, his eyes scanning the area for any remaining threats. In the distance, he spotted a group of villains. Without hesitation, Izuku pulled out his warp daggers once more. He threw a dagger, teleporting instantly behind one of the thugs. He delivered a powerful kick to the back of the thug's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. Before the others could react, Izuku teleported again, this time reappearing in the group. With a series of rapid punches and precise sword slashes, he took down each thug in quick succession. His movements were a blur of speed and strength, every strike landing with devastating accuracy. The next minutes were filled with villains' screams as Izuku was beating them as well as saving his classmates. A few moments later, after 20 minutes, Izuku was sitting on a plastic chair, created by Momo, near a mountain of defeated villains, taking a moment to catch his breath and drink a few potions. You have completed an emergency quest. There are players. Who has killing intent towards you in the area? Number of players killed, 1. Number of players retreated, 2. Number of players defeated, 69. Your rewards are: Reward number 1. Choose one awakened skill. Reward number 2. Stat points plus 8. Reward number 3. A mystery box. Will you accept or reject? Izuku. Guess 69. Number just got a whole new meaning, he muttered to himself, a hint of dark humor in his voice as he decided to check that later as he was checking his newly awakened skill. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan EMS. Skill type I skill. Description. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan EMS is the ultimate evolution of the 3 Tomio Sharingan, granting the user unparalleled visual prowess and a suite of powerful abilities. Achieving Ms can significantly enhance the user's perception, reaction time, and overall combat abilities. Abilities. 1. Kamui. Allows the user to manipulate space-time, enabling them to teleport themselves or phase through objects to and from a separate dimension. This ability can be used for both offense and defense, making it highly versatile. 2. Copy technique. The user can perfectly replicate any technique they witness, including physical movements and combat skills, as long as the technique does not require unique or mystical attributes. 3. Genjutsu mastery. This form of Sharingan enhances the user's ability to cast and dispel illusions, allowing them to trap enemies in powerful illusions and disrupt their senses effectively. 4. Predictive combat. By analyzing subtle cues such as muscle tensions and movement patterns, the Sharingan can anticipate an opponent's next move, significantly increasing the user's evasion and reaction time during combat. 5. Tsukuyomi. Traps the target in a powerful genjutsu, subjecting them to an illusion where time is drastically altered. This ability can be used to incapacitate or manipulate enemies. 6. Amaterasu. Summons black flames that can burn anything and cannot be extinguished by normal means. The user can control the flames to target specific enemies or objects. 7. Susanoo. Summons a gigantic, humanoid avatar made of pure energy that acts as an extension of the user. The Susanoo provides both offense and defense, capable of delivering devastating attacks and shielding the user from harm. Mana cost, 1000 per use. 8. Eternal clarity. Significantly enhances the user's perception and reaction time, allowing them to predict and counter enemy movements with incredible accuracy. Stats. Perception. Plus 500% visual clarity and detail detection. Copy success rate. 300% for non-unique techniques. Genjutsu efficacy. Plus 400% effectiveness in casting and breaking illusions. Combat prediction. Plus 100% evasion and reaction time boost. Reaction time. Plus 250%. Genjutsu resistance. Plus 200%. Offensive power. Plus 150%. While his classmates stood around him, their expressions were a mixture of awe, shock, and fear. They couldn't believe that in just 20 minutes, Izuku had managed to defeat so many opponents. The sight of their fallen foes, along with the pieces of the Nomu scattered around, was overwhelming. As the students tried to process what they had just witnessed, a familiar voice boomed from the top of the stairs. All Might. No fear, why? Because I am here. All Might appeared at the top of the stairs, his presence commanding immediate attention. He looked down at the mountain of fallen villains and the scattered pieces of the Nomu, his eyes widening in shock and horror. All Might. What happened here? He said as his voice was filled with disbelief. Izuku looked up at him, his expression cold. Izuku. All Might, we had some unexpected guests. But everything is under control now. All Might's gaze swept over the scene, taking in the sheer number of defeated villains. His eyes returned to Izuku, filled with concern. All Might. You did all this. By yourself. Izuku nodded, standing up from the chair. Izuku. I had to. They threatened my friends. I couldn't let that happen. All Might stepped forward, his expression softening as he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. All Might. You've done well, young Midoriya. I'm proud of you. Izuku shrugged off All Might's hand, his expression cold. Izuku. I don't need your approval. Just make sure you can come on time. He turned away, heading back towards his classmates without waiting for a response. Once the teachers and police arrive, they start taking their statements. A man stands before Izuku with a notepad away from everyone else. I suppose you are Izuku Midoriya. The white-haired boy looked at the man before responding. Izuku. Hello, yes, I am Izuku Midoriya. And you are? Oh, my name is Naomasa Tsukauchi. You can call me Naomasa, he said with a calm expression and a friendly smile. I am a detective from the city's police department and I want to take your testimony about what happened at the USJ. He said, to which the boy nodded in understanding. Izuku. You can start. The detective nodded and began asking several questions to the white-haired boy. The questions were normal given the incident that had occurred, so Izuku answered honestly, although at one point the situation became a bit tense. Naomasa. Midoriya-san, some witnesses claimed that after leaving the shipwreck area, you left 2 of your classmates and went to the mountain area. Is that true? Izuku. Yes, it was. Naomasa. I see. Why did you go to that specific area? Izuku. I could see from afar a yellow light similar to the rays produced by one of my classmates, Quarks, so I went to help him. The detective nodded, satisfied with the answer. Naomasa. What did you do when you arrived? Izuku. When I arrived, I could see 3 of my classmates being surrounded by several villains. One of them almost had been taken hostage by a villain, so I neutralized the villain and rescued my classmate. Then, I neutralized the rest of the villains present to save my classmates. Naomasa. What did you do after neutralizing the villains? Izuku. I talked to my classmates and grabbed one in the shoulder since he overused his quirk, and we went to the position where I had left my other classmates. Naomasa. What happened when you arrived? Izuku. We saw that the situation was critical. Our sensei was subdued by the villain called Nomu, and the villain Shigaraki was attacking the classmates I had left there. Naomasa. What happened then? Izuku. I saved my classmates, and then we took sensei and retreated. Naomasa. Witnesses say that after that, you stayed to fight the Nomu. Why? Izuku. The Nomu was too fast and would have caught up with us unless someone stayed and matched him equally. I considered that I had the best chance against the creature. Naomasa. Several witnesses said that you could match the Nomu's speed. Congratulations, you must be very skilled. The detective paused for a moment, then asked the final question. Naomasa. And why did you have to kill the Nomu? Izuku's expression grew cold, his eyes reflecting the seriousness of his words. Izuku. The Nomu was a threat that needed to be eliminated. It was created with the sole purpose of killing All Might. If it was allowed to continue, it would pose a danger to everyone around, including my classmates and teachers. Besides, I got permission of lethal force from Aizawa-sensei. Also, it had multiple quirks. Naomasa. Multiple quirks. His voice wavered slightly as he asked, his friendly demeanor giving way to genuine concern. Izuku. Yes, he confirmed. It had a combination of super strength, regeneration, and shock absorption, among other abilities. That's why it was so hard to take down. Naomasa took a deep breath, trying to process the information. His mind flashed back to the reports and intelligence files he had reviewed earlier. His thoughts drifted to the mastermind behind the creation. He had thought the man responsible was dead, but this evidence suggested otherwise. He kept his silence, not wanting to alarm the young hero further. Naomasa. Thank you for your honesty, Midoriya-san. Your testimony is crucial for our investigation. We'll do everything we can to ensure the safety of everyone at UA and beyond. With that, he stood up, offering Izuku a reassuring smile. Take care of yourself, and if you remember anything else, please let us know. Izuku. I will, he replied, his expression serious but grateful for the detective's understanding. After the chaotic and harrowing events at the USJ, the students of Class 1A were given a few days to rest and recover. Izuku found himself walking toward the train station with Ochako. The sun was setting, casting a warm, orange glow over the city. The two walked silently for a while, each lost in their thoughts. Finally, Izuku broke the silence. Izuku. Uraraka-san, how are you holding up after everything? Ochako looked up at him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and lingering fear. She forced a small smile. Ochako. I'm doing okay. It's just, everything happened so fast, and it was so intense. I never expected our training to turn into something so dangerous. Izuku nodded, understanding exactly how she felt. Izuku. Yeah, but you were amazing out there. I heard from other classmates you did your best to help everyone as well as help Iida escape and call for reinforcement. Ochako looked down, her voice barely above a whisper. Ochako. I don't know about that. I felt so helpless when Shigaraki got close to me. If it wasn't for you. Izuku stopped walking and turned to face her. Izuku. Hey, don't say that. You did what you could do. Tears welled up in Ochako's eyes as she looked at him. Ochako. But I was so scared, Midoriya-kun. I thought. Izuku's expression softened as he cut her off. Izuku. It's okay to be scared. What matters is that you didn't let it control you. You were strong, and you survived. That's what counts. Ochako wiped her eyes, a small smile breaking through. Ochako. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. They continued walking in silence, the only sound being their footsteps on the pavement. Ochako. Can I ask you something, Midoriya-kun? She broke the silence again, her voice tentative. Izuku glanced at her. Izuku. Sure, what is it? Ochako. How do you stay so calm in situations like that? It's like you weren't even scared. Izuku sighed, his gaze distant. Izuku. It's not that I'm not scared. I've just learned to push through it. After everything I've been through, it's like my mind goes into this focused state when things get tough. Ochako's curiosity was piqued. Ochako. What do you mean? You've told me a bit about your past, like how you got your quirk a year ago, but you never told me what is its requirements in detail. Izuku took a deep breath, ready to share more of his story. Izuku. Yeah, I guess I haven't really told you the whole story. As you know, a year ago, I was just an ordinary quirkless kid with high dreams. But then one day, everything changed. I got this quirk called Ready Player One. It was like something out of a video game. I suddenly had these abilities, but there were conditions. I had to complete missions, and fight monsters, and if I failed, there were penalties. Ochako's eyes widened in surprise. Ochako. That sounds intense. So you've been fighting all this time? Izuku nodded. Izuku. Yeah, at first, it was just survival. But as I got stronger, I started to realize that I could use this power to help people. To become a hero. That's what keeps me going. The thought that maybe, just maybe, I can make a difference. Ochako smiled softly, her admiration for him clear. Ochako. You already have, Midoriya-kun. You've already made a huge difference. To all of us. Izuku returned her smile. Izuku. Thanks, Uraraka-san. That means a lot. As they reached the station, the rest of their classmates were already gathering there. While they waited for the train, Izuku noticed that Ochako seemed more at ease. Izuku. If you ever need to talk about anything, I'm here, okay? He said gently. Ochako nodded, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Ochako. Okay. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. You too, alright. Don't keep everything bottled up. Izuku smirked, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks too. Izuku. I'll try not to. The train arrived, and they all boarded, the day's events still fresh in their minds. Ochako found a seat next to Izuku, their shoulders occasionally brushing against each other. Each time they made contact, Ochako felt her heart skip a beat, and she noticed Izuku's cheeks reddening as well. They shared a quiet moment, the bustling sounds of the train and their classmates fading into the background. In that brief, shared silence, they found comfort in each other's presence, a small beacon of hope amid the chaos they had faced. The next day, in one of UA's rooms, more specifically in the teacher's meeting room, all the heroes who worked at the academy were gathered along with the principal and a police officer, or rather, a detective. Nezu. Well, I see that everyone is present, so we can start the meeting about what happened at the USJ. The creature spoke with a smile. For those who don't know him, this is Detective Naomasa, who is in charge of the investigation into the incident. The mentioned detective stepped forward and gave a small greeting. Naomasa. We have taken the testimony of all the students and teachers, including the captured villains, about what happened at the USJ. Next to him, a holographic screen formed, showing the faces of 3 villains. All the villains told us something similar. They had heard a rumor about an attack on All Might with a weapon capable of killing him and joined in to help kill him. Naomasa. The ones who told them where to gather were the villains identified as Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri, with Shigaraki said to be the leader. The staff paid full attention to everything he said. When they gathered for the attack, they appeared thanks to Kurogiri's quirk, accompanied by the so-called Nomu, which none of the villains knew anything about. Naomasa. When we checked the place where they had gathered, there was nothing, just abandoned warehouses or buildings about to be demolished, so we couldn't find anything useful. However, Thanks to the testimonies of some of the students about what happened at the USJ, we were able to find out certain things. Naomasa. We also managed to recover the security camera recordings to see what happened. This caught everyone's attention in the room. First, we will watch the recordings, but I warn you that some scenes may be unpleasant. With nothing more to say, the holographic screen started to play everything that several cameras had recorded from the different areas of the USJ. Everyone watched with concern as the students were divided and transported to other areas, and how they had to fight to survive against the villains. They saw how Aizawa was easily subdued by the Nomu and how he, along with 2 other students, was saved by the strongest student of UA. They also saw when Aizawa gave him permission of lethal force. Then they were shocked by his fight with the Nomu, and how he killed him with different weapons. Midnight. Oh my god. She covered her mouth, both amazed and disgusted, when Izuku cut the Nomu into several parts without moving, as well as she and others saw the reality shattered. When the recording ended, the room was left in total silence as the heroes processed what they had just seen. Nezu. Well, that was interesting. He commented, breaking the silence. Vlad. Seriously, is that what happened? He said incredulously. Nezu. Now move on to the next topic. Given the severity of what we've witnessed, we must discuss measures to ensure our students' safety. Implementing a dormitory system would provide better security and oversight. Ectoplasm. Agreed. It's clear that the students were incredibly brave, but we need to offer them more protection. The staff nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of this decision. Nezu. Additionally, we need to address the actions of Izuku Midoriya. While his methods were unorthodox, he acted with the intent to protect his classmates and teachers. Given the severity of the threat, and Aizawa's prior permission to use lethal force, it's evident his actions were justified. Mike. The kid was just doing what he thought was right. Can't fault him for that, especially considering the situation. Midnight. I agree, he showed remarkable bravery and skill. Nezu. Moreover, the DNA test results from the hand Shigaraki lost in the battle were unexpected. The sample matched that of the pro-heroine Nana Shimura, which has significant implications. The room fell silent again, the weight of this revelation sinking in. All Might, who had been quietly listening, seemed particularly affected by this news. All Might. Nana Shimura. He murmured, his voice filled with a mix of shock and sorrow. Nezu. This discovery raises many questions, but for now, our priority is the safety and well-being of our students. There was a fresh sense of intensity and purpose at the end of the meeting. The heroes realized that in addition to investigating the secrets surrounding the people they were fighting, they also needed to protect their students. 1 week later. It had been 8 days since the USJ attack. The week was thrilling for Izuku. Because of the rewards he got after defeating the Nomu, he awakened a new skill as well as getting an A-rank dungeon's key from the mystery box. He got new rewards after clearing the dungeon. For example, he unlocks the daily use segment from the store where he can buy items. The Class 1A was standing next to the recently built UA dormitories, which they named Class 1A Heights Alliance. The dorms, which were intended to give students a safe and comfortable place to live, were an amazing sight. But not every parent accepted the idea right away, which had led to some heated conversations over the previous few days. Suyu. My mom was really worried, she said. But after talking to the teachers and seeing how safe the dorms are, she finally agreed. Hiro. Ajiro. My parents were against it at first too, he added. But they came around once they understood how important it is for our safety and training. Mina. Yeah, my parents needed a lot of convincing. I had to promise to call them every day. As the students continued to share their experiences, Izuku couldn't help but remember his conversation with Nezu yesterday. Flashback 1 day ago, Izuku's footsteps echoed off the walls as he walked through the calm hallways of UA. He was nervous because he had been called to Nezu's office and couldn't get over it. He inhaled deeply when he arrived at the Principal Nezu door before knocking. Come in, a cheerful voice called from inside. Izuku opened the door to find Nezu sitting behind his desk, a warm smile on his face. The principal's small stature and animal-like appearance often belied his sharp intellect and commanding presence. Nezu gestured for Izuku to take a seat. Nezu. Good afternoon, Midoriya, he greeted. I hope you're feeling better after the USJ incident. Izuku. Yes, sir. Thank you, he replied, taking a seat. Nezu's smile widened. Nezu. I wanted to talk to you personally about your actions during the USJ attack. Your bravery and quick thinking saved not only your classmates but also your teacher Aizawa. For that, we are immensely grateful. Izuku smiled slightly. Izuku. Thank you, Principal Nezu, he said, his voice filled with sincerity. I just did what I thought was necessary to protect everyone. Nezu. And you did exceptionally well, he continued. Your actions, however different, were necessary in protecting the safety of the students and teachers. Given the gravity of the situation, the teachers and I decided to express our gratitude practically. Izuku's curiosity was piqued. Yuku. What do you mean? Nezu's eyes twinkled with amusement. Nezu. As an act of our gratitude, we wanted you to have a personal floor in the new dormitory building. The space will be yours alone, giving you the privacy and resources you require to continue your studies and training. Izuku's mouth fell open in shock. Izuku. A personal floor. For me. Nezu nodded, clearly pleased with Izuku's reaction. Nezu. Indeed, we believe that this will give you the necessary environment to focus on your growth as a hero. Izuku. I don't know what to say, he stammered, overwhelmed by the generous offer. Nezu. Think nothing of it, he replied with a wave of his paw. It's the least we can do after everything you've done. Izuku took a deep breath, collecting his thoughts. Izuku. Thank you so much, Principal Nezu. This means a lot to me. Nezu's expression grew more serious as he leaned forward slightly. Nezu. There is one more thing I would like to discuss with you, Midoriya. Your quirk. I understand that it is unique, and I would appreciate it if you could explain it to me in more detail. Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of the conversation shift. Izuku. As you know, my quirk is called Ready Player One. It allows me to explore dungeons and complete quests as if I were in a video game. I gain experience points, level up, and unlock new abilities and items. Nezu listened intently, his sharp eyes never leaving Izuku's face. Nezu. That is quite fascinating. And these dungeons, do they exist in a separate dimension? Izuku. Yes, he confirmed. I can access them through portals that appear when I receive a quest. The dungeons are incredibly challenging, and I often need time to fully explore them and complete the quests. Nezu leaned back in his chair, pondering Izuku's words. Nezu. I see. This explains a lot about your rapid growth and your ability to handle situations like the one at the USJ. How much time do you typically need to explore these dungeons? Izuku. It varies, he explained. Some dungeons can be completed in a few hours, while others might take days. It all depends on the complexity and difficulty of the quest. Nezu nodded thoughtfully. Nezu. Thank you for sharing this with me, Midoriya. I will make sure that your academic schedule is adjusted to accommodate your need for dungeon exploration. We will also provide you with any additional resources you might need. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. Izuku. Thank you, Principal Nezu. I appreciate your understanding and support. Nezu smiled warmly. Nezu. We are all here to support you, Midoriya. You have shown great potential and dedication, and we want to ensure that you have everything you need to succeed. Present. Izuku was shaken from his thoughts by midnight and Present Mike arrived to address the group, filling in for Aizawa, who was still recovering from his injuries. Mike. Hey, Class 1A. He greeted energetically. Hope you're all pumped to see your new living quarters. Midnight stepped forward, her usual sultry hero costume was replaced by a more formal one. Midnight. As you know, the dorm system has been implemented to ensure your safety and provide a better training environment. We'll be giving you a tour of the dorms today. The students followed Midnight and Present Mike inside, their eyes widening in amazement as they took in the common area on the first floor. It was spacious and well furnished, with comfortable couches, large tables, a big screen TV, and a kitchen. The bathrooms and laundry rooms were clean and modern, providing all the amenities they could need. Midnight. The first floor is a common area where you can relax, study, or hang out with your classmates, she explained. The dorm rooms begin on the second floor and go up to the fifth floor. Each floor has 8 rooms in total, with 4 rooms per gender. The males are assigned to the left wing and the females to the right wing. Present Mike added, Mike, every student gets their own room equipped with air conditioning, a closet, and a balcony. You'll have plenty of space to make it your own. The students were already impressed by the facilities, marveling at the well-furnished common area and the modern amenities. As they explored, one of the students noticed an additional floor listed on the elevator panel. Denki, what's the 6th floor for? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Midnight exchanged a knowing glance with Present Mike before answering. Midnight. Ah, that is a good question. The 6th floor is a special accommodation. Present Mike continued, Mike. And finally, we'd like to inform you that one student has been given a personal floor. There was a collective gasp as jaws dropped in unison. All Izuku. A personal floor. Midnight. That's right, she confirmed with a nod. Due to his exceptional performance and the special circumstances surrounding his quirk, Izuku Midoriya has been granted a personal floor. The reaction was immediate. Classmates turned to look at Izuku with wide eyes, a mix of astonishment and envy on their faces. Ajiro. Whoa, that's amazing, Midoriya. He exclaimed, clapping Izuku on the back. Mina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mina. A whole floor to yourself. Ochako. That is quite an accomplishment, Midoriya-kun. Meanwhile, Katsuki stood to the side, his face contorted with anger. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together as always. Katsuki. Damn Deku, always getting special treatment, he muttered under his breath. Izuku noticed Bakugo's reaction and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He turned to face Bakugo, a smug expression on his face. Izuku. Guess it pays to work hard and save people, huh, Kachan. He said his old nickname as a way to taunt. Bakugo's eyes narrowed dangerously, but before he could retort, Midnight continued. Midnight. We understand that this might come as a surprise, but Midoriya's unique quirk and the contributions he's made to the safety of his classmates warranted this special accommodation. Present Mike jumped in, trying to diffuse any tension. Mike. All right, everyone. Let's focus on getting settled in. You'll find your room assignments on the board in the common area. The students began to disperse, heading to check their room assignments and explore their new living spaces. Izuku lingered for a moment, feeling a mixture of pride and relief. The personal floor would give him the perfect environment to train and manage his quirk. As night fell, Class 1A gathered in the common area, their excitement palpable. Mina had come up with a fun competition to help everyone bond and get to know each other better. Mina. All right, everyone. She announced, her voice ringing through the room. We're going to have a competition to see who has the best room. We'll go one by one, and then we'll vote on the winner. Katsuki scoffed. Katsuki. I have better things to do, he muttered, heading toward his room. I'm going to bed. Shoto, who had been quietly observing, also decided to call it a night. Shoto. I'll pass, too, he said, heading to his room. Everyone's room was the same as canon. Each room tour was met with laughter, compliments, and playful teasing. Everyone was having a great time, marveling at how their classmates had personalized their spaces. When it was Izuku's turn, he led the class to the elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. The anticipation was thick in the air as they ascended. As the doors opened, the students stepped out and were immediately struck by the grandeur of Izuku's personal floor. The living room was beautifully furnished, with a comfortable seating arrangement and a large shelf displaying pictures of Izuku's family. The warmth and care put into the space were evident, making it feel welcoming and homely. Living room. Mina. Wow, Midoriya. He exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. This is incredible. Ochako, meanwhile, was looking around the floor with wide eyes. Ochako. Everything looks so expensive, she murmured, feeling faint. Before she could hit the ground, Izuku quickly caught her, gently steadying her on her feet. Izuku. Careful, Uraraka-san, he said with a concerned smile. Ochako blushed, regaining her composure. Ochako. Sorry, Midoriya-kun. It's just all so impressive. The class spread out, exploring the different areas of Izuku's floor. There were 4 bedrooms, each with the same stylish design and attached bathrooms. Bedroom. Bathroom. The gaming room was a hit, complete with a screen, various gaming consoles, and a collection of games. Gaming room. A small library, filled with shelves of books and a cozy reading nook, added an intellectual charm to the floor. Library. Kaminari, unable to contain his curiosity, asked. Denki. Midoriya, how did you remodel this whole floor in just one day? Izuku rubbed the back of his head, a sheepish smile on his face. Izuku. With hard work. He answered, trying to sound nonchalant. The response caused the class to comically fall over in typical anime fashion, exclaiming their disbelief. Internally, however, Izuku was crying anime tears, thinking about how his 1B dungeon money had been drained by the renovations. As the students continued to explore Izuku's floor, they gravitated toward the shelf adorned with photographs. Some pictures caught their attention of him with bright green hair and a wide, happy smile on his face, which they assumed it's him. Mina. Oh, look at him. She squealed, eyes sparkling with delight. He's so damn cute. The other girls crowded around, all echoing similar sentiments. Izuku felt his face heat up with embarrassment. Izuku. Yeah, that's how I looked when I was younger, he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. Momo. Is this your family? She asked gently, picking up a picture of Izuku's parents. The image showed a loving couple, their faces radiating warmth and kindness. Izuku's father had his arm around his mother, both of them smiling at the camera with young Izuku between them. The room grew somber as the students took in the photograph. They knew Izuku's backstory, but seeing the faces of his parents made it more real, more poignant. Suyu. Your parents look kind, Midoriya-chan, hero. She said softly, her large eyes filled with empathy. Izuku nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. Izuku. They were, he replied quietly. They always supported me, even when I was quirkless. They believed in me. There was a moment of respectful silence as the class processed the weight of Izuku's words. They had seen his strength and determination firsthand, but now they understood the depth of his resilience. Tenya. We're sorry for your loss, Midoriya, he said, his voice tinged with sincerity. Izuku gave a small, grateful smile. Izuku. Thanks, everyone. It means a lot. The room grew quiet, the students shared a moment of silence in respect for Izuku's parents and the hardships he had endured. The weight of the memories hung in the air, making the atmosphere heavy with unspoken emotions. Uraraka, standing close to Izuku, noticed the subtle tremble in his hands as he looked at the photos of his family. She stepped closer and wrapped her arms around him from the side, offering a comforting hug. Ochako. It's okay, Midoriya-kun, she whispered. We're all here for you. Izuku felt the warmth of Uraraka's embrace and the sincerity in her words. He took a deep breath, feeling a mix of sadness and gratitude. Her support, along with the presence of his friends, gave him the strength to face the painful memories without being overwhelmed. Izuku. Thank you, Uraraka-san, he replied quietly, leaning into the hug for a moment. The other students watched the interaction, their expressions softening with empathy and understanding. They knew that despite his incredible strength and determination, Izuku still carried the weight of his past. After a few moments, Uraraka gently released Izuku. Seeing the somber mood lingering in the air, Izuku decided to do something to lift everyone's spirits. He pulled out his phone and quickly ordered pizza for everyone. Izuku. Hey, guys, he called out, trying to sound cheerful. How about we have a pizza party before curfew? My treat. The suggestion was met with enthusiastic cheers, and the mood in the room lightened almost immediately. The students gathered around, chatting excitedly as they waited for the food to arrive. Sero. Pizza, heck yeah, he exclaimed, grinning widely. Mineta. I'm in, he added. When the pizza arrived, they gathered in the common area, resulting in a vibrant and welcoming a certain atmosphere. They sat across the couches and chairs, grabbing slices of pizza and talking excitedly. Laughter filled the room as they shared stories, joked around, and even started a friendly debate over the best pizza toppings. Izuku found himself surrounded by his friends, the earlier somber mood lifted by the simple joy of sharing a meal together. Momo. Thanks for doing this, Midoriya, she said, smiling appreciatively. It was a great idea. Denki. Yeah, this is awesome. He added, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku. Just wanted to do something nice for everyone, he replied, his face flushing slightly at the praise. It's been a tough day, and we all deserve a little fun. The night continued with laughter and camaraderie, the bond between the students growing even stronger. As the clock inched closer to curfew, they finished their pizza and began to clean up. Tenya. All right, guys, it's almost curfew. We should probably head to bed, he suggested, stifling a yawn while doing one-arm chops in the air. Sero. But before that, let's declare the room king. I think it's pretty obvious who the winner is. Everyone looked at each other, nodding in agreement. Mina. Yeah, it's definitely Midoriya, he declared, her tone full of excitement. Izuku's face turned a deeper shade of red as everyone clapped and cheered for him. Izuku. You guys, it's no big deal, he tried to protest, but the enthusiastic applause drowned him out. Denki. Accept your crown, room king, he teased, making everyone laugh. Feeling both embarrassed and touched, Izuku smiled. Izuku. Thanks, everyone. I'm really glad you like it. One by one, the students began to make their way to their rooms, saying their goodnights and thanking Izuku once more for the pizza. As Uraraka was the last one. Ochako. Good night, room king, she called out teasingly as she left. Izuku. Good night, everyone, he said, giving a final wave before heading to his floor via a lift. As he settled into bed, Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful for his friends. Despite the challenges and the heavy memories, they managed to end the night on a positive note. Surrounded by the support and camaraderie of his classmates, Izuku felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. With a contented sigh, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, feeling more connected to his friends than ever before. 2 days later, it has been a day since Class 1A had a small interview session with the local news. The media wanted to cover the recent events at the USJ and highlight the students' bravery. Toru. Nay, did you watch the news last night? She asked, curious. Ojiro. Yeah, Toru. Did you see how everyone in our class was on screen for a second? I didn't stand out at all, she said, sounding depressed. Shoji. That's true, he replied bluntly, further depressing the invisible girl. Ojiro. It's hard to stand out looking like that, huh? He wondered as he imagined a pair of floating gloves among the girls of 1A. Denki. But man, all the channels made a big deal out of it, he claimed, his excitement evident. Ajiro. I was surprised, he agreed. Kyoka. Can you blame them? She replied while twirling her ear jacks. The hero course that keeps pumping out pro heroes was attacked. Sero. Who knows what would have happened if Midoriya hadn't won, he said nervously. Mineta. Stop that, Sero. Just thinking about it's making me wet myself, he yelled. Katsuki. Shut up, be quiet, scum, he yelled, annoyed, making Mineta shrink back in fear. Izuku sat in his chair, massaging his face, trying to focus on the upcoming day. Sato. But man, Midoriya was great. He pushed back those crazy strong villains, he claimed, punching the air. Tokoyami. Yes, his strength and speed are worth wondering at. Tenya. Everyone, morning homeroom is about to start. Stop talking and take your seats, he ordered. Ajiro. We're already in our seats, he said. Sero. You're the only one who's not. Izuku. Iida and his theatrics. He thought, amused. Tenya. Shoot, he said as he sat down, fully embarrassed. Ochako. Don't worry about it, she assured him. Mina turned around to face Asui. Mina. Su-chan, who's gonna teach homeroom today? Suyu placed her finger on her chin as she thought about Mina's question. Suyu. Well, Aizawa-sensei is supposed to be in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Suddenly, the door to the classroom opened. Suyu. Kiro. Aizawa. Good morning, class. I hope you're all doing fine today, he greeted. His face and arms were completely wrapped in bandages, clearly the result of the wounds he suffered against Nomu and Shigaraki at the USJ. Mr. Aizawa, you're back too soon. They shouted out in unison. Denki. Man, you're too much of a pro. He stated, admiring the work ethic of his homeroom teacher. Tenya. So you're alright, Mr. Aizawa? He asked as he robotically raised his arm. Ochako. Can you really call that, alright? She asked, not convinced that Aizawa was in a suitable condition to teach right now. Aizawa made his way to the teacher's podium. Aizawa. My well-being does not matter. More importantly, the fight is not yet over. Katsuki. Fight? He asked, intrigued. Izuku. Don't tell me, he said, his eyes slowly widening in excitement as he knew what was coming but was cut off by. Mineta. The villains again. He said in a panic, with sweat trailing down his face. Aizawa took a moment to stare at all of his students. Aizawa. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. All Izuku. That's a super normal school event. They yelled in unison, relieved that they didn't have to fight villains again and could actually relax for a little bit, but for Izuku it was a different story. Izuku. Sport Festival. Hell yeah, he thought excitedly, since this is his chance to show the world what he can do. Denki. Hold on, wait a minute, he said as he calmed down the classroom. Kyoka. Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? She asked curiously. Ojiro. What if they attack us again or something? He said, agreeing with Jiro's point of view. Aizawa. Apparently, they believe in it as the UA, showing that our emergency planning system is solid as a rock by holding the event. Security will also be increased by 5 times that of previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a huge opportunity. The event should not be cancelled because of a few villains. He replied, answering the concerns of a few of his students. Mineta. But that's a good reason, isn't it? It is just a festival of sports, he said, not wanting to be attacked by villains again. Izuku. Huh, Mineta, you've never seen the UA Sports Festival? He asked as he turned his head. Mineta. Of course I have. That's not what I meant. Aizawa continued his announcement. Aizawa. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest festivals. Previously, the Olympics were known as a festival of sports, and the entire country was obsessed with them. As you know, with reductions in scale and population, they are now a shell of their former glory. And now, instead of the Olympics, Japan has the UA Sports Festival. Momo. Of course, all the top heroes around the country will be watching. For scouting purposes, she said, pumping her fist. She was determined to stand out in the festival. Mineta. I know that. But, he said, still having his doubts. Izuku. Why the hell are you even in the hero course? Denki. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick, he said, holding a thumbs up. Kyoka. A lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that and become eternal sidekicks, though. Kaminari. I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're dumb, she told the electric blonde bluntly. Kaminari was depressed as he heard her words. Denki. Wow, that was totally uncalled for. Aizawa. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. 1 chance a year, a total of just 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. The sports festival is a global event. The entire world will be watching you. So, don't screw it up, he exclaimed, doing his best to motivate his students. All. Yes, sir. They shouted. Aizawa. Homeroom is dismissed. At lunchtime, Ajiro. Even though all of that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited, he exclaimed, pumping both of his fists up with adrenaline rushing through him. Sero. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming a pro, he said, equally as excited as Kirishima. Sato. It was most definitely worth coming to UA, he said as he fist bumped his own hand. Tokoyami. We will only receive a few chances. We cannot afford to miss this, he said as he was sitting on top of a table. Toru. Ojiro, I'm getting kind of nervous now. I need to stand out at the sports festival, she said energetically as she began dancing due to the excitement rushing through her. Ojiro. But the pros might not notice you unless you try really hard, he replied as he sweat dropped. Yuga. Oh dear, what'll I do? I stand out just by standing still, so the scouts won't be able to stop looking at me, right? He said as he pointed at Koji. Koji started sweating nervously and flailing his arms around. Yuga. Right, he asked him again as he got closer to the animal talker. Koji earnestly nodded, not wanting to hurt the blonde's feelings. Denki. You're so lucky, Shoji. Your bronze stands out on its own, he whined, envious of Shoji's impressive muscle mass. And you to Midoriya, your quirk is something else. Shoji. True, but there's no point if I cannot show them my usefulness, he replied. Izuku. It's not just about standing out, he said, joining the conversation. We need to show them that we have what it takes to be heroes. Everyone has their own strengths, and this is our chance to prove it. Kyoka. Kaminari, I think you'll stand out, too, she said, giggling as she thought about Kaminari's goofy side after he overused his quirk. Izuku glanced around the classroom, observing all of his peers and their conversations regarding the upcoming sports festival until he felt a murderous aura. Midoriya-kun. Izuku turned to the voice calling his name. Ochako. Let's do our best at the sports festival, she said with a bloodthirsty grin as a purple aura surrounded her figure. Izuku gulped at the sight. Izuku. You Uraraka-san, your face. It's Mina. What's the matter? You don't look carefree at all, even though that's what your name means, she said, perplexed at Ochako's sudden 180-degree turn in personality. Ochako raised her fist up high. Ochako. Everyone, I'm going to do my best. All. Yeah, Izuku and the others yelled as they also raised their fists up high. Ochako turned around to her other classmates. Ochako. I said, I'm going to do my best. All. Why yeah. They all replied with sweat drops. Sero. What's wrong? Your personality is all over the place. A few moments later, Izuku and Ochako were currently in the hallway walking toward the cafeteria for lunch. But Ochako had something she wanted to get off of her mind. Ochako. Midoriya-kun. Izuku turned to her. Izuku. Yeah, Uraraka-san. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke with determination. Ochako. Do you think, could you train me? I mean, after what happened at the USJ, I realized how much I need to get stronger. I don't want to feel that helpless again. Izuku gently smiled, with a mix of understanding and empathy in his gaze. Izuku. Of course, Uraraka-san. I'd be happy to train with you. We can work on your quirk and your combat skills together. Ochako's face lit up with a grateful smile, a slight blush tinting her cheeks. Ochako. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded, his cheeks reddening slightly in response. Izuku. Maybe I can ask Principal Nezu. He suggested. He can find a place in the UA for us to train without too many distractions. Ochako. That sounds perfect, she agreed, her smile widening. Thank you again, Midoriya-kun. Izuku smiled back, feeling a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. Izuku. No problem, Uraraka-san. In afternoon, classes had officially ended for the day and it was dismissal time. However, there was a slight problem. A crowd of students blocked their exit. The hallway buzzes with chatter and curious glances directed at them. Kaminari, his eyes wide with surprise, exclaims. Denki. Whoa, what the heck is going on? Tenya. What business do you have with Class A? He asked sternly. Mineta. We can't get out. What did you come here for, anyway? He yelled. Katsuki. Scouting out the competition, Purple Grapes. We're the ones who made it out of the villains' attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. There's no point in doing stuff like that. Out of my way, extras. He said as he tried to walk through the crowd. Tenya. Stop calling people extras, just because you don't know them. He exclaimed. From the throng, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed student steps forward, his posture exuding arrogance. He smirks as he surveys Class 1A. Competition. The way I look at you, none of you even see anything special. Are you sure that you fought with villains? Do any of you actually deserve to be in the hero course, much less in Class 1A? Tensions rise quickly, and several students from Class 1A bristle at the insinuation. Fists clench, and a confrontation seems imminent. Before things can escalate further, Izuku steps forward, his presence commanding attention with an intense, cold glare. Izuku, could you have done any better? His voice cuts through the noise, silencing the corridor. His words are direct, almost a challenge. The blonde student blinks, caught off guard. Huh. Izuku takes another step closer, his eyes never leaving the other student. Izuku, could you have done any better? His voice is louder now, the anger behind it palpable. The students around them fall silent, drawn into the intensity of the moment. Izuku's anger isn't just at the insult, it's at the sheer ignorance of the situation. Izuku, you think you're special because you can stand here and mock us. We faced villains, real villains, lives were at stake, and you're here, making petty comments, thinking it makes you superior. The blonde student's smirk fades, replaced by an expression of fear. Izuku, do you have any idea what it feels like to be in the middle of a real battle? To see your friends in danger and to feel the weight of responsibility. We fought to protect each other, to survive. And you, his voice is like ice, cutting and precise. You stand here, sneering, without any understanding of what we've been through. The corridor is deathly silent, every eye on Izuku. His words hit hard, each one a hammer blow to the arrogance of the blonde student. Izuku, and let me make something clear, he continues, his voice steady but filled with a quiet fury. We didn't survive that attack to be mocked by someone who wasn't even there. So unless you have something constructive to say, keep your opinions to yourself. The blonde student's face flushes, embarrassment, anger, and fear warring for dominance. He opens his mouth to retort, but no words come out. The confidence he had moments before is shattered. Izuku doesn't wait for a response. He turns back to his classmates, his expression softening slightly. Izuku, come on, let's go. As Class 1A continues down the corridor, the tension momentarily eases, and a new voice cuts through the murmur of students. Is this how the hero course acts? The speaker is a boy with wild purple hair and heavy bags under his eyes. His expression is one of disdain as he regards the hero course students. His appearance suggests exhaustion, but his eyes are sharp and calculating. All eyes turn to him as he continues, his voice carrying a weight of challenge. I figured that you all would be more heroic, but so far I'm unimpressed. It seems to me that the two hero course classes only know how to start fights. But don't forget that the sports festival is a chance for everyone else too. If any of you so much as fall, the rest of us won't hesitate to take your place. You can consider this a declaration of war. Izuku's eyes narrow as he studies the boy. There's something off about him, an unsettling aura that suggests a powerful quirk, possibly one involving the mind or voice. The boy's lanky frame and noodle-like arms indicate he hasn't trained his body much. Without warning, Izuku's presence darkens, and a cold, suffocating aura fills the corridor as he activates his bloodlust skill. The purple-haired boy visibly stiffens, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Izuku steps forward, his expression is icy and his voice low and dangerous. Izuku, you think declaring war is as simple as spouting a few words. His voice is a blade, cutting through the bravado of the other students. If you want to challenge us, if you want to take our place, then start by training your body. Right now, you look like you'd break if someone tapped you on the shoulder. The boy's eyes widen, and he opens his mouth to respond, but Izuku doesn't give him the chance. Izuku, look around you, he gestures towards his classmates, his gaze cold and unyielding. Every one of us has pushed ourselves to the limit. Hagakure here, he motioned towards the invisible girl, who stood confidently despite the scrutiny, trained relentlessly to get into the hero course, despite her quirk making it difficult. She didn't rely on luck or intimidation. She put in the effort, something you clearly haven't done. The corridor remains silent, the weight of Izuku's words hanging heavy in the air. The purple-haired boy looks away, unable to meet Izuku's piercing gaze. Izuku, if you want to declare war, then prepare for it properly, he continues, his voice a chilling whisper. Because if you come at us with anything less than your best, you'll be the one who falls. The purple-haired boy swallows hard, his earlier confidence shattered. Izuku turns away, the cold aura dissipating as his classmates watch him with respect. The next day, Izuku found himself standing in front of Principal Nezu's office. He had been thinking about how to train Uraraka effectively before the upcoming sports festival, and he knew Nezu might have the best advice on where to train. Nezu, with his characteristic smile, greeted him warmly. Nezu. Ah, Midoriya. What brings you here today? Izuku bowed slightly before speaking. Izuku. Principal Nezu, I was wondering if there was any place where my friends and I could train before the sports festival. Somewhere we can really push ourselves and improve. Nezu's eyes twinkled with amusement. Nezu. I had a feeling you'd ask that. Follow me. Nezu led Izuku through the corridors of UA, high and out into the school grounds, stopping in front of a building. Nezu. This is training gym, he explained, gesturing to the building. It's equipped with various facilities that should meet your training needs. You can use it until 6 p.m. each day. Izuku's eyes lit up with gratitude. Izuku. Thank you so much, Principal Nezu. With permission granted, Izuku couldn't wait to tell Ochako. He found her in the dorms taking some notes. Izuku. Uraraka-san, I talked to Principal Nezu, and he showed me Gym Gamma. We can train there together until 6 p.m. every day, he said. Ochako's face brightened with excitement. Ochako. Really? That's amazing, Midoriya-kun. They wasted no time and headed to the training gym after classes. The facility was impressive, with state-of-the-art equipment and ample space for various types of training. Izuku and Ochako decided to start with physical training to build their strength and endurance. 1 week later, over 1 week, Ochako trained diligently with Izuku in the gym. Under his guidance, she learned the basics of martial arts, improving her physical strength and combat skills. Izuku also helped her push the limits of her quirk, zero gravity. By the end of the week, Ochako had significantly increased her quirk's capacity, and she was now able to float up to 3 tons without feeling nauseated. The combined training sessions brought noticeable improvements in her confidence and abilities, making her more prepared for the upcoming sports festival. Class 1A Waiting Room. As the UA Sports Festival approached, excitement filled the air among the students. Mina pouted as she lamented. Mina. Oh man, I wanted to wear my costume. Ojiro explained. Ojiro. Well, to keep everything fair, we can't. If we all wear our PE uniforms, it levels the playing field for everyone. It wouldn't be fair if our costumes gave us an advantage. Sato, brimming with anticipation, added. Sato. I wonder what the first round's going to be. Tokoyami, with his usual monotone, stated. Tokoyami. No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it. Shoji agreed. Shoji. Yeah, we just have to overcome whatever obstacle gets thrown at us. Tenya burst into the room, excitement in his voice. Tenya. Everyone, are you ready? We will be entering soon. Izuku finished his warm-up stretches and rallied his classmates. Izuku. All right, guys. Prepare yourselves because there is no going back beyond this point. All right, most of Class 1A shouted in unison. Midoriya. Izuku turned his head in response to his name being called, and the person who called him was somebody who he wasn't expecting. It turned out to be none other than Shoto Todoroki. Izuku. What is it, Todoroki? He asked, surprised to see the son of the number 2 hero, addressing him. Everybody present in the room turned their heads to the two who were in the middle of the room, as they were also interested in what the half-hot and half-cold user wanted with the white-haired boy. Even Bakugo decided to pay attention. Shoto stared at him for a few seconds before he decided to speak. Shoto. If we were to look at things objectively, I think it's safe to say that you and I are the 2 strongest here. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Izuku. You may be right. But why bring this up now? Shoto's expression hardened. Shoto. All of the teachers have their eyes on you. I'm not trying to pry, but I'm going to beat you. The sudden declaration shocked everyone, including Bakugo, who was listening intently. Kaminari couldn't resist teasing. Denki. Oh, is the hybrid prodigy making a declaration of war to the class president? Kirishima quickly intervened, placing a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Ajiro. Hey. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? We are friends, come on, we're about to start the festival. Shoto pushed Kirishima's hand away from him as he continued to stare down Izuku. Shoto. I'm not here to make friends. So what does it matter? I'm here to win. He turned around and began walking towards the door. Izuku laughed loudly, which drew everyone's attention. Izuku. Is that all? A half-baked challenge. I thought you'd be more impressive. I expected this from Katsuki. At least I know he'll be able to back up his claim, but you, he said before taking a deep breath, his voice taking a serious turn. If you're not using your full power, then you're not even worth my time. Shoto's eyes narrowed, but he remained composed. Shoto. We'll see. Bakugo, overhearing the exchange, snorted in disdain. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium. Mike. Hey, pay attention, audience, swarm, mass media, this year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. Aizawa, still injured and wrapped in bandages, groaned beside Present Mike. Aizawa. Why did I let you talk me into doing this? Mike. Because who else will be my color commentator. Anyway, let's all wait patiently as the first years enter through the tunnel. He replied enthusiastically. The spectators eagerly watched as the participants emerged from the tunnel. Izuku and his classmates from Class 1A led the way. Mike. The UA Sports Festival, the huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. These are the miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with hearts of steel. Hero Course, Class 1A. He announced as the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku looked out at the massive audience, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Izuku. There are so many people. Tenya, scanning the crowd, reflected. Tenya. Will we be able to give our best performance being watched by so many people? This is also part of the training required to become a hero. Kirishima, feeling the tension, asked Bakugo. Ajiro. Man, he's going overboard with that praise. Aren't you nervous? Bakugo's response was a maniacal grin. Katsuki. Nope, I'm just getting more into it. Present Mike continued. Mike. They haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Hero Course, Class 1B. He announced as the students of Class 1B began to enter through the tunnel. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Support Course, Classes F, G, and H, are here too. And Business Course, Classes I, J, and K. All the other freshman classes entered their respective tunnels, receiving a positive but less enthusiastic reception compared to the Hero Course. Mike. All of UA's first years are here now, he exclaimed. One of the General Studies students remarked. We're just here to make those guys look better, huh? I'm not really feeling it, another student said. A loud whipping sound captured everyone's attention. Time for the player pledge, a feminine voice declared. The crowd's attention turned to Midnight, the R-rated hero. Male students, including Kirishima and Mineta, blushed at her revealing outfit. Tokoyami questioned. Tokoyami. Is it really okay for her to be at a high school even though she's R-rated? Mineta exclaimed enthusiastically. Mineta. Yes. Midnight silenced the crowd with a swing of her whip. Midnight. Quiet everyone, she yelled, her whip slicing through the air. The stadium fell silent as all eyes turned to her. Now representing the students is Izuku Midoriya, class president of 1A. She announced as all eyes turned to Izuku. Katsuki, his face a mix of shock and irritation, demanded. Katsuki. What, but why Deku? Sero explained. Sero. Well, he did get first in the entrance exams and he's one of the strongest here. Duh, of course, it's gonna be him. As Izuku walked towards the center of the stage, his nerves were rattling. He took a deep breath and looked around at the sea of spectators, his classmates, and the other students. The weight of the moment settled on him, but he knew he had to push through. He was representing not just Class 1A, but everyone who believed in him. He took another deep breath and started speaking into the microphone handed to him by Midnight. Izuku. Hello, everyone. My name is Izuku Midoriya, class president of 1A. When I first got my quirk, I was already 14 years old. Before that, I was quirkless. He paused, letting the words sink in, feeling the ripple of surprise and curiosity wash over the audience. Growing up without a quirk in a world where having one as the norm was tough. I was bullied and looked down upon because I was different, because I didn't have the one thing that seemed to matter most in our society. He glanced at his classmates, who were intently listening, and continued, "Despite that, I never gave up on my dream of becoming a hero. I studied hard, trained harder, and kept pushing forward, even when things seemed impossible. It was through sheer determination and the help of my uncle and auntie that I finally obtained my quirk and began my journey here in the UA." Izuku took a moment, the crowd hanging onto his every word. Izuku. But what about those who still don't have a quirk? What about those who feel like they'll never be able to achieve their dreams because of something they were born without? To them, I say this: being a hero isn't just about having a powerful quirk. It's about heart, determination, and the will to help others no matter what. Quirkless people can be heroes too. You don't need a quirk to save someone, to inspire them, or to stand up for what is right. He paused, taking a deep breath as he prepared to share something even more personal. When I lost my parents, I had no one to rely on except my uncle and aunt. They supported me when no one else did. But still, it was a lonely and difficult road. I had to fight against the odds every single day. There were times when I felt like giving up, but I didn't. I kept pushing forward, holding on to the hope that one day, I could become the hero I always dreamed of being. His voice grew stronger, and more confident as he spoke from his heart. Today, as we stand here, ready to compete and showcase our abilities, let's remember that everyone has the potential to be a hero in their own way. We can inspire others, we can push ourselves beyond our limits, and we can make a difference. If someone like me, WHO once had nothing, can stand here today, then so can anyone else WHO dares to dream. The crowd was silent, many with tears in their eyes, moved by Izuku's heartfelt speech. Pro-heroes in the audience, like All Might, Midnight, and even Eraserhead, were visibly moved, their eyes glistening with tears. Present Mike wiped away a tear, and Recovery Girl had a proud smile on her face. Only Endeavor scoffed, crossing his arms and looking unimpressed. In the stands, Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo watched with pride. Mitsuki dabbed at her eyes with a tissue, while Masaru's eyes shone with emotion. They knew how hard Izuku had worked, and seeing him up there, speaking with such conviction filled them with a deep sense of pride. Izuku. So let's give it our all, not just for ourselves, but for everyone WHO believes in us. Let's show them that heroes come in all shapes and sizes, with or without quirks. Let's make this sports festival unforgettable and prove that we all have what it takes to be heroes. As Izuku finished, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers. His classmates looked at him with admiration and pride. The entire stadium was buzzing with newfound energy and determination, all thanks to Izuku's powerful and heartfelt speech. Present Mike couldn't contain his enthusiasm. Mike, what a powerful speech from our very own class president, Izuku Midoriya. He's truly a shining example of what it means to be a hero. I mean, just listen to this crowd. They are going wild. Aizawa, still wrapped in bandages, managed a small smile. Aizawa. Midoriya has always been a passionate student. His determination and drive are unmatched. It's no surprise he could move everyone with his words. But now, let's see if he can back those words up with action in the sports festival. Present Mike grinned at Aizawa's response. Mike. That's right, Eraserhead. Actions speak louder than words, and we're about to see just how loud these students can get. Buckle up, folks, because the UA Sports Festival is about to get underway. Bakugo had his mouth open as he stared at Izuku, who was being congratulated by the students of Class 1A and even students from other classes. The sound of a whip was heard throughout the arena as it got everybody's attention. Midnight. All right. Thank you Midoriya for that beautiful student pledge. You have inspired the hearts of everybody in this arena. But we have to get back on track. While the speech was a work of art, we still have a schedule to follow. She announced as now everybody was focused on the R-rated hero. Ochako. Midoriya-kun, I understand what you've gone through, so I swear I'll do whatever it takes to help you with what you're going through. She thought, determined. Midnight. The first game is a qualifier. Every year, many are reduced to tears at this stage. And now, here's the fateful first game. She dramatically swipes her whip, revealing a spinning wheel behind her. The wheel spins rapidly, causing a ripple of anxious anticipation among the participants. This year, it's going to be. The wheel slows down and finally stops on the words, obstacle race. This. Izuku. An obstacle race. Midnight. All 11 classes will be participating. The course is the outer circumference of this stadium, about 5 kilometers long. The participants exchange nervous glances, realizing the length of the race. Our school prides itself on freedom. As long as you stay on the course, you can do whatever you like. Now, take your positions, everyone. Excitement erupts from the crowd as the first years prepare for the race. As Izuku looked into his classmates' eyes, he saw nothing but unshakable motivation to do their best and excel. At that point, he recognized how big of an impact his remarks had on his classmates. He sparked a fire in their hearts, inspiring them to work even more than they would have if not for his student pledge. It brought a smile to his face since he was pleased that his words had a positive impact. The first green light at the top of the tunnel, marking the countdown, turns off. Izuku. Time to make a promise. The second light goes out. Izuku. I'll show them what someone without a quirk can do with real power. The final light goes out. Midnight. Start. At the sound of midnight's call, all students charge towards the tunnel, eager to get a good start. Present mic. All right, time for the play-by-play. Mummy man, are you ready for commentary? Aizawa. You're the one who dragged me into this. Present mic. Let's get started, Mummy man. What should we focus on in the early stages? Aizawa. This part right now, he said, his eyes focused on the tunnel. Hey, this is too narrow, ouch. Hey, move. Currently, all of the participants were crammed together, running towards the tunnel. The narrow tunnel was a bottleneck, seemingly constructed to test the first year's problem-solving abilities. Aizawa. The first setting, he muttered. Suddenly, the temperature dropped dramatically as ice covered the entire tunnel. Many students were trapped in the ice, unable to move. A bi-colored teen ran past them effortlessly. Shoto. Sorry, but I have to get a move on, he said, leaving a trail of ice behind him. OWWW. What the? It's freezing over. I can't move. So cold. Out of the way. I can't get it off. Multiple students yelled out in agony, trapped by Todoroki's ice. Katsuki. Take that, he yelled, using explosions from his hands to launch himself over the other students and past Shoto's ice trail. Momo. Naive, Todoroki. She huffed, effortlessly creating a staff to propel herself over the ice. Yuga. Your frost can't escape my sparkle, he stated simply, shooting a laser beam to get over the crowd of students. Kirishima's hardening quirk allowed him to break through the ice without any trouble. Katsuki. I won't let you get away so easily. You half-and-half bastard. He yelled violently, igniting stronger explosions for an extra speed boost. Ojiro. You got me with that once. You won't get me again, he said, jumping over Todoroki's ice. Mina. Whoa, that was close. She exclaimed, skating across the ice using her acid quirk to melt it with each step. Ochako. I can't use my special move yet, she said, easily across the ice trail as a result of her training. Shinso. They are used to using their quirks, huh, he observed, being carried by 4 participants over the ice trail. Shoto looked back, surprised at the number of people able to bypass his ice trap. Shoto. More people outside of Class A were able to dodge that than I expected, he then looked ahead, eyes widening in shock. He saw Izuku running at an unbelievably fast pace, having passed everyone else at the start of the race. What? Nobody even saw him move. How is he running that fast without using his quirk? He questioned internally. Mike. Whoa, it seems like Midoriya is already in the lead. I didn't even notice until now. He shouted, the spectators equally confused by Izuku's sudden lead. Aizawa. That's what happens when you don't pay attention. If you were looking carefully, right when the race began, Midoriya had already run past all the other competitors. He figured out the tunnel would be too narrow for all the students at once, so he made the smart decision to be the first through, he stated, confident in his students' strategic thinking. Izuku looked back to see Shoto trailing behind him. Izuku. Nice trick with the ice back there, Todoroki. But you'll need to do better than that to fool me. Shoto's eyes hardened. Shoto. Why yo, what is that? Izuku looked ahead as he saw the first obstacle. This obstacle was made up of several robots, including small 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers, and gigantic 0-pointers. Mike. Obstacles have shown up suddenly. Starting with the first barrier, Robo Inferno, he announced as multiple 0-pointers emerged, targeting the participants. Denki. Aren't those the 0-point villains from the entrance exam? He asked in horror, seeing the horde of robots. Seriously, the hero course had to fight those. This is what they meant by obstacles. There are too many, I can't get through. Shoto. So this is what the rest of my peers had to fight in the entrance exams, he noted, seeing the 0-pointers for the first time. Momo. I wonder where they got the money for it, she remarked, observing the expensive-looking robots. Izuku smirked as remembered the A-rank dungeon he cleared after USJ. Flashback after USJ. As Izuku ventured deeper into the dungeon, he wandered through the destroyed city, the ruins of buildings casting long shadows in the dim light. The air was thick with dust and the remnants of past battles. This city was a graveyard of forgotten dreams and lost hopes, now serving as the battleground for Izuku's final challenge in this dungeon. His senses were on high alert, his body tensed with anticipation. The first wave of knights appeared, their armor clanking as they moved in unison. With their swords raised, they charged at Izuku. A smirk crept onto Izuku's face as he assessed their predictable movements. With a swift motion, Izuku drew his twin pistols, ebony and ivory. The knights closed in, but Izuku was quicker. He unleashed a flurry of bullets, each shot finding its mark with pinpoint accuracy. Armor shattered, and knights fell one by one. The lack of challenge was almost disappointing. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up. Izuku. Is this the best you've got? He taunted, his voice echoing through the cavernous halls. He holstered his pistols and summoned Mirage Edge, ready for the next wave. The second wave was more of the same, knights slightly more armored, their swords glowing with a faint magical aura. They surrounded Izuku, but he remained unimpressed. Izuku. Come on, give me a real fight, he muttered, dashing forward with incredible speed. He weaved through their ranks, his blade a blur as it cleaved through metal and flesh alike. Knights crumbled to the ground, their attacks missing their mark entirely as Izuku danced around them with ease. He sighed, barely breaking a sweat. Izuku. This is getting old. The final wave before the boss was a mix of archers and heavily armored knights. The archers launched volleys of arrows, but Izuku's agility rendered their efforts futile. He deflected arrows with his blade, each movement precise and calculated. As he closed the distance, he dispatched the archers with a few swift strikes. The heavily armored knights proved to be just as disappointing. Their sluggish movements made them easy targets. Izuku utilized his Mirage Blade skill, impaling them in an instant with multiple ethereal swords. With the last of the knights defeated, Izuku stood amidst the fallen, his expression one of boredom. He put Mirage Edge in inventory and stretched, yawning slightly. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up, Izuku. Well, that was underwhelming. Suddenly, the ground trembled. From the shadows emerged, a towering figure encased in demonic armor, his presence exuding an aura of menace and power. The loyal knight, Cavalier Angelo. Izuku felt a thrill of excitement. He stood his ground, a confident smirk on his face. Izuku. Finally, something worth my time, he muttered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Without warning, Cavalier Angelo hurled a motorcycle at Izuku with tremendous force. Izuku's eyes flashed with M's. He summoned Mirage Edge and cut the motorcycle clean in half with a swift, precise motion. The two halves of the bike clattered to the ground on either side of him. Izuku. Is that your best shot? He taunted, his voice echoing through the empty streets. Cavalier Angelo, unfazed by Izuku's taunt, charged forward. His enormous greatsword sparked with demonic lightning as he wielded it with deadly fury. Izuku dodged with ease, his agility and reflexes allowed him to avoid the attacks easily. He responded with fast slashes with his katana, each aimed at the knight's weak areas. Izuku's movements were a blur as he danced around Cavalier Angelo, striking and retreating with practiced precision. The knight's mute fury was evident in the intensity of his attacks, but Izuku's confidence remained unshaken. "Izuku, you're too slow," he taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. Cavalier Angelo responded with a barrage of lightning strikes, the demonic energy crackling through the air. Izuku used Kamui to phase through the attacks, reappearing behind the knight and landing a powerful kick that sent him stumbling forward. "Izuku, is that all you've got?" he mocked, his eyes glinting with amusement. Realizing he needed to up the ante, Cavalier Angelo summoned a shield of dark energy, blocking Izuku's attacks and launching counterstrikes with increased ferocity. Izuku's excitement grew as the challenge intensified. He unleashed a series of powerful techniques, each one pushing the knight closer to his limits. With a burst of speed, Izuku closed the distance between them, his katana slicing through the air with deadly precision. He aimed for the gaps in Cavalier Angelo's armor, exploiting every weakness he could find. The knight's movements became more desperate, his attacks more erratic as he tried to keep up with Izuku's relentless assault. Despite the knight's efforts, Izuku remained unfazed. He continued to taunt his opponent, his confidence unwavering. "Izuku, you're nothing but a stepping stone," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. "Just another obstacle in my path." As the battle reached its climax, Izuku decided it was time to end it. He leapt back, summoning Susanoo in its full form. The towering figure of white armor, its left eye glowing red and its right eye glowing blue dominated the battlefield. Cavalier Angelo seemed almost insignificant in comparison, but the knight continued his relentless assault. Izuku's Susanoo grabbed Cavalier Angelo with a single, powerful motion. The knight struggled, but Izuku's grip was unyielding. "Izuku, it's been fun," he said as he threw the knight at full force towards the ground creating a carter. "But playtime is over." With a casual, almost dismissive motion, Susanoo stepped on Cavalier Angelo, crushing the knight instantly. The demonic energy dissipated, and the city fell silent. As Susanoo faded away, Izuku saw a familiar screen. Message: "You have unread mail. Izuku. Open mailbox." Message: "Unread. Congratulations. You have unlocked the store feature. Daily use items. Category in the system store. Access this new section to browse and purchase essential items for your everyday needs." Izuku. Daily use items, huh? He muttered to himself, a small smile tugging at his lips. Then he noticed something unusual. Cavalier Angelo's corpse began to glow and merge with the two halves of the motorcycle that Izuku had cut earlier. The metal twisted and reformed. Within moments, a new motorcycle stood before Izuku. It was the Cavalier bike, a fusion of the knight's demonic power and the original motorcycle. Cavalier. Item Class A. Item Rank Legendary. Type Demon Bike. Durability Unbreakable. Description: the Cavalier is a massive, dual-bladed motorcycle weapon known for its brutal strength and versatility in combat. This legendary weapon can transform between a high-speed motorcycle and a powerful dual-bladed battle mode, making it a formidable tool for both mobility and offense. History: the Cavalier was once wielded by a legendary warrior known for their unparalleled strength and ability to dominate the battlefield. Tales of their exploits became the stuff of legend, and their weapon, imbued with ancient enchantments, was passed down through generations to those deemed worthy of its power. Abilities: 1. Dual Blade Mode. The Cavalier can transform into a dual-bladed weapon, allowing the wielder to perform powerful and wide-reaching attacks that can cleave through multiple enemies at once. 2. Motorcycle Mode. In its motorcycle form, the Cavalier provides incredible speed and mobility, allowing the wielder to traverse the battlefield quickly and launch high-speed attacks. 3. Revved Attacks. The Cavalry's blades can be revved up, increasing their cutting power and unleashing a series of devastating strikes that deal additional damage. 4. Spinning Slash. The wielder can perform a spinning attack with the Cavalier, creating a whirlwind of blades that can deal massive area of effect damage to surrounding enemies. 5. Wheel Grinder. In motorcycle mode, the Cavalier can grind its wheels against enemies, creating sparks and dealing continuous damage while stunning opponents. 6. Ground Crusher. The wielder can slam the Cavalier into the ground, causing shockwaves that knock back and damage all nearby enemies. 7. High-Speed Ram. In motorcycle mode, the Cavalier can be used to ram into enemies at high speed, dealing massive impact damage and sending foes flying. Stats. Damage. Plus 200. Mobility. Plus 50. Impact power. Plus 75%. Stun efficiency. Plus 25%. Strength. Plus 200%. Agility. Plus 250%. Izuku approached the bike, a look of amusement on his face. Izuku. Well, this is interesting, he muttered, running a hand over the sleek, dark surface. The bike thrummed with energy, its demonic aura palpable. I guess this dungeon had one last surprise for me. He swung a leg over the bike and revved the engine. It roared to life, the sound echoing through the deserted city. Izuku couldn't help but smile. This new toy was a fitting reward for his efforts. With a final glance at the ruined city, he rode off, ready for whatever challenges awaited him next. Flashback end. Izuku smirked as he summoned Cavalier. This demon bike was summoned before the eyes of the astonished spectators and pro-heroes. The bike, in all its glory, was a figure emanating power and menace. Present Mike's voice boomed through the stadium's speakers, filled with excitement and curiosity. Mike. Whoa, hold on a minute, folks. Midoriya just summoned a motorcycle out of nowhere. This is insane. He surged forward, the motorcycle's wheels grinding against the ground as he aimed directly at the minor bots. The 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers swarmed ahead, but Izuku showed no hesitation. With a sharp turn of the handlebars, he rammed into the first wave of 1-pointers. The front wheel of the motorcycle lifted slightly, and the bots crumpled under the immense weight and speed of Cavalier, sparks flying as their metal bodies were crushed beneath the tires. Present Mike continued, his voice full of awe. Mike. I've seen a lot of quirks and weapons in my time, but this takes the cake. Midoriya is using that bike like it's a weapon. Izuku grinned, adrenaline pumping through his veins. He maneuvered through the horde of minor robots, expertly weaving between them. As he approached a cluster of 2-pointers, he revved the engine and performed a high-speed ram. The impact sent the robots flying, their limbs and parts scattering across the field. The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Switching tactics, Izuku shifted Cavalier into its dual-bladed mode. The motorcycle split in half, the tires transforming into large spiked buzzsaws. The handlebars slid to the spot where the gas tank met the seat, creating a fearsome, dual-bladed weapon. Izuku gripped the handles tightly, a determined glint in his eye. Present Mike almost used his quirk in shock. Mike. Holy cow, did you see that? The motorcycle just transformed into a pair of giant buzzsaws. What kind of monster weapon is this? With a swift motion, Izuku swung the dual blades in a wide arc, cleaving through a group of 3-pointers. The robots stood no chance as the spiked buzzsaws sliced through their metal frames with ease. Pieces of robots flew in all directions, the sound of metal grinding and breaking filling the air. Izuku continued his assault, targeting the 0-pointers next. These massive robots were formidable, but he was unfazed. He activated the spinning slash ability, the blades rotating rapidly to create a whirlwind of destruction. He charged at the nearest 0-pointer, the spinning blades cutting through its legs and torso in a seamless motion. The robot collapsed in a heap, its parts falling apart like a dismantled toy. Izuku. One down, he muttered, his eyes scanning for the next target. He used the ground crusher ability next, slamming Cavalier into the ground. The impact created shockwaves that knocked back and damaged all nearby robots. Several 1-pointers and 2-pointers were caught in the shockwave, their circuits fried as they were thrown back. For the final 0-pointer, Izuku switched back to motorcycle mode and again performed a high-speed ram. The bike accelerated with incredible speed, the front wheel lifting off the ground. He aimed directly at the robot's center, and the impact sent the massive machine toppling backward. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the 0-pointer hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, the Cavalier purring beneath him. He looked around at the field, now littered with the remains of countless robots. The audience erupted in cheers, their admiration for his skill and power evident. Present Mike's voice boomed over the stadium's speakers, filled with excitement and energy. Mike. Ladies and gentlemen. Class 1A's very own Izuku Midoriya just turned the Robo Inferno into scrap metal with that weapon. What an incredible display of power and skill. Aizawa, sitting next to him, nodded approvingly. Aizawa. Midoriya's adaptability and resourcefulness are truly remarkable. He's not just powerful, he knows how to use his abilities to their fullest potential. This is what it means to be a hero. As the rest of the students began to catch up, Izuku saw more robots emerging from various parts of the obstacle course. Izuku knew he couldn't let his guard down, not even for a second. With a determined expression, he revved Cavalier and sped towards the second obstacle, the crowd's cheers and present Mike's commentary echoing in the background. Present Mike's voice boomed again. Mike. Looks like the other students are trying to catch up. More robots are coming out, but Midoriya is already on his way to the next challenge. Can anyone match his speed and skill? Shoto sucked his teeth in annoyance as he saw Izuku driving his bike in the distance. Shoto. I can't let him outperform me, he thought, his right hand emitting frost. If they went through all this trouble, I wish they would have prepared something better. Since my dear old man is watching. With a swipe of his arm, Shoto froze a horde of zero-pointers with ease, stopping them in their tracks. He stopped them. Between their legs. We can get through. Many participants began to go through the opening Shoto made. Shoto. I wouldn't if I were you, he began as he started trekking ahead. They will fall over. I froze them while they were off balance. On purpose, he said in a monotone voice as the zero-pointers collapsed on a good number of students, effectively immobilizing them. Mike. Todoroki from Class 1A. He attacked and defended in one hit. How elegant. Amazing. He is now right on Midoriya's trail, catching up in second place. It's practically unfair, he exclaimed as the audience saw how overpowered Izuku and Todoroki's quirk was compared to the other first years. Aizawa. His actions are logical and strategic, he said, observing Todoroki's advances toward Izuku. Mike. As expected of someone who got in through recommendations. He had never fought them before, but those Robo Infernos couldn't get past his elite moves. Katsuki. Like hell, I'm going to let them get past me. He yelled, using his explosions to propel himself toward the head of the zero-pointer. Mike. Class 1A's Bakugo. Since the bottom's blocked, he goes overhead. Clever, he announced as Bakugo landed on top of the zero-pointer. Sero. You seem like the kind of guy who would just plow straight through, but you can go around when you need to, huh? He said with a grin, using his tape quirk to climb over the zero-pointer. Tokoyami. I'm going to hitch a ride, he exclaimed, using Dark Shadow to glide over the zero-pointer. The crowd cheered as the students got through the first obstacle of the race. Snipe. As expected, most of the group that has gone ahead is Class 1A, he commented from the teacher's box as he and other pro heroes observed the sports festival from above. All Might. Class B and the other courses are not bad, either. It's just, he began to say. Aizawa. Class A does not spend a lot of time standing around, he finished All Might's thought as more students began to make their move. The crowd could now see more students from Class 1A taking charge, such as Tenya, who kicked away a couple of two-pointers, Jiro, who used sound waves to short-circuit the robots, and Kaminari, who fried the robots with yellow electricity. Aizawa. Those who experienced firsthand that world above them through the incident at USJ. Ochako. Release, she yelled as one-pointers fell from the air behind her. Aizawa. Those who had fear planted in their hearts. Ojiro used his tail to swipe through the robots, destroying them with ease. Aizawa. Those who dealt with it and pulled through. They all used that experience to drown out their hesitation, he thought, proud that his students were using their experience at USJ to fuel their drive in the sports festival. A multitude of explosions were heard as several zero-pointers collapsed. Momo. HMPH. Piece of cake, she said, standing by a smoking cannon. She had her PE shirt open due to needing to reveal some skin to use her quirk. She created a cannon to destroy the zero-pointers effortlessly. She defeated those zero-point villains so easily. No wonder she got in through recommendations. Less gawking, more running. Come on, she made a path for us. Let's get a move on. Snipe. During the entrance exam, they were to be avoided. If you see them as things to be defeated, they are just dumb hunks of metal. You will start to see obvious openings, he said, intrigued by Class 1A's battle prowess. Just as he reached the second obstacle, Izuku glanced back and saw his classmates in various states of combat with the robots. Izuku smiled to himself. Izuku. They're catching up fast. As expected from my classmates. He turned his focus back to the path ahead. But something makes him stop in his tracks. Mike. Hey. The first barrier's a piece of cake, huh? Then what about the second? He grinned as Izuku widened his eyes in excitement. In front of them was what seemed to be a bottomless pit. There were tall platforms spaced out between each other, so far apart it seemed impossible to jump from one platform to the next. In between each platform were long, narrow trails of rope that didn't seem stable enough to hold the weight of a couple of students. Mike. If you fall, you're out. If you do not want to fall, then you have to crawl. It is the fall. Izuku. All right, it's time to show them what I can do, he murmured to himself, gripping the handlebars of his legendary weapon-turned motorcycle. The crowd watched with bated breath as Izuku revved the engine, the roar echoing through the arena. With a burst of speed, he accelerated towards the tightropes. As he neared the first rope, he performed a wheelie, lifting the front wheel off the ground. The motorcycle's back wheel landed perfectly on the rope, balancing precariously as Izuku navigated across. The audience gasped, eyes wide with disbelief at the audacious maneuver. The competitors behind him watched in awe, some wondering how he managed to maintain such a perfect balance. Izuku focused intently, his sharp reflexes and heightened senses guiding him across the rope. The tightrope wobbled slightly under the weight of the motorcycle, but he adjusted seamlessly, his body moving in sync with the bike. He could feel the eyes of everyone on him, but he blocked out the distraction, zeroing in on the next pillar. With a quick shift, he transitioned to the next rope, the motorcycle's back wheel landing perfectly once again. He continued this way, moving from rope to rope with incredible precision and control. The crowd's cheers grew louder with each successful traversal, their admiration and excitement palpable. As he approached the final rope, Izuku knew he had to make it count. He revved the engine once more, pushing the motorcycle to its limit. The bike's back wheel spun faster, gripping the rope with unwavering strength. With one last burst of speed, he reached the end of the obstacle, the motorcycle landing smoothly on the solid ground of the next platform. The stadium erupted in applause, the spectators on their feet, cheering wildly. Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had successfully passed the second obstacle, proving once again his incredible skill and determination. Present Mike's voice boomed over the speakers, filled with enthusiasm and awe. Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, Midoriya Izuku has just defied gravity and conquered the fall with his motorcycle. What a spectacular performance. Izuku was moving at very high speeds, but he abruptly stopped as he saw the final obstacle ahead of him. Some signs read, "Danger Mines." Mike. And now, we have quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it is a minefield. It's set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. By the way, these landmines are for games, so they are not that powerful, but they are loud and flashy enough to make you wet your pants. He announced as he revealed the third and final obstacle. Aizawa. That depends on the person, he commented, not thinking that those mines would cause everyone to panic. Izuku thought to himself, Izuku. I get it. So they put this as the last obstacle so that those in the lead would be at a disadvantage, allowing others lagging to have the opportunity to catch up and possibly take the lead themselves. But that won't work in my case. He could see the minefield stretched out before him. Small, circular landmines were scattered across the ground, each one ready to explode at the slightest touch. It was a treacherous path, but Izuku was undeterred. He had one last trick up his sleeve. Izuku took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he activated his M's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a skill that heightened his perception and allowed him to detect the mind's exact locations. Izuku. All right, Cavalier, let's finish this, he whispered to his trusty weapon-turned motorcycle. He revved the engine, the roar echoing across the arena as Izuku took off at full speed. His eyes glowed red with an intense focus as he weaved through the minefield, each move precise and calculated. With M's, the mines appeared as glowing red spots in his vision, allowing him to navigate through the challenging terrain with ease. He leaned forward, urging Cavalier to go faster. The motorcycle responded, its powerful engine propelling them forward at breakneck speed. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, but his mind was calm and clear. He dodged left, then right, avoiding the mines with hairbreadth precision. The crowd gasped and cheered, unable to believe the speed and accuracy with which he was navigating the field. Mike. Incredible, Midoriya Izuku is completing the minefield with lightning speed. Eraserhead, your students are amazing. What are you teaching them? Aizawa sighed as his nap was interrupted again. Aizawa. I didn't even do anything. They got each other fired up on their own, he said as the cameras focused on Izuku. Mike. There it is folks, Eraserhead is a bad teacher. Aizawa. I am what? He exclaimed but ignored. As he neared the center of the minefield, Izuku knew he had to maintain his momentum. He leaned into the handlebars, pushing Cavalier to its limits. Mike. UA, Sports Festival, first year stage. Aizawa. Are you not listening? He comically sweat-dropped, his usual stoic demeanor slightly cracked by the enthusiastic chaos around him. Izuku maintained his focus, expertly navigating the minefield. With a final burst of speed, Izuku cleared the last row of mines, his path now clear to the finish line. Mike. Right now, the first person back in the stadium is. Izuku Midoriya's made a huge splash. Rainbow-colored confetti dropped as the audience erupted into wild applause, their cheers echoing across the stadium. Izuku crossed the finish line, Cavalier coming to a smooth stop as he dismounted. In a dark room, a certain leader of the League of Villains was watching the sports festival from a computer screen, eyes narrowed in irritation. Shigaraki. White-haired brat. After Izuku crossed the finish line, he took a moment to look around and observe all of the cheers and applause he was getting from the viewers in attendance. The roar of approval was almost overwhelming. Katsuki made it through the tunnel a few minutes later, panting hard and boiling with anger. Katsuki. Damn it, not again. Damn you, Deku, Mike. And now, they are finishing one after another. We'll make a list of the results later, but for now, good work. He announced as more and more students began entering the arena. Shoto caught his breath as he glared at Izuku, who was smiling slightly. Midoriya-kun, you were amazing. Izuku turned around to see Ochako running towards him to congratulate him, with Yaoyorozu and Jiro not far behind. Tenya was sulking in the background, comically depressed over falling behind with a quirk that was supposed to be dominant in a racing environment. Izuku. Uraraka-san. Yaoyorozu-san, and Jiro-san. I'm glad to see you guys, and Iida made it through the first round. He exclaimed, genuinely glad his friends were advancing to the next round with him. Momo. First place is amazing. But did you have to pull that stunt with bike? She asked, pouting slightly. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Izuku. Sorry, I had to. Kyoka. By the way, nice bike you got there. Izuku. Thanks. He said as rubbed his back. Midnight began to speak as she saw the last people who could advance through the first round. Midnight. The first game of the first year stage is finally over. Now take a look at the results. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 42. Yuga Aoyama. Midnight. The top 42 made it through to the next round. It is unfortunate for those who didn't cut, but don't worry. We have already prepared a special event where anybody can showcase their skills. It will be revealed after the main event, so be patient. The real competition begins next. The press cavalry will be all over it. Give it your all. Katsuki growled in anger, still mad over ending up in third place instead of first. Midnight then swiped her whip as the spinning wheel began rotating at high speeds to determine what the next game would be. Midnight. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? I just said it, and now here it is. The wheel landed on the words, cavalry battle. Denki. A cavalry battle. I am bad at those, he mumbled, clearly not excited about the next event. Suyu. It is not an individual event, so I wonder how it will work, she said, along with others who were confused about how this cavalry battle would function. Midnight. Let me explain. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. It is basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but the one different thing is, based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. She said as a screen showed an image of 13 holding up All Might as the horse rider, with present Might supporting from the back. Sato. A point-based system like the entrance exam, huh? That's easy to understand, he said, grasping the concept quickly. Ochako. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on who is on the team. She concluded. Mina. Oh, I see. She exclaimed, finally understanding the gist of it. Midnight made a violent swipe of her whip towards the 2 female students. Midnight. You guys don't hold back even though I'm talking, huh? Let me speak. All. Scary, they thought in unison. Midnight. Yes, that is right. And the points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So the 42nd place gets 5 points, the 41st gets 10 points, and so on. She elaborated, showing the rankings and scoreboard for each place. Izuku. Oh, that is pretty simple, so since I got first place, that means I got 210 points if I did the math correctly, he calculated. Midnight then gained a sadistic smirk as she pointed at Izuku with her whip. Midnight. Not so fast, Midoriya. You see, there is one key exception. The point value assigned to first place is 10 million, she announced dramatically. The entire stadium erupted in gasps and murmurs as the significance of the number sank in. 10 million points, huh? The purple-haired boy from the general course exclaimed while smirking. Shoto. So if anyone takes down Midoriya's team, they automatically take the lead, he said, strategizing in his head. Katsuki, on the other hand, saw it as an opportunity. Katsuki. Hey, all I need to do is crush you, Deku. 10 million points. Your points are as good as mine. The atmosphere in the stadium shifted dramatically. Some participants grew cocky, their eyes gleaming with the prospect of taking down the top contender. Izuku's expression changed as he sensed the change in the crowd. His eyes narrowed, and a savage grin spread across his face. Izuku's presence became almost tangible as he generated a pressure that radiated across the field, causing many participants to sweat nervously. Izuku. If you want it, then you'll have to take it, he said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable weight. He gestured for them to bring it on, his stance confident and unyielding. The intimidating display made many rethink their initial confidence. They began to murmur among themselves, doubting their ability to take on Izuku and the 10 million points he carried. The target on his back was too significant, and no one wanted to team up with someone who would draw so much attention. With certain blonde. Team up with me. What? Bakugo. Team up with me. Don't you want to team up with me? Katsuki stared blankly at the students clamoring to be on his team for the cavalry battle. His explosive quirk and competitive spirit made him a highly sought-after teammate. Katsuki. Wait a minute. Remind me what all of your quirks are. Oh, yeah, and your names too, he demanded, his face a mix of confusion and irritation. Mina. What kind of question is that? We're your classmates. I can understand not knowing Class B's, but come on, this is ridiculous. She whined, annoyed that Bakugo didn't know her name even though they'd been classmates for weeks. Sato. He doesn't pay attention to what's around him at all, huh? How can you be that self-centered? He exclaimed, agreeing with his pink-haired classmate. All Might. Even though his personality is really mean and rude, he still came in third and has 200 points. Considering the all-purpose use of his quirk, it makes sense that he's still pretty popular, he commented as he observed the interactions of his students from up in the teacher's box. Ajiro. Hey, Bakugo. I was gonna ask Todoroki, but he chose his team already. So what do you say? Let's team up. he said as he walked up to the crowd around the ash blonde. Katsuki. Oh, hey, weird hair, he said casually, his face passive. Ajiro. My name is Kirishima. At least have enough decency to remember the names of your classmates. And my hair is not even that different from yours, he exclaimed, pointing at Bakugo's spiky hair. They both had very peculiar and spiky hair. You want to be the rider, right? Then who will be the front horse that can take your blasts? He said as he activated his hardening quirk to prove his point. Katsuki stared at him with a curious glance. Katauki. Someone with guts, he replied. Ajiro. Not really, but yeah. Me, with my hardening. I will be the horse that will never waver. You want to get it too, right? Midoriya's 10 million points. Katsuki's eyes widened at the mention of his arch-rival's name. Ajiro. Listen, we all know that Midoriya has a lot of power on his side. So we need a team that can handle his super powerful punches. Come on, if we team up, we can definitely overwhelm him and steal his 10 million points, no problem. He added, trying his best to convince the explosion quirk user. As soon as he heard those words, Bakugo's face morphed into a sinister grin as he thought about defeating Izuku. Katsuki. Alright, you've convinced me. Let's do it. Kirishima beamed, glad to have convinced Bakugo. They quickly started strategizing, knowing they'd need more teammates to complete their formation. Ajiro. Okay, we need 2 more for our team. Any volunteers? He asked, looking around. Sero. Hey, how about me? He offered, stepping forward. My tape quirk could be useful for mobility and keeping our formation tight. Mina. And I'll join too, she said enthusiastically. My acid quirk can help with offense and defense, plus I can make the ground slippery for anyone trying to get too close. Bakugo looked at them, evaluating their potential. Katsuki. Fine, you two are in. Let's make this quick and efficient. The team quickly formed up, with Bakugo as the rider, Kirishima as the front horse, and Sero and Mina as the sides. They huddled together, discussing their plan to take down Midoriya. Katsuki. Remember, our main target is Deku. We're going to go all out and take his 10 million points. No holding back, he barked, his fiery determination clear in his eyes. With our protagonist. A few minutes later, 3 figures approached Izuku, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Jiro. They stood before him with determined expressions. Izuku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Izuku. Why do you want to team up with me? He asked, his tone calm but laced with curiosity. I mean, everyone will most likely be after me because of my 10 million points. I don't want to place such a burden on you 3. Momo spoke first, her voice steady. Momo. Because we believe in your strength and leadership, Midoriya-san. With you, we have a chance to win. Ochako nodded, her eyes filled with resolve as she smiled. Ochako. We've seen what you can do, Midoriya-kun. I want to prove myself and get stronger, and I know that teaming up with you is the best way to do that. Jiro added, her tone firm. Kyoka. Besides, you were there when we needed help, so it's our time to repay you. Izuku looked at them for a moment, he smiled slightly. He then nodded. Izuku. Alright, let's do this. Izuku looked at his newly formed team, a plan already forming in his mind. He addressed them with confidence, outlining their roles for the upcoming cavalry battle. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san, your role is to keep our defenses high, he began, looking at her directly. Use your quirk to create barriers and insulate us from any attacks. Your resourcefulness will be crucial to our survival. Momo nodded, a determined look in her eyes. Momo. Understood, Midoriya-san. I'll make sure we stay protected. Izuku. Jiro-san, your job is to handle offensive attacks. Use your earphone jacks to disrupt and disorient our opponents. Create openings for us to exploit, he continued, turning to the purple-haired girl. Jiro gave a confident smirk. Kyoka. Got it. I'll keep them on their toes. Izuku then turned to Ochako, his expression softening slightly. Izuku. Uraraka-san, you'll wear the headband. You're lighter, and this way, we can protect the points better. I'll be the horse since I'm faster than any of you. Ochako's eyes widened, and a blush crept up her cheeks. Ochako. Wait, you want me to sit on your shoulders? She asked, feeling embarrassment. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, also slightly flustered. Izuku. Yeah, I don't really like the idea of sitting on anyone's shoulders, especially not a girl's. So, this is the best way. Ochako hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Ochako. Okay, Midoriya-kun. I trust you. The buzzer went off, signaling that the 15 minutes for gathering your cavalry team were finally over. Midnight. Time's up. Now then, it's about time to get started, she announced to the students as he did some arm stretches to prep herself. Mike. Hey, come on, wake up, Eraser. The second round is about to start, he said as he nudged Aizawa, effectively waking him up from his nap. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 12 cavalry teams are lined up on the field. He yelled, attempting to hype up the crowd. Aizawa took a second to take a look at all of the teams. Aizawa. There are some interesting teams out there. Izuku stood tall with Ochako on his shoulders, Momo and Jiro flanking him. Mike. Now, raise those battle cries. It is time for the UA's bloody battle. Aizawa. You're dragging it. I don't think there is going to be any bloodshed. Aizawa commented. Mike. Light the signal fire. He shouted as he ignored Aizawa's comment. A 10-second countdown began as everybody got into their positions. Mike. All right, you've all made your teams, right? I'm not going to ask if you're ready or not. He yelled as now the audience was on the edge of their seats, eagerly anticipating the second round of the sports festival to begin. Now, let's go, counting down to the brutal bloody showdown. Aizawa. You're dragging it again. Mike. 3. Katsuki cracked his knuckles. Katsuki. We are aiming for. Mike. 2. Shoto. One thing. He stared at Team Ochako like how a predator stalks his prey. Mike. 1. The final countdown concluded, and Midnight's voice echoed across the stadium. Midnight. Begin. In an instant, chaos erupted as all the teams rushed toward Team Ochako, seeing them as the biggest threat due to the 10 million point headband. Izuku smirked confidently and shouted. Izuku. We'll be running away now. However, before they could move, Juzo Honanuki from Class 1B used his quirk to soften the ground beneath them. The earth turned to sludge, and Team Ochako began to sink. Izuku's eyes widened, quickly assessing the situation. Reacting swiftly, he grabbed both Jiro and Momo by their waists, much to their embarrassment, and leapt into the air with a powerful jump. Izuku. Hold on tight. He shouted as they soared above the sinking terrain, landing on the platform with a forceful impact that caused the crowd to gasp. Ochako. We need to keep moving, she urged, gripping the headband tightly as she balanced on Izuku's shoulders and used her quirk on herself to make her lighter. Izuku. Right, he responded, focusing his energy on their next move. He dashed forward with incredible speed, his agility allowing him to weave through the chaos. Teams from all directions continued their assault. Jiro's earphone jacks lashed out, creating shockwaves that disrupted their attacks. Momo generated barriers to block incoming projectiles and enhance their defenses. Ochako kept her focus, her determination evident despite the precarious position. As they sped through the battlefield, Izuku used his agility and quick thinking to outmaneuver their opponents. He dodged attacks with incredible precision, using his reflexes to stay ahead of the competition. Juzo tried to soften the ground again, but Izuku anticipated the move. He jumped, landing on solid ground just in time. The crowd erupted in cheers at the display of skill and coordination. Izuku. Nice try, but it's going to take more than that to stop us, he declared, his voice filled with unwavering confidence. They continued their evasive maneuvers, staying ahead of the competition. Izuku's strategy and quick thinking, combined with his team's unwavering support, kept them in the lead. As the game progressed, it became clear that Team Midoriya was not just running away, they were executing a well-coordinated and strategic retreat, using every advantage to stay ahead. As the cavalry battle continued, Team Hagakure quickly found themselves in trouble. Amid the chaos, Nito Monoma from Class 1B swiped their headband with a smug grin. Nito. Better luck next time, he taunted, leaving Team Hagakure frustrated and pointless. Mike. Now then, Even though barely 2 minutes have passed since we started, it has already turned into a free-for-all. Fights over the headbands are breaking out all over. Ignoring the 10 million points and going for second to fourth place is not bad either. Sometimes it is best to sneak up from behind an unsuspecting opponent. He yelled as the crowd was now enjoying the cavalry battle, as they were now getting the chance to see many different quirks on display. The battlefield turned into a free-for-all as teams scrambled to gain points. Team Mineta, consisting of Mineta, Shoji, and Tsuyu, and Team Tetsu, with Tetsu, Juzo Honanuki, Yosetsu Awase, and Abara Shiizaki, both converged on Team Ochako, seeing them as the prime target. Izuku, we've got company on all sides. Stay sharp, he called out, his eyes flickering with determination. Kyoka, we've got this. Midoriya, just keep moving, she encouraged, her earphone jacks twitching in readiness to disrupt any incoming threats. Team Mineta and Team Tetsu closed in from either side, trying to corner them. Mineta, riding on Shoji's shoulders, threw his sticky pop-off balls to try and trap them. Tsuyu used her tongue to snatch at their headband, but Jiro's quick reflexes and offensive attacks kept them at bay. Meanwhile, from above, Katsuki came soaring through the air, propelled by his explosions. Katsuki, you're not getting away, Deku, he roared, aiming a powerful blast directly at Izuku. Izuku sensed Katsuki's approach and smirked. Izuku, brace yourselves, he warned his team. As Katsuki flew toward them, Izuku dodged the explosive attacks with agile movements, easily avoiding the blasts. You're too slow, Katsuki, he taunted, his eyes gleaming with excitement and challenge. Katsuki's attacks were relentless, but Izuku's quick reflexes and precise movements kept them just out of reach. Ochako clung to the headband, her heart pounding. Ochako, Midoriya-kun, they're all coming at once, she exclaimed, her grip tightening. Izuku, we're not giving up, he declared, his voice resolute. Jiro-san, Yaoyorozu-san, be ready for Bakugo's attacks. Uraraka-san, prepare to lighten our load if needed. Jiro unleashed another shockwave, pushing back Team Mineta and disrupting their formation. Momo reinforced their defenses, creating a series of barriers that shielded them from incoming attacks. As Katsuki's explosions intensified, Izuku knew he had to take a risk. Izuku, hang on, everyone, he shouted. With a powerful leap, he launched them into the air, dodging a particularly intense blast from Katsuki. The crowd cheered as they were finally getting to see some hand-to-hand action. He's gotten separated from his horses. What's with this guy? Is that even allowed? A long gray tape then wrapped around Katsuki before he touched the ground. It pulled him back to his team. Ajiro. Nice catch, Sero, he said. Midnight. It's a technicality, so it's okay. It wouldn't have been if he'd touched the ground, though. So as long as he stays in the air and above the ground, leaving your team is okay, she announced as she made it clear what the rules said about Katsuki's little stunt. Team Mineta and Team Tetsu pressed on, but the combined efforts of Izuku's team kept them at a distance. Jiro's shockwaves, Momo's creations, and Ochako's vigilance proved to be an effective defense. Seeing an opening, Izuku decided to turn the tide. Izuku, time to go on the offensive, he warns his teammate. With a sudden shift, Izuku summoned Cavalry in its dual-bladed mode. Izuku swung the massive blades with precision, creating a whirlwind of attacks that forced their opponents to back off. The chaos intensified as teams scrambled to recover from the assault. Team Mineta and Team Tetsu regrouped, but the damage had been done. Izuku's bold move had bought them valuable time and space. Bakugo, however, was undeterred. Katsuki, I won't let you win, Deku, he shouted, launching himself at them with another explosion. Izuku anticipated the attack, shifting Cavalry into motorcycle mode. He executed a daring maneuver, dodging Bakugo's strike and using the momentum to propel them forward. Mike, now, let us take a look at each team's points. It has been 7 minutes. Here are the current rankings up on the screen, he announced enthusiastically as the rankings were displayed on the Jumbotron. Huh, what? Some of the audience members murmured in confusion. Mike, what? Wait a minute, other than Team Ochako, Class A isn't doing so well, he said, his voice filled with surprise as the standings showed that while Team Ochako was in first place, Team Monoma was in second place with 1,360 points, and Team Tetsu was in third place with 1,125 points. Wait a second, Team Bakugo has 0 points. What happened? Seemingly out of nowhere, Monoma appeared behind Bakugo, snatching his headband cleanly off. Bakugo didn't realize what had happened until a couple of seconds later. Nito. Class A is too simple-minded, he taunted, a smug smile on his face. Mina. Crap, he got us, she exclaimed as they realized that Monoma had stolen their points right from under their noses. Katsuki. What did you say, bastard? Give that back or I'll come over there and kill you. He shouted, furious that some Class B extra had managed to catch him off guard. Nito. Since Midnight said that it was the first game, it wouldn't make sense for them to cut a ton of people in the qualifier, right? He continued, ignoring Bakugo's threats. Katsuki. Huh, what bullshit are you spouting, extra? He growled. Nito. Assuming they'd keep about 40 people for the next stage, we just made sure we stayed within that number as we ran, observing from the back the quirks and personalities of those who would be our rivals. There's no point in being obsessive over winning in the prelims, right? He stated with a smug smirk. Sero. You did this as a class. Nito. Well, it wasn't a consensus, but it was a good idea, right? Hey, Monoma, they're coming, one of his teammates whispered, noticing a couple of teams circling them. Monoma continued his monologue. Nito. It's better than going after a temporary top, like a horse with a carrot waving in front of its face. And speaking of that, looks like Midoriya's doing a lot better than you, Bakugo. He's always been better, hasn't he? Kirishima's eyes widened in horror as he looked up at Bakugo. Monoma also turned his attention toward the ash-blonde student. Around Bakugo was an aura of pure red, filled with absolute hatred and anger. Katsuki. Kirishima, change of plans. Before we get Deku, we're going to kill these guys. He simply stated, his voice seething with rage as he glared at Monoma for daring to bring up that Izuku is better than him. Kirishima gulped, nodding in agreement as he braced himself for the imminent confrontation. Sero and Mina exchanged worried glances but steeled themselves, knowing they had to support their teammate. Ajiro. All right, Bakugo. We'll make sure to teach them a lesson they won't forget, he said, his voice firm despite the tension in the air. The intensity of the situation escalated as Bakugo's team prepared to launch their counterattack against Monoma and his team. The arena was filled with an electrifying atmosphere, the spectators on the edge of their seats, eager to see how this clash would unfold. Meanwhile, Team Ochako was maintaining their lead, but Izuku couldn't help but notice the rising tension among the other teams. He glanced back, seeing the fierce determination in Bakugo's eyes as he targeted Monoma. Izuku. Looks like things are heating up, he muttered, his mind racing with strategies to keep his team in the lead and avoid getting caught in the crossfire. As the game reached its halfway point, Team Todoroki, comprising Shoto, Iida, Tokoyami, and Kaminari, confronted Team Ochako. Shoto relied solely on his ice powers, refusing to use his left side due to his disdain for his father. Izuku, still maintaining his composure, nodded to his team. Izuku. Stay focused, we're in for a tough fight. Shoto. Midoriya, he said coldly, his breath visible in the air around him. You won't get away this time. Iida, standing behind Shoto, adjusted his glasses. Tenya. Our strategy is simple, we will overwhelm him with speed and precision. Tokoyami and Kaminari stood ready, their determination matching that of their leader. Izuku gripped Cavalry's handles tighter, his eyes narrowing. Izuku. We'll see about that, Todoroki. With a sudden burst of speed, Tenya activated his engines, propelling Team Todoroki forward. Shoto launched a barrage of ice attacks, aiming to freeze Team Ochako in their tracks. Izuku. Defensive formation, he called out. Momo quickly generated a large shield, blocking the initial ice attacks. Jiro used her earphones jack to send shockwaves through the ground, disrupting Iida's footing and slowing their advance. Ochako, still perched on Izuku's shoulders, kept a keen eye on their surroundings. Ochako. We've got this, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Let's go on the offensive. Izuku charged forward. He swerved around Shoto's ice attacks with expert precision, closing the distance between their teams. Izuku. Get ready, he shouted to his teammates. As they neared Team Todoroki, Izuku used Cavalier in dual-bladed mode. The massive blade spun with a menacing hum, creating a whirlwind of destruction. Shoto tried to create a barrier of ice, but Izuku's spinning blades shattered through it. Jiro and Momo coordinated their attacks, with Jiro sending shockwaves to disorient their opponents and Momo using her creations to protect their headbands. Tokoyami's dark shadow lashed out, trying to grab their headband, but Ochako's quick reflexes allowed her to dodge the attack. Ochako. Nice try, but we're not losing this headband. Denki attempted to unleash a burst of electricity, but Jiro's counterattacks kept him at bay. The battle was fierce, with both teams showcasing their skills and determination. The crowd watched in awe, captivated by the high-stakes clash between two of the strongest teams. Despite their efforts, Team Todoroki struggled to gain the upper hand. Izuku's strategic thinking and Cavalry's versatility proved to be formidable obstacles. As the minutes ticked by, it became clear that Team Ochako was not going down without a fight. On the other side, Team Monoma found themselves in a precarious position. Monoma, their leader, decided to let the clock run out, aiming to protect their remaining headband and secure their fourth-place spot. However, Katsuki had other plans. Katsuki leapt from his horse and flew towards Team Monoma, propelled by his powerful explosions. Kosei Saburaba, using his quirk to create an invisible wall of air, tried to block Katsuki's advance. But Katsuki, fueled by his relentless determination, shattered the air wall and snatched two headbands from Team Monoma in a swift, decisive move. With those points, Team Bakugo surged into third place. The chaos of the battle only intensified as other teams, sensing an opportunity, tried to capitalize on Team Monoma's weakened state. Nito fought back valiantly, copying Kosei's quirk to hold off their attackers. Despite their efforts, Team Monoma still clung to their last headband, desperately trying to protect it until the clock ran out. Even though Team Bakugo had secured third place, Katsuki's competitive spirit wouldn't let him rest. Katsuki. We're not stopping here. We're getting our original headband back from that copycat, he roared, his eyes blazing with intensity. Mina stepped up, using her acid to clear a path through the battlefield. Sero then utilized his tape to pull their team swiftly toward Team Monoma. Kosei once again attempted to defend with another air wall, but Katsuki blasted through it with ease. In a dramatic confrontation, he reclaimed his original headband from Nito, securing second place for Team Bakugo while Team Monoma lost all their points. Mina. Nice work, Bakugo. She cheered, though Katsuki was far from satisfied. His gaze shifted towards the two remaining major competitors, Team Ochako and Team Todoroki. Katsuki. We're not done yet, he barked. We're going after Deku and Icy Hot. Let's finish this strong. Team Bakugo rallied, their sights set on the top two teams. The tension in the stadium reached a fever pitch as the remaining minutes of the cavalry battle promised an explosive and unforgettable climax. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Izuku smirked because it was time to reveal his trump card. With a swift gesture, he summoned his shadow dragon, Kaisel, from the depths of his quirk's power. The ground trembled as Kaisel emerged, its massive, ethereal form casting a dark shadow over the battlefield. The dragon's scales shimmered with an eerie, dark glow, and its piercing eyes seemed to bore into the souls of those who dared to look directly at it. The audience fell silent, their eyes wide with awe and fear. What is that? One of the students gasped, their voice trembling. Pro-heroes in the stands were equally stunned. All Might's jaw dropped, while Present Mike and Aizawa exchanged shocked glances. Even Endeavor couldn't hide his surprise, though he masked it quickly with a scoff. Mike. Midoriya's pulled out something big. His voice rang out, filled with a mix of excitement and disbelief. Ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing history here. Izuku Midoriya has summoned a massive dragon. This is beyond incredible. Kaisel let out a deafening roar, its sound reverberating across the stadium, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. The remaining students, including those on Team Todoroki, paled at the sight of the colossal beast. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the enormous dragon. His fiery confidence faltered. Katsuki. Damn it, that thing's massive. He muttered, unable to hide the edge of fear in his voice. He clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. We're not backing down, but that's one hell of a monster. Shoto. Stay focused, he shouted, though his voice betrayed a hint of fear. We can't let it intimidate us. Iida tried to keep their team steady, but the sheer presence of Kaisel made it difficult to concentrate. Tenya. Midoriya, just what are you? Momo's eyes widened in amazement. Momo. Midoriya-san, this is incredible. I never imagined you had something like this up your sleeve. Jiro looked up at the massive beast with a mix of awe and fear. Kyoka. This is next level, Midoriya. Ochako, sitting on Izuku's shoulders, tightened her grip slightly, her heart pounding. Ochako. Wow, Izuku, you really are full of surprises. Izuku. Let's show them what we can do, he commanded, while Kaisel circled above, ready to strike at any opponent who dared approach. Present Mike's commentary continued, filled with awe and admiration. Mike. This is a game changer, folks. Izuku Midoriya has completely turned the tables with his dragon. Can any team stand against this incredible display of power? With Kaisel providing both protection and an intimidating presence, Team Ochako charged forward, navigating through the chaos of the battlefield. The Shadow Dragon's powerful form deterred most teams from approaching, allowing them to maintain a significant lead. As the battle continued, Team Todoroki and Team Bakugo fought fiercely for second place. Shoto and his team managed to hold their own, using their skills to outmaneuver their opponents. Meanwhile, Katsuki, driven by sheer determination, pushed his team to their limits, relentlessly attacking anyone in their way. Despite their best efforts, neither Team Todoroki nor Team Bakugo could overcome the sheer advantage that Kaisel provided to Team Ochako. There was a moment when Shoto almost used his fireside due to frustration, which shocked him. As the final moments of the battle ticked away, the positions solidified. Present Mike's voice boomed over the stadium, filled with excitement. Quote, Mike. And that's it, folks. The cavalry battle has come to an end. Let's hear it for our top 4 teams. In with an incredible display of strategy and power, is Team Ochako. He said as the audience erupted into applause and cheers, their eyes still fixed on the massive shadow dragon that hovered protectively over Izuku's team. The pro heroes exchanged impressed glances, acknowledging the extraordinary feat they had just witnessed. Mike. In the second place, it's Team Todoroki. In third place, we have Team Bakugo. And in fourth place, we got Team Tetsute, huh? What, it's Team Shinso. Where did he come from, getting fourth place out of nowhere like that? He asked in shock, mirroring the crowd's astonishment. No one had noticed Shinso's quiet yet strategic moves throughout the cavalry battle. Shinso. Thanks for your hard work. The purple-haired figure stood out as he walked away with a smug smirk, but inwardly shaking from Kaisel's presence. Mike. These 4 teams will advance to the final round. He continued, the crowd's cheers growing louder in anticipation of the main event. Meanwhile, Izuku and his team gathered together to celebrate their victory. Momo, Jiro, and Ochako were all smiling and congratulating each other. Kyoka. We did it, guys, she said, high-fiving Ochako. Momo. I can't believe we managed to pull it off, she added, her eyes shining with excitement. Izuku looked at his teammates with a sincere expression. Izuku. I couldn't have done it without you all, he said earnestly. Each of you played a crucial role in our victory. This wasn't just my win, it was our win. Momo nodded, a soft smile on her face. Momo. We believed in you, Midoriya-san. Your leadership and strategy made it possible. Jiro gave him a thumbs up. Kyoka. Yeah, you kept us focused and determined. We couldn't have asked for a better leader. Ochako. It was a team effort, and I'm really glad we all worked together. Kaisel watched the celebration with a pleased expression. The girls approached him, their curiosity getting the better of them. Ochako. Can we pet him? She asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Go ahead, he seems to like the attention. As Momo, Jiro, and Ochako began to pet Kaisel, the massive dragon let out happy noises, enjoying the affection. To everyone's surprise, Kaisel suddenly shrank down to the size of a baby dragon, letting out a contented purr. Momo stroked Kaisel's tiny head gently. "Momo, you're so cute like this," she cooed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Jiro chuckled, scratching behind Kaisel's small ears. "Kyoka, I never thought a dragon could be this adorable." Ochako leaned down and carefully petted Kaisel. "Ochako, you're just the cutest little thing," she said, her voice filled with affection. Kaisel responded with happy, contented noises, much to the delight of the audience. The entire stadium erupted in a chorus of AWWS and cooing, captivated by the unexpected transformation of the formidable shadow dragon into an endearing, baby-sized creature. Izuku watched the scene in amazement, a mixture of surprise and amusement on his face. "Izuku, I had no idea Kaisel could do that," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. Present Mike's voice cut through the air, filled with excitement and disbelief. "Mike, ladies and gentlemen, this is a first. Not only did we witness an incredible display of power and strategy from Team Ochako, but now we've seen the fierce shadow dragon transform into the most adorable creature ever. How about that for a twist?" As the girls continued to pet the tiny Kaisel, Izuku felt a warmth in his chest. The bond he shared with his shadow dragon was deeper than he had realized, and Kaisel's ability to adapt and connect with his friends only strengthened that bond. Izuku and Shoto were currently in an empty tunnel, standing across from one another, looking directly into each other's eyes. Izuku decided to break the silence. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Shoto made no response, continuing to coldly stare at Izuku, his eyes unwavering. "Izuku, okay, let me try a different approach," he thought. "If we don't hurry, the cafeteria will more than likely be really crowded." No response. Izuku began to narrow his eyes as the son of Endeavor kept on staring at him. "Shoto, I was overpowered." "Izuku, huh," he said, confused by Shoto's first sentence ever since they got there. "Shoto, so much so that I broke my pledge," he stated, shame clearly evident in his voice. Izuku asked, "Izuku, what pledge?" Shoto then lifted his left hand. "Shoto, Endeavor, the number 2 hero, is my old man. I'm sure you know that he has been stuck as the number 2 hero forever." Izuku's face adopted a serious expression as he now paid close attention to what Shoto was saying. "Shoto, my old man has a strong desire to rise in the world. As a hero, he won a name for himself with crushing force. Because of that, the living legend, All Might, is a great eyesore to him. Since he could not surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan." "Izuku, what are you trying to tell me, Todoroki?" he asked. "Shoto, you have heard of quirk marriages, right?" "Izuku, I don't like where this is going," he thought, clenching his fist. "Shoto, that thing that became a problem for the second and third generation after superpowers appeared. Choosing a spouse is based only on strengthening your own quirk and passing it on to your children, forcing people into marriage. A lack of ethics brings about the old-fashioned way of thinking. He is a man with both accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his desire by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might." Izuku gritted his teeth. "Izuku, you were the result of a quirk marriage. You were created for the sole purpose of surpassing All Might because your own father could not do it before you," he said angrily. "That bastard, I'm gonna kill him when I got my hands on him." Shoto nodded. "Shoto, it's so annoying. I will not become the tool of scum like that. In my memories, my mother is always crying." He brought his left hand over to the left side of his face where his large red scar was located. "Do you want to know how I got this scar on the left side of my face?" Izuku didn't reply, but he had an idea about what Shoto was going to say next. Shoto took his silence as a yes. "Shoto, your left side symbolizes the blood of the devil, that which is your own father. That is what my mother said as she poured boiling water on my face," he said depressingly, the memory having traumatized and scarred him both physically and mentally. Izuku's eyes grew wide with horror. He could not believe Shoto's own mother would say something so ugly to him at such a young age. "Izuku, that's horrible," he simply said, as there weren't any better words or phrases to describe such a traumatic event. No mother should ever do or say something like that to their child, no matter what. The child didn't even understand why he deserved such ruthless punishment. Shoto. Basically, I picked a fight with you to show him what I can do, without using my damn old man's quirk. No, I will reject him completely by winning first place without using it. He said, nothing but cold, dark hatred in his eyes. Izuku sensed the hatred within Shoto as he began walking away. Shoto. I don't care how strong you are, I will rise above you with just my right side. I am sorry for wasting your time, but I just had to get that point across. I'll see you in the finals. You better prepare yourself. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy but also a surge of irritation. Izuku. That's childish, he said bluntly. Shoto stopped in his tracks and turned back slightly, his eyes narrowing. Shoto. What did you say? Izuku. It's childish, he repeated, his voice steady. Rejecting your power because of your father. That's letting him control you. If you really want to surpass him, if you really want to be your own person, then use everything you've got. Shoto stared at him, conflicted emotions swirling in his eyes. Izuku continued, Izuku. I get it. I get that you hate him, and you have every right to. But don't let that hatred define you. You're stronger than that, you're better than that. If you want to win, then win with everything you've got. Not half of it. For a moment, the tunnel was silent again, the weight of Izuku's words hanging in the air. Shoto's eyes softened slightly, the coldness melting away just a bit. Shoto. I'll think about it, he said quietly before turning and walking away. Izuku watched him go, hoping that his words had reached him. He turned his head behind. He sensed a very familiar energy signature. The person had been hiding there and been listening the entire time. Izuku. Everything that was said here stays between the three of us. I expect you to keep Todoroki's personal information to yourself. I'll see you in a little bit. Katsuki. Izuku sighed and made his way to the cafeteria, knowing the next battle would be even more intense. 1 hour later. Mike. Now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. But before that, there's good news for all of you. Who did not make it to the finals. He announced as everyone returned to the stadium, ready for the real tournament to begin. This is just a sports festival, so we have prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up. As President Mike was about to move on, he and the rest of the audience, plus the participants, noticed something peculiar. Huh, Aizawa. What are they doing? He lazily asked. The center of attention was all the female students of Class 1A, dressed up in orange UA cheerleader uniforms that really showed off their assets. Mike. What's the matter, Class 1A? What kind of fan service is that? He cried out as the majority of the males in the stadium ogled their curvaceous figures, which the cheerleading uniforms didn't fail to display. Mineta and Kaminari gave each other a thumbs up, both with perverted grins on their faces. Momo. Mineta. Kaminari. You tricked us, didn't you? She yelled in fury, a giant red tick mark forming on her forehead. The two pervs had told her and Jiro that everybody was required to wear cheerleading clothes to do a cheer battle in the afternoon. But clearly, that was all just a lie to get the girls to wear sexy outfits. The vice president of Class A dropped to her knees with a sad sigh. Momo. Why am I always caught up in Mineta's schemes? I even used creation to make the outfits. Izuku, who has a straight face but inside he was a blushing mess watching the scene unfold, felt a surge of irritation. Izuku. Kaisel, he called out, summoning his shadow dragon. Give those two what they deserve. Kaisel, in all his intimidating glory, loomed over Denki and Mineta, who instantly paled and began to plead for mercy. Mineta. We won't do it again. We swear, he cried, tears streaming down his face. Denki. Please call off the dragon. He added, equally terrified. The girls of Class 1A watched in satisfaction as Kaisel growled menacingly, the whole stadium erupting in laughter and amusement at the sight of the two perverts begging for their lives. Mina. Now that's what I call justice, she said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Momo sighed in relief. Momo. Thank you, Midoriya. That was very kind of you. Izuku smiled back. Izuku. No problem. We should all be able to enjoy the festival without any issues. Mike. All right, everyone. Let's have fun competing in the recreational games. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, one-on-one. He announced. 1. Ajiro. The last round is a tournament where we fight one-on-one, huh? I will stand on the stage one watch every year on TV. He said, pumping his fists. Mina. Was it a tournament last year? She asked. Sero. It's different every year, but there's a one-on-one competition every year at the end of it all. He replied. Last year, it was a sports Chanbara match. Midnight. Now, let's prepare to draw lots to determine the bracket, she said, holding a yellow box labeled, lots. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Now from the first place team. Ojiro. Excuse me, he suddenly called out, raising his hand. I am withdrawing. Everybody gasped. Izuku. Ojiro, but why? He asked, eyes wide with surprise. Tenya. This is a rare chance for pros to see you. He exclaimed, equally shocked to hear that Ojiro wanted to quit. Ojiro. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. I think it was that guy's quirk, he explained. Narengeki Shoto from Class 1B also requested to resign, feeling that he did not deserve to participate in the finals. Midnight allowed them to withdraw and decided that the newly opened spots would be filled with members from the 5th place team, Team Kendo. However, Itsuka Kendo allowed Team Tetsu because they fought harder during the cavalry battle. Kendo. It's only fair, she said. They gave it their all, and they deserve the chance. Tetsu. Thanks, Kendo. We won't let you down, he replied with a determined look and manly tears. Midnight nodded. Midnight. Very well, now let's continue with the drawing of lots. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Match 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Honta Sero. Match 3. Abara Shiizaki vs Denki Kaminari. Match 4. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsume. Match 5. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Match 6. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Match 7. Mina Ishido vs Ochako Uraraka. Match 8. Katsuki Bakugo vs Kyoka Jiro. Izuku stared at the matchups on the board, particularly focused on his own. Izuku. Hitoshi Shinso, huh? He muttered to himself, mulling over the opponent he was about to face. From what he had observed, Shinso had a mysterious aura about him, and his lack of physical strength seemed to be compensated by something much more dangerous. As Izuku was deep in thought, Shinso approached him, a smirk playing on his lips. Shinso. So, you are Midoriya, I've heard a lot about you, he began, but before he could continue, Ojiro quickly intervened. Ojiro. Don't answer him, Midoriya, he warned, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder to stop him from responding. You mustn't engage with him. Nearby, Shoto watched Izuku with an intense gaze. Shoto. Midoriya, you'd better win your match, he murmured to himself, his voice filled with determination. Because I plan to defeat you myself. Meanwhile, Katsuki stared at the bracket with a look of utter disinterest. Katsuki. Kyoka Jiro, who the hell is that? He grumbled, oblivious to the rising irritation of the girl in question. Kyoka. Are you kidding me? She fumed, her face flushed with anger. We've been in the same class for weeks. Ignoring her outburst, Katsuki clenched his fists, his thoughts already focused on winning. Katsuki. Doesn't matter, I'll crush her and then take down whoever gets in my way. On the other side of the stadium, Iida was approached by Mei Hatsume. She was in Shinso's team, who looked at him with a mischievous grin. Mei. Hey, Iida. How about we make a little deal before our match? I could showcase some of my babies, and you could. Before the matches began, Ojiro pulled Izuku aside to tell him about Shinso's quirk. Ojiro. During the cavalry battle, I was under Shinso's control. I don't remember much, but I know I was moving against my will until I bumped into Abara Shiizaki. That's when I snapped out of it. Izuku frowned, the pieces falling into place. Izuku. So I was right. Shinso has a powerful mind-type quirk. That means I have to be extra cautious. He'll probably try to use his quirk the moment I respond to him. Mashirao placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Ojiro. Be careful, Midoriya. His quirk is no joke. If he gets you under his control, it could be over before you even realize it. Izuku nodded resolutely. Izuku. Thanks for the heads up, Ojiro. I'll make sure not to fall for his tricks. A few minutes later, flames ignited in all four corners of the fighting arena, signaling that the stage was set and the preparations were complete. The audience's anticipation reached a fever pitch as they eagerly awaited the first match of the tournament. Mike. Audience. The tournament that you all have been waiting for is finally starting. Match number 1. You've seen him with his impressive weaponry and his adorable yet fierce dragon. He's finished in first place in the 2 previous rounds. From Class 1A, Hero Course, it's Izuku Midoriya. He announced with enthusiasm as Izuku stepped onto the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers, his popularity soaring after his spectacular performances earlier in the sports festival. Izuku's classmates cheered him on from the bleachers, fully supporting their friend. Mike. Versus, sorry, he hasn't done much to stand out yet. From General Studies, it's Hitoshi Shinso. He continued. Shinso ignored the comment, maintaining his calm demeanor as he walked toward the ring. Okay, the rules are simple. To win the match, you have to force your opponent out of bounds, immobilize them, or force them into submission. Bring on the injuries. I want this to be entertaining. Don't worry, we have our very own recovery girl waiting on standby to patch any students up. Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, anything life-threatening is strictly prohibited. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains. He explained the rules, his voice charged with excitement. Cementos. I will stop the fight if things go too far, he added, standing on the sidelines. Izuku took a deep breath, calming his nerves, and got into his fighting stance, ready to face whatever Shinso might throw at him. Shinso. Forcing your opponent into submission, huh? He said, catching Izuku's attention with his casual tone. Mike. Ready. His voice rang out. Shinso. That monkey was going on about his pride. Mike. Start, he announced, signaling the beginning of the match. Shinso. But don't you think he was dumb for throwing away his chance? What an IDI. Before Shinso could finish his sentence, he was abruptly cut off by a powerful punch not powerful enough to break or damage him to the face from Izuku. The impact was so forceful that it sent Shinso crashing out of bounds, the match ending almost as soon as it had begun. Izuku. Scum, he muttered under his breath, his anger evident as he stood tall, his hand still clenched from the punch. Midnight raised her hand. Midnight. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya advances to the quarterfinals. Present Mike was momentarily speechless, the abrupt and decisive nature of the match leaving him in shock. Mike. What just happened? He stammered, his usual exuberance momentarily subdued. Aizawa, watching from the sidelines, explained. Aizawa. This match is a prime example of why the UA entrance exam is flawed, he began, his tone calm and analytical. Hitoshi Shinso has a powerful quirk named brainwashing, but he wasn't admitted to the hero course because the practical exam focuses on scoring points by fighting robotic villains. His quirk is in the right hands, very useful, but it does not work well against non-human opponents. He continued, glancing at Izuku. Midoriya was smart enough to figure out what Shinso's quirk was before it was too late. He didn't give Shinso the chance to use it, and that's what secured his victory. Mike. In the one-on-one tournament, the first person to advance to the quarterfinals is none other than the powerhouse himself, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. He announced as the versus screen showed Izuku's name going up in the bracket, while Shinso's name was crossed out. Meanwhile, Shinso, having been defeated, found his mind drifting back to memories of his past. Back in Naboo City Junior High, he often overheard his classmates commenting on how villainous his quirk seemed. The whispers and wary glances became a part of his daily life. He had grown accustomed to being perceived as the bad guy, but despite the doubts and the stigma, he had always remained resolute in his desire to be a hero. The crowd cheered as the match officially ended, with Izuku declared the winner. As the noise of the stadium swelled around them, Izuku walked over to Shinso, who was rubbing his jaw, who was about to leave the ring. "Izuku. Shinso," he called out, catching his attention. "What drives you to be a hero?" Shinso paused for a moment, his expression unreadable. "Shinso. I can't help what my heart desires," he replied simply, starting to walk away. Izuku watched him go, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He realized that in many ways, Shinso was much like how he used to be, misunderstood and underestimated, but still clinging to a dream of becoming a hero. "Izuku. Your quirk, it's far from villainous," he said, his voice sincere. "It's powerful, and with the right training, it could be one of the most formidable tools a hero could have." Shinso stopped in his tracks, turning slightly to look back at Izuku. For a moment, something like gratitude flickered in his eyes. Then, with a nod, he continued walking toward the exit. As he approached the tunnel, Shinso was greeted by cheers and congratulations from his classmates in the crowd. They pointed out several conversations happening among pro-heroes, with one of them commenting on how impressive Shinso was despite not being in the hero course. Shinso received these compliments with a small but genuine smile, feeling a renewed sense of determination. He turned to Izuku one last time before leaving. "Shinso. Even though I lost this match, I'll become a hero. Just watch." Izuku smiled back, nodding in acknowledgement. "Izuku. I'll be looking forward to it," he replied, knowing that Shinso had the potential to achieve his dream. As Shoto walked through the dimly lit corridor leading to the ring, he suddenly came face to face with a familiar figure. His father, Endeavor, the number 2 hero, stood in his path, his towering presence filling the space. Shoto's expression hardened as he prepared for yet another confrontation with the man he despised. "Enji. You're acting disgracefully, Shoto. If you used the power in your left side, you would have won an overwhelming victory in the obstacle course and maybe in cavalry battle too." His voice was stern, a hint of disappointment laced within it. "Stop this childish rebellion already. You have a duty to surpass All Might. Do you understand? You're different from your siblings. You are the greatest masterpiece." Shoto clenched his fists, the tension between them palpable. "Shoto. Is that all you can say, bastard? I will win and advance with just Mom's power. I won't use your power when I fight," he declared coldly as he made his way through the hallway. Endeavor's eyes narrowed, his frustration evident. "Enji. You'll soon reach the limit of your mother's power, Shoto. Without embracing your fire, you'll never surpass All Might, let alone me." That remark struck a nerve. Shoto's eyes blazed with anger, but he said nothing more. Instead, he pushed past his father, his resolve even stronger than before. He would prove his father wrong, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, back in the stands, Izuku returned to a warm reception from his classmates. As he climbed the stairs, Masharao Ojiro gave him a congratulatory nod, acknowledging Izuku's quick thinking and impressive victory over Shinso. The rest of Class 1A cheered for him, with his friends expressing their admiration. "Mina. That was amazing, Midoriya," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. "You really showed him what you're made of." Ojiro. "Yeah, great job," he added, giving Izuku a thumbs up. "You didn't let Shinso's quirk get to you." Izuku smiled sheepishly as he took his seat among them, feeling a sense of accomplishment mixed with a deep empathy for Shinso. He couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if things had been different for the general studies student. Match 2. Shoto Todoroki vs. Sero. Before he could dwell on it further, Present Mike's voice echoed through the stadium, announcing the start of the next match. "Mike. And now, folks, get ready for the second match of the tournament," he said as the screen showed matchups. "He's good, but with that plainness, he just can't get rid of it." From the hero course, Sero. He announces as Sero walks to the stage. "Sero. That's so mean," he said as the audience snickered. "Mike. vs. He is way too strong. He wasn't recommended for admission for nothing." Also from the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. He announces as Shoto walks to the stage. "Ready, start." "Sero. I don't feel like winning," he said. Then he suddenly launched his tapes from his elbows and restrained Todoroki. But I don't feel like losing, either, he yells as he slides Todoroki to the bounds. But then, Shoto's earlier encounter with his father resurfaced in his mind, fueling his anger. With a single, cold motion, he released a massive wave of ice, freezing the entire arena in an instant. Sero was caught in the freezing storm, encased in a giant prison of ice that immobilized him completely. The entire stadium fell silent, stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Shoto stood at the center, his expression unreadable, while Sero remained trapped in the ice, unable to move. Midnight quickly stepped in to assess the situation. Midnight. Sero Honta is immobilized. Todoroki Shoto is the winner, she declared, her voice cutting through the shocked silence. As the reality of the match set in, Shoto walked over to Sero, his gaze softening slightly. Shoto. I'm sorry, he said quietly, his voice tinged with regret. I didn't mean to go this far. He paused, unable to finish his sentence as the weight of his anger and frustration pressed down on him. Using his left arm, Shoto began to melt the ice surrounding Sero, freeing him from the frozen prison. As he did, Izuku, watching from the stands, noticed the deep sadness in Shoto's eyes, a sadness that spoke of years of inner turmoil and pain. As Sero was helped off the field, Shoto remained in the ring for a moment longer, staring at his left hand, the hand that carried the power he wished to reject. Despite his victory, he felt no satisfaction, only the heavy burden of his unresolved conflict with his father. Izuku watched him closely, understanding all too well the struggle Shoto was going through. It wasn't just a fight in the arena, it was a battle within himself. Match 3. Abara Shiizaki vs Denki Kaminari. Once the massive amount of ice that Shoto had created was finally cleared from the stadium, the audience buzzed with anticipation for the next match. The third bout of the finals tournament was set to begin, pitting Abara Shiizaki from Class 1B against Denki Kaminari from Class 1A. The atmosphere was electric as President Mike prepared to announce the contenders. Mike. Up next, we've got a contestant from Class 1B who's as thorny as a rose, but just as deadly. It's the assassin of the battlefield, Abara Shiizaki. His voice boomed through the stadium, his enthusiasm palpable. vs sparkling shocking boy. From the hero course, Denki Kaminari. But Abara, standing with her hands clasped in front of her, bowed her head slightly in disapproval. Ibra. Excuse me, announcer, she began, her voice soft yet firm, I am no assassin. It is my humble quest to spread good across the world. I would never kill my opponent. The audience quieted, taken aback by her serene demeanor. President Mike quickly apologized, flustered. Mike. Right. My bad, Shiizaki. No killing here, folks, just a lot of, good spreading. As the crowd chuckled, Kaminari couldn't help but be captivated by Abara's calm and gentle nature. Denki. Wow, she's cute, he mused aloud, momentarily lost in thought. But then, realizing that the match was about to begin, he shook off his distraction and grinned confidently. Hey, Shiizaki, how about after this match, we go on a date? I promise to console you after your defeat. Abara's expression remained unchanged as she replied. Abara. I must decline. My heart belongs to the path of righteousness. President Mike, sensing the tension, quickly called out. Mike. And, start. Denki wasted no time, immediately activating his indiscriminate shock technique. Lightning crackled around him as he unleashed a powerful wave of electricity, aiming to overwhelm Abara from the get-go. But Abara was ready. With a serene expression, she activated her vine's quirk, summoning a thick wall of interwoven vines to block the attack. The vines absorbed the electricity, and before Denki could react, they shot forward, wrapping around him and ensnaring him tightly. Mike. Whoa, that was fast. He exclaimed as the vines immobilized Denki completely, his body twitching as the electricity short-circuited him. Shiizaki has got Kaminari all tangled up. He's down for the count. Midnight stepped in to assess the situation, and seeing that Denki was unable to continue, she raised her arm. Midnight. The winner is Abara Shiizaki. The crowd erupted in applause, impressed by the swift and decisive victory. Meanwhile, Monoma from Class 1B seized the opportunity to taunt Class 1A from the stands. Nito. Looks like Class 1A isn't as invincible as they thought. That's another win for us. But Izuku, sitting calmly among his classmates, didn't let the comment slide. He turned to Monoma, his expression serious. Izuku. Aside from Abara and Tetsu, no one from Class 1B even made it to the finals. Maybe you should focus on supporting your own instead of trying to tear us down. Monoma flinched at the comeback, while the audience murmured in approval, clearly impressed with Abara's performance and Izuku's sharp retort. Even MT. Lady, watching from the pro-hero section, couldn't help but comment. Mount. Lady. Shiizaki would make the perfect sidekick for you. Kamui. Kamui, however, remained unfazed. Kamui. Focus on your own work, MT. Lady. Match 4. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsume. As the third match concluded, the stadium was once again filled with anticipation for the next bout. Present Mike's voice rang out, electrifying the crowd. Mike. All right, folks, next up we have a match that promises to be, well, let's just say, unique. From Class 1A, the engine-powered hero in the making, Tenya Iida. And from the support course, the gadget genius WHO never stops tinkering, Mei Hatsume. As Tenya and Mei made their way to the ring, the crowd's interest peaked. Unlike the other battles, this one was clearly going to be different. Sato, sitting with the rest of Class 1A, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he noticed Tenya's unusual attire. Sato. Is it just me, or does Tenya look like he's wearing gear? Indeed, Tenya was equipped with several of Mei's gadgets. Midnight quickly noticed as well. Midnight. Iida, you know that hero course students aren't allowed to use support gear unless you have the proper paperwork. What's the meaning of this? Tenya immediately bowed his head in a gesture of respect. Tenya. I apologize, Midnight. Mei Hatsume offered me this equipment to ensure that our match would be fair. I want to honor her integrity by wearing the gear. It wouldn't be right to refuse her hard work. Midnight smirked, clearly enjoying the earnestness of youth. Midnight. Well, I suppose I can't say no to such spirited enthusiasm. All right, Iida, you can keep the gear, let's see what you can do with it. As the match began, Tenya wasted no time, launching himself toward Mei with his usual speed. But before he could get close, Mei casually turned on her mic, addressing the crowd rather than her opponent. Mei. Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain what's going on here. I've equipped Iida with special leg braces designed to enhance his mobility. Watch how they work. Tenya was momentarily confused by Mei's lack of focus on the battle, but he continued his charge. Before he could reach her, Mei activated hydraulic attachments from her backpack, propelling herself out of his path. She kept speaking into the mic, explaining every detail of the gadgets to the spectators. Mike. I've also equipped myself with these hydraulic arms, which allow for quick evasive maneuvers. Perfect for dodging incoming attacks. Tenya tried to take advantage of what he thought was her distraction, but as he got closer, the sensors on Mei's backpack automatically triggered the hydraulics again, sending her safely out of his reach. The crowd watched in fascination as Tenya stumbled, but the auto balancers on his back kept him from falling, allowing him to quickly adjust his course and continue his pursuit. In the announcer's booth, present Mike and Eraserhead were less than impressed. Mike. Is she seriously turning this match into a commercial? He said, shaking his head. Eraserhead sighed. Aizawa. According to the power loader, she's always been more focused on her inventions than on actual combat. Tenya, growing frustrated, charged at Mei again. Tenya. This is supposed to be a fair fight, Hatsume. Stop running away and face me properly. But Mei was already activating her next gadget. Mei. These electromagnetic souls are perfect for quick escapes, as you can see. With that, she deftly avoided Tenya's attack once more, her feet lifting off the ground as she soared over his head. When she landed, Tenya tried to catch her off guard, but Mei was ready. She pulled out a capture gun and fired it at him, ensnaring him in a net. Mei. And this capture gun is perfect for immobilizing opponents from a safe distance. Tenya struggled against the net, but it was clear that Mei's focus was no longer on the battle. She turned back to the support companies in the audience, introducing herself once again and elaborating on her various inventions. After what felt like an eternity, With Mei introducing gadget after gadget, she casually stepped out of the ring, waving to the crowd. Mei. Well, that's all for now. If you're interested in any of these items, feel free to contact me anytime. Midnight, who had been watching the entire spectacle with a mix of amusement and disbelief, finally spoke up. Midnight. Well, since Hatsume has voluntarily left the ring, the winner is Tenya Iida. The crowd, having been thoroughly entertained by Mei's antics, erupted into applause. But Tenya, still tangled in the net, was far from pleased. As Mei approached him, she gave a casual apology. Mei. Sorry about that, Iida. I just couldn't resist the opportunity to showcase my babies. But Tenya's frustration was evident. Tenya. I can't believe you tricked me into being part of your commercial. I hate you, Hatsume. Mei, however, didn't seem too bothered by his words. Mei. Well, you were a great model for my inventions. Thanks for the help. With that, she walked away, leaving Tenya to fume in the ring. From the stands, Izuku watched the entire scene unfold with a mix of amusement and admiration. He couldn't help but chuckle at Mei's persistence. Match 5. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike introduced the next competitors with his usual enthusiasm. Mike. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the 5th match of the finals. From Class 1A, the creative genius herself, Momo Yaoyorozu. The crowd erupted in cheers as Momo stepped into the arena, her face calm but focused. Mike. Versus the Master of Shadows, also from Class 1A, Fumikage Tokoyami. The cheers continued as Fumikage entered the ring, Dark Shadow hovering protectively beside him. In the stands, Masharao turned to Izuku. Ojiro. Midoriya, how do you think this match will go? Izuku, watching the arena intently, responded. Izuku. It's going to come down to timing. Yaoyorozu-san can create anything she needs, but Tokoyami's Dark Shadow is fast and powerful. She'll have to be quick to counter his attacks. Down in the arena, Momo was already deep in thought, analyzing Fumikage's abilities and trying to formulate a strategy. The match began, and as expected, Fumikage took the offensive, sending Dark Shadow to strike at Momo. She managed to create a shield in time, but the force of the blow pushed her back, and she found herself on the defensive. Momo struggled to keep up, blocking and dodging Dark Shadow's relentless attacks. It was clear she was having trouble finding an opening. For a moment, doubt began to creep into her mind, but then she remembered Izuku's words before the match. Izuku. Stay calm, Yaoyorozu. You have the ability to analyze and think your way out of any situation. Trust in your instincts and find the right moment. Taking a deep breath, Momo centered herself and observed Fumikage more closely. She noticed how Dark Shadow hesitated slightly whenever it was exposed to brighter light. That was it, his weakness. The timing was everything. With renewed determination, Momo created a powerful flashbang, and, just as Dark Shadow lunged at her again, she detonated it, filling the arena with a blinding light. Dark Shadow recoiled, shrinking back in response to the intense brightness. This was the opening Momo had been waiting for. With Dark Shadow weakened, Momo quickly moved in and used her creation abilities to trap Fumikage in a reinforced net. With no way to command Dark Shadow effectively, Fumikage was immobilized. Midnight raised her whip and declared, "Midnight. Momo Yaoyorozu wins." The crowd erupted into applause as Momo stood victorious, the relief and satisfaction clear on her face. She glanced up at the stands, catching Izuku's eye, and he gave her an encouraging nod. She had done it, and it was all thanks to her quick thinking and determination. Match 6. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. The tension in the stadium was palpable as Present Mike introduced the two competitors for the 7th match of the finals. Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a showdown that has been brewing since the obstacle race. Two titans of toughness with nearly identical quirks. From Class 1A, it's Eijiro Kirishima, and from Class 1B, it's Tetsu. As the crowd cheered, Kendo from Class 1B was particularly vocal, waving her arms and shouting, "Kendo! Go get him, Tetsu." Meanwhile, Jiro nudged Minoru Mineta awake with her earphone jack, who had dozed off in the stands. Eijiro and Tetsu faced each other in the center of the ring, their eyes locked in a competitive glare. Both activated their quirks, their bodies hardening into nearly indestructible forms. Without wasting a second, they charged at each other, their feet pounding against the ground as they closed the distance. With a powerful collision, their fists met in the center of the ring, creating a small shockwave. Neither fighter gave an inch, each punch met with an equally powerful counter. The sound of hardened fists striking one another echoed loudly, accompanied by the cheers and gasps of the crowd. As they exchanged blow after blow, the two heroes in training taunted each other, their competitive spirits driving them to push harder. Eijiro grinned, his teeth glinting through his hardened face. "Eijiro, is that all you got, Tetsu? My hardening's tougher than yours." Tetsu smirked in response, his own steely determination shining through. Tetsu, you wish. My steel's stronger, Kirishima." The battle raged on, with neither fighter backing down. Each punch they threw was met with an equally powerful strike, their bodies absorbing the impact with incredible resilience. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, enthralled by the sheer display of raw power and endurance. But after several minutes of relentless combat, it became clear that both fighters were reaching their limits. In a final exchange, they each threw one last powerful punch, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact. The force of the blow sent both Eijiro and Tetsu reeling backward before they simultaneously collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The stadium fell into stunned silence for a moment before midnight, acting as the referee, walked over to assess the situation. After confirming that both fighters were down and unable to continue, she raised her hand and announced, "Midnight. It's a draw. Both fighters are unable to continue." The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, acknowledging the incredible display of strength and determination from both competitors. However, Midnight wasn't done yet. She turned to the audience with a playful smile. "Midnight. But we need a winner. After the first round of matches concludes, we'll determine the victor with an arm wrestling contest." The announcement was met with excited murmurs and anticipation, as everyone eagerly awaited the next round of competition between these two equally matched powerhouses. Match 7. Mina Ishido vs Ochako Uraraka. As the crowd settled back into their seats after the tie between Kirishima and Tetsu, the anticipation grew for the next match, Ochako Uraraka vs Mina Ishido. The atmosphere was tense, as this was a matchup that many in Class 1A had been eagerly discussing. Most of them had placed their bets on Mina, believing that her quirk and combat style would give her the upper hand. They knew Ochako's quirk, Zero Gravity, was more suited for close combat and hadn't seen anything yet that would suggest otherwise. However, when it came to Izuku, he was the outlier. "Izuku, I'm betting on Uraraka-san," he said with a calm confidence that caught his classmates off guard. "Eijiro, really?" he asked, scratching his head. "I mean, we know she's strong, but Ishido has long-range attacks. What makes you so sure?" Izuku just smiled mysteriously. "Izuku, you'll see, she's got a surprise for everyone." As the two competitors entered the ring, Present Mike wasted no time exciting the audience. "Mike, all right, folks. We've got ourselves an explosive match coming up. On one side, we have the pink powerhouse herself, the Acid Queen, Mina Ishido. And on the other side, don't let her cute looks fool ya, she's got moves that'll make you float away, it's Ochako Uraraka." The crowd roared in excitement as the two girls faced off. Mina grinned at Ochako, her bubbly personality shining through even in a competitive setting. "Mina, ready to dance, Uraraka?" Ochako had a focused expression. "Ochako, I hope you're ready too, Ishido." Present Mike called out. "Mike, and start." To everyone's surprise, the moment the match began, Ochako leapt into the air, defying gravity as she hovered above the ground. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, she rocketed toward Mina, her punch whistled through the air as it aimed straight for Mina's face. Mina barely managed to dodge, twisting her body gracefully to the side. The force of Ochako's punch was so strong that it created a small shockwave, kicking up dust and leaving a crater in the ground where it landed. "Mina, she's fast," she thought, her eyes narrowing as she began to understand the seriousness of the situation. "Mike, what the?" His voice echoed in shock. "Did you all just see that? Uraraka's flying. Looks like our cute gravity girl's been holding out on us. Ochako didn't give her a moment to recover. As soon as her punch missed, she spun on her heel and delivered a sharp kick to Mina's midsection. Mina blocked it with her forearm, but the impact sent her skidding back several feet. Before she could regain her balance, Ochako was already on the move again. But the real shock came when Ochako raised her hand and unleashed a barrage of pink blasts toward Mina, each one pulsing with a strange gravitational force. Ochako. Gravity blasts, she called out as the projectiles shot toward Mina like homing missiles. Even Aizawa couldn't hide his surprise. Aizawa. This isn't something her quirk could do before. Denki. Did she just throw energy blasts? He stammered, his jaw dropping. All of Class 1A turned their eyes toward Izuku, seeking answers. Izuku, still calm, explained. Izuku. During the past week, I helped her train. She surpassed her limits and evolved her quirk into something we call astral gravity. His classmates stared at him, dumbfounded. Momo. But, how? She asked, trying to process what she was hearing. Izuku simply smiled and shrugged. Izuku. She worked hard. That's all I can say for now. Mina twirled gracefully, almost like she was dancing, as she dodged the first few blasts. The pink energy crackled around her, forcing her to stay on the move. Mina. Nice try, but you'll have to do better than that. She called out with a grin. But Ochako wasn't done. She aimed her next set of blasts not directly at Mina, but at the ground around her, forcing Mina into a tighter space. Mina's dance-like movements grew more frantic as the blasts exploded around her, making it difficult to keep up her evasive maneuvers. As Mina dodged another blast, Ochako closed the distance again. She feinted a punch to the left, causing Mina to dodge right, only to meet Ochako's real attack, a powerful roundhouse kick that caught Mina in the ribs. Mina gasped as the wind was knocked out of her, stumbling back, but she didn't fall. Mina, feeling the pressure, retaliated with her acid, creating a slippery barrier of acid between her and Ochako. Ochako jumped back, avoiding the acid, but kept her focus. Mina. You're not bad, Uraraka. She admitted, a grin still on her face despite the sweat starting to form on her brow. But you haven't seen everything I can do yet. Ochako. I've trained hard for this. I won't go down easily. Mina began to move faster with a determined expression, her dance-like steps becoming even more fluid. She weaved between Ochako's attacks, getting closer and closer with each step. When she got within striking range, she lashed out with a flurry of punches, each one coated with a thin layer of her acid to add extra sting. Ochako blocked and dodged as best as possible, but Mina's attacks were unpredictable and swift. One punch landed on Ochako's shoulder, sizzling against her uniform. Ochako winced but quickly retaliated by flipping backward and launching a concentrated gravity blast straight at Mina's feet. The blast exploded, creating a shockwave that threw Mina off balance. Mina. That was close. Mina charged again, but this time Ochako was ready. With a flick of her wrist, she activated her quirk fully, levitating several pieces of debris from the arena floor and sending them hurtling toward Mina. The debris moved in erratic patterns, making it nearly impossible for Mina to predict their movements. Mike. Now that's what I call strategy. He cheered. Uraraka's using her environment to her advantage. Mina tried to dodge, but the floating debris was relentless. One piece caught her in the side, throwing her off balance again. Seeing her chance, Ochako surged forward with a powerful uppercut, lifting Mina off her feet. As Mina soared into the air, Ochako followed up with a massive gravity blast, sending Mina crashing back to the ground with a thud. The crowd went silent for a moment, stunned by the intensity of the match. Then, as the dust settled and Ochako stood over her fallen opponent, the arena erupted in cheers. Mike. And that's it, folks. He announced. Ochako Uraraka takes the win. She didn't even break a sweat. As Ochako offered her hand to Mina, helping her up, Mina grinned sheepishly. Mina. Okay, I admit it, you're amazing. You've really gotten strong, Uraraka. Ochako smiled back, her eyes full of determination. Ochako. Thanks, Mina. You're pretty amazing yourself. As the two girls walked off the stage, the members of Class 1A were still in shock. But the next match is going to decide the fate of a certain blonde. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.